Forward. Michel Foucault taught at the Collège de France from January 1971 until his death in June 1984, with the exception of 1977 when he took a sabbatical year. The title of his chair was The History of Systems of Thought. On the proposal of Jules Vuillemin, the chair was created on November 30, 1969 by the General Assembly of the Professors of the Collège de France and replaced that of The History of Philosophical Thought held by Jean Hippolyte until his death. The same assembly elected Michel Foucault to the new chair on 12 April 1970. He was 43 years old. Michel Foucault's inaugural lecture was delivered on December 2, 1970. Teaching at the Collège de France is governed by particular rules. Professors must provide 26 hours of teaching a year, with the possibility of a maximum of half this total being given in the form of seminars 3. Each year they must present their original research, and this obliges them to change the content of their teaching for each course. Courses and seminars are completely open, no enrollment or qualification is required, and the professors do not award any qualifications. Point 4 In the terminology of the Collège de France, the professors do not have students but only auditors. Michel Foucault's courses were held every Wednesday from January to March. The huge audience made up of students, teachers, researchers, and the curious, including many who came from outside France, required 2 amphitheaters of the Collège de France. Foucault often complained about the distance between himself and his public and of how few exchanges the course made possible. Point 5 He would have liked a seminar in which real collective work could take place and made a number of attempts to bring this about. In the final years he devoted a long period to answering his auditors' questions at the end of each course. This is how Gérard Petit-Jean, a journalist from Le Nouvel Observateur, described the atmosphere at Foucault's lectures in 1975. When Foucault enters the amphitheater, brisk and dynamic like someone who plunges into the water, he steps over bodies to reach his chair, pushes away the cassette recorders so he can put down his papers, removes his jacket, lights a lamp and sets off at full speed. His voice is strong and effective, amplified by the loudspeakers that are the only concession to modernism in a hall that is barely lit by light spread from stucco bowls. The hall has 300 places and there are 500 people packed together, filling the smallest free space. There is no oratorical effect. It is clear and terribly effective. There is absolutely no concession to improvisation. Foucault has 12 hours each year to explain in a public course the direction taken by his research in the year just ended. So everything is concentrated and he fills the margins like correspondents who have too much to say for the space available to them. At 19.15 Foucault stops. The students rush towards his desk, not to speak to him, but to stop their cassette recorders. There are no questions. In the pushing and shoving Foucault is alone. Foucault remarks, "It should be possible to discuss what I have put forward. Sometimes, when it has not been a good lecture, it would need very little, just one question, to put everything straight. However, this question never comes. The group effect in France makes any genuine discussion impossible. And as there is no feedback, the course is theatricalized. My relationship with the people there is like that of an actor or an acrobat. And when I have finished speaking, a sensation of total solitude." 6. Foucault approached his teaching as a researcher. Explorations for a future book as well as the opening up of fields of problematization were formulated as an invitation to possible future researchers. This is why the courses at the Collège de France do not duplicate the published books. They are not sketches for the books even though both books and courses share certain themes. They have their own status. They arise from a specific discursive regime within a set of Foucault's philosophical activities. In particular they set out the program for a genealogy of knowledge/power relations, which are the terms in which he thinks of his work from the beginning of the 1970s, as opposed to the program of an archaeology of discursive formations that previously orientated his work. Point 7. The course also performed a role in contemporary reality. Those who followed his courses were not only held in thrall by the narrative that unfolded week by week and seduced by the rigorous exposition, they also found a perspective on contemporary reality. Michel Foucault's art consisted in using history to cut diagonally through contemporary reality. He could speak of Nietzsche or Aristotle, of expert psychiatric opinion or the Christian pastoral, but those who attended his lectures always took from what he said a perspective on the present and contemporary events. Foucault's specific strength in his courses was the subtle interplay between learned erudition, personal commitment, and work on the event. With their development and refinement in the 1970s, Foucault's desk was quickly invaded by cassette recorders. The courses and some seminars have thus been preserved. This edition is based on the words delivered in public by Foucault. It gives a transcription of these words that is as literal as possible. Point 8. We would have liked to present it as such. However, the transition from an oral to a written presentation calls for editorial intervention. At the very least, it requires the introduction of punctuation and division into paragraphs. Our principle has been always to remain as close as possible to the course actually delivered. Summaries and repetitions have been removed whenever it seemed to be absolutely necessary. Interrupted sentences have been restored and faulty constructions corrected. Suspension points indicate that the recording is inaudible. When a sentence is obscure, there is a conjectural integration or an addition between square brackets. An asterisk directing the reader to the bottom of the page indicates a significant divergence between the notes used by Foucault and the words actually uttered. Quotations have been checked and references to the texts used are indicated. The critical apparatus is limited to the elucidation of obscure points, the explanation of some allusions, and the clarification of critical points. To make the lectures easier to read, each lecture is preceded by a brief summary that indicates its principal articulations. The text of the course is followed by the summary published by the Annuaire du Collège de France. Foucault usually wrote these in June, sometime after the end of the course. It was an opportunity for him to pick out retrospectively the intention and objectives of the course. It constitutes the best introduction to the course. Each volume ends with a context for which the course editors are responsible. It seeks to provide the reader with elements of the biographical, ideological, and political context, situating the course within the published work and providing indications concerning its place within the corpus used in order to facilitate understanding and to avoid misinterpretations that might arise from a neglect of the circumstances in which each course was developed and delivered. The Government of Self and Others, the course delivered in 1983, is edited by Frédéric Gros. A new aspect of Michel Foucault's oeuvre is published with this edition of the Collège de France courses. Strictly speaking, it is not a matter of unpublished work, since this edition reproduces words uttered publicly by Foucault, excluding the often highly developed written material he used to support his lectures. Daniel Defert possesses Michel Foucault's notes, and he is to be warmly thanked for allowing the editors to consult them. This edition of the Collège de France courses was authorized by Michel Foucault's heirs, who wanted to be able to satisfy the strong demand for their publication, in France as elsewhere, and to do this under indisputably responsible conditions. The editors have tried to be equal to the degree of confidence placed in them. François Ewald and Alessandro Fontana. Translator's note. Following the approach adopted in translating Foucault's 1982 lectures, The Hermeneutics of the Subject, I have again tried in this volume to stay as close as possible to what Foucault actually says in his lectures, translating Foucault's own translations or the French translations he uses when quoting Greek and Latin authors, rather than relying on existing English translations. However, where possible, I have provided an existing English translation of these quotations and references to English translations of the texts in the endnotes. In the first lecture of January 12th, and again in the first lecture of February 9th, Foucault draws attention to the variety of meanings of the Greek notion of parousia, and to its usual translation in French as franc parler, liberté de parole, etc. Throughout the lectures, Foucault leaves the term in Greek, but sometimes he glosses it as a dire vrai, truth-telling, or franchise, frankness, straightforwardness, or, more frequently, especially in the first half of the lectures, franc parler, expressing oneself freely, without reserve, constraint or inhibition. The French term franc parler is often given in English as outspokenness, forthrightness, or speaking one's mind, but, in an attempt to capture slightly better something of both the French translation and the original Greek notion, I have chosen to translate it with a less common free-spokenness, which is the term given by the shorter Oxford English Dictionary for parousia in the entry for parousia. 1. January 5, 1983, First Hour. Remarks on Method. Study of Kant's text, What is Enlightenment? Conditions of Publication, Journals. The encounter between Christian Aufklärung and Jewish Haskalah, freedom of conscience. Philosophy and present reality. The question of the revolution. Two critical filiations. First of all, I would like to tell you how much I appreciate your regular attendance. I would also like to say that it is often rather difficult giving a series of lectures like this without the possibility of comebacks or discussion, and not knowing whether what one is saying finds an echo in those who are working on a thesis or a master's degree, whether it provides them with possibilities for reflection and work. On the other hand, you know that in this institution, where the rules are very liberal, we cannot give closed seminars, reserved for just a few auditors. So I won't be doing that this year. All the same, what I would like, not so much for you but selfishly for myself, is to be able to meet, off-Broadway, outside of the lectures, with those of you who could possibly discuss the subjects I will be talking about this year, or that I have talked about elsewhere and previously. So, maybe we can wait until 1 or 2 lectures have taken place before organizing this small group, or at any rate this small informal meeting external to the lectures themselves and to the institution strictly speaking. Either next week or in 2 weeks' time I will suggest a time and place. Unfortunately, I do not want to offer this to everyone, since we would end up back in the present situation. But, once again, I would ask those working on something precise in the university framework and who would like the possibility of discussion, that, if they wish, we meet together at a place I will suggest. Once again, this is not something exclusive directed against the general public, which is absolutely entitled, like any French citizen, to benefit, if one can put it like that, from the teaching given here. I think this year's lectures will be a bit disjointed and scattered. I would like to take up some of the themes I have cut across or touched on over the last years, even over the 10 or maybe 12 years I have been teaching here. As a general indication, I would just like to remind you of some, I don't say themes or principles, but reference points that I have fixed for myself in my work. In this general project, which goes under the sign, if not the title, of the history of thought, my problem has been to do something rather different from the quite legitimate activity of most historians of ideas. In any case, I wanted to differentiate myself from 2 entirely legitimate methods. I wanted to differentiate myself first of all from what we may call, and is called, the history of mentalities, which, to characterize it completely schematically, would be a history situated on an axis going from the analysis of actual forms of behavior to the possible accompanying expressions which may precede them, follow them, translate them, prescribe them, disguise them, or justify them, and so forth. On the other hand, I also wanted to differentiate myself from what could be called a history of representations or of representational systems, that is to say, a history which would have, could have, or may have 2 objectives. One would be the analysis of representational functions. By the analysis of representational functions I mean the analysis of the possible role played by representations either in relation to the object represented, or in relation to the subject who represents them to him or herself, let's say an analysis of ideologies. And then I think the other pole of a possible analysis of representations is the analysis of the representational values of a system of representations, that is to say, the analysis of representations in terms of a knowledge, connaissance, of a content of knowledge, or of a rule, or a form of knowledge which is taken to be a criterion of truth, or at any rate a truth, reference point in relation to which one can determine the representational value of this or that system of thought understood as a system of representations of a given object. Well, between these 2 possibilities, these 2 themes, that of a history of mentalities and that of a history of representations, what I have tried to do is a history of thought. And by thought I meant an analysis of what could be called focal points of experience in which forms of a possible knowledge, savoir, normative frameworks of behavior for individuals, and potential modes of existence for possible subjects are linked together. These 3 elements, forms of a possible knowledge, normative frameworks of behavior, and potential modes of existence for possible subjects, these 3 things, or rather their joint articulation, can be called, I think, focal point of experience. Anyway, this was the perspective in which, a long time ago, I tried to analyze something like madness too, which, for me, was not to be taken as an unchanging object throughout history on which systems of representation with variable representational functions and values have been brought to bear. Nor, for me, Was this history a way of studying attitudes towards madness that may have existed down the centuries or at a given point in time? Rather, it involved trying to study madness as experience within our culture, and grasping madness, first of all, as a point from which a series of more or less heterogeneous forms of knowledge were formed whose forms of development had to be analyzed, madness as the matrix of bodies of knowledge which may be of a strictly medical nature, but which may also be psychiatric, psychological, sociological, and so on. Second, to the extent that madness is a form of knowledge, it was also a set of norms, both norms against which madness could be picked out as a phenomenon of deviance within society, and, at the same time, norms of behavior for normal individuals, for doctors, psychiatric personnel, and so on in relation to this phenomenon of madness. Finally, third, this perspective involved studying madness insofar as this experience of madness defined the constitution of a certain mode of being of the normal subject, as opposed to and in relation to the mad subject. It was these three aspects, these three dimensions of the experience of madness, form of knowledge, matrix of forms of behavior, constitution of the subject's modes of being, that I more or less successfully and effectively tried to link together. We can say that the work I tried to do after this consisted in studying each of these three areas in turn in order to see what further work needed to be done on the methods and concepts for analyzing them, first as dimensions of an experience, and then insofar as they were to be linked together. First of all, I tried to study the formation of forms of knowledge with particular regard to 17th and 18th century empirical sciences like natural history, general grammar, and economics. For me, these were only an example for the analysis of the formation of forms of knowledge, savoirs. 3. It seemed to me that if one really wanted to study experience as the matrix for the formation of forms of knowledge, one should not analyze the development or progress of particular bodies of knowledge, but rather one should identify the discursive practices which were able to constitute the matrices of possible bodies of knowledge, and study the rules, the game of true and false, and, more generally, the forms of veridiction in these discursive practices. In short, it was a matter of shifting the axis of the history of the contents of knowledge towards the analysis of forms of knowledge, of the discursive practices that organize and constitute the matrix element of these forms of knowledge, and studying these discursive practices as regulated forms of veridiction. For some time I have tried to bring about a shift from the contents of knowledge to forms of knowledge, and from forms of knowledge to discursive practices and rules of veridiction. Second, it was then a matter of analyzing, let's say, the normative matrices of behavior. Here the shift did not consist in analyzing power with a capital P, or even institutions of power, or the general or institutional forms of domination. Rather, it meant studying the techniques and procedures by which one sets about conducting the conduct of others. That is to say, I tried to pose the question of norms of behavior first of all in terms of power, and of power that one exercises, and to analyze this power as a field of procedures of government. Here again the shift consisted in passing from analysis of the norm to analysis of the exercise of power, and passing from analysis of the exercise of power to the procedures of, let's say, governmentality. In this case my example was criminality and the disciplines. Point 4. Finally, the third area involved analyzing the constitution of the subject's mode of being. Here, instead of referring to a theory of the subject, it seemed to me that one should try to analyze the different forms by which the individual is led to constitute him or herself as subject. Taking the example of sexual behavior and the history of sexual morality. 5. I tried to see how and through what concrete forms of the relation to self the individual was called upon to constitute him or herself as the moral subject of his or her sexual conduct. In other words, once again this involved bringing about a shift from the question of the subject to the analysis of forms of subjectivation, and to the analysis of these forms of subjectivation through the techniques/technologies of the relation to self, or, if you like, through what could be called the pragmatics of self. Replacing the history of knowledge with the historical analysis of forms of veridiction, replacing the history of domination with the historical analysis of procedures of governmentality, and replacing the theory of the subject or the history of subjectivity with the historical analysis of the pragmatics of self and the forms it has taken, are the different approaches by which I have tried to define to some degree the possibility of the history of what could be called experiences. The experience of madness, the experience of disease, the experience of criminality, and the experience of sexuality are, I think, important focal points of experiences in our culture. This then is the route I have tried to follow, and that quite frankly it was necessary to try to reconstruct for you, if only to take a bearing on where we are. But you knew this already. B. Having explored these three dimensions somewhat, it was natural that in the course of these explorations, which I systematize rather arbitrarily since I will come back to them, certain things were dropped or left to one side which nevertheless appeared to me to be interesting and maybe posed new problems. What I would like to do this year is retrace some of the paths already followed, taking up again a few points, such as, for example, what I said to you last year about parousia, true discourse in the political realm. It seemed to me that this study would make it possible to see, to tighten up a bit, the problem of the relations between government of self and government of others, to see the genesis, the genealogy, if not of political discourse in general, the object of which is essentially government by the prince, at least of a certain form of political discourse whose object would be government of the prince's soul by the counselor, the philosopher, the pedagogue responsible for forming his soul. True discourse, discourse of truth addressed to the prince and the prince's soul will be one of my first themes. I would also like to take up the things I said, 2 or 3 years ago I think, concerning the art of government in the 16th century. 6 I am not sure exactly what I will do, but I would like to take up again these still open dossiers. I say dossiers, a very solemn term, but it is really a matter of tracks which I have just come across and followed for a while, and then left to one side, poorly marked out. This week I would like to start with, how to put it, not exactly an excursus, a little epigraph, exerg. As epigraph, I would like to study a text which may not be situated exactly within the reference points I will choose for most of this year. Nevertheless, it appears to me to be very exactly in line with, and to formulate in rigorous terms, one of the important problems that I would like to talk about, which is precisely this relationship between the government of self and the government of others. And, on the other hand, it seems to me that it not only talks about this subject itself, but it does so in a way with which without too much, or rather, with a little vanity I can associate myself. It is a text which is something of a blazon, a fetish for me, which I have already spoken about several times, and which I would like to examine a bit more closely today. This text, if you like, bears some relation to what I am talking about, and I would really like the way in which I talk about it to have some connection with it. The text is, of course, Kant's Was ist Aufklärung? As you know, Kant wrote the text in September 1784 and it was published in the Berlinische in December 1784. First of all I would just like to recall very briefly the conditions and dates of its publication. There is absolutely nothing extraordinary in Kant publishing a text like this in a journal. You know that a large part of his theoretical activity consisted in publishing articles, reviews, and contributions in certain journals. It was in the Berlinische that, the previous month, November 1784, he published a text which, somewhat expanded, became the idea for a universal history from a cosmopolitan point of view. 7 The following year, 1785, he published his definition of the concept of RACE8 in the same journal. In 1786 he also published his conjectural beginning of human history in this journal. 9 He also wrote in other journals. In the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung he published a review of a book by Herder. 10 In the Tucha Merkur in 1788 he published on the use of teleological principles in philosophy. 11 and so on. However, the reason we should keep in mind the fact that the text was published in a journal is that, as you will see, the text on the Aufklärung brings into play, as one of its central concepts, or as one of the sets of concepts, the notion of public, of publicum. This notion of publicum means, first of all, the concrete, institutional, or at any rate established relationship between the writer, the qualified writer, translated in French as savant, le lecteur, man of culture, and the reader, considered as any individual. The function of this relationship between reader and writer, the analysis of this relationship, the conditions under which this relationship can and should be established and developed will constitute the essential axis of Kant's analysis of Aufklärung. In a sense, his notion of Aufklärung, the way he analyzes it, is nothing other than the explanation of this relationship between the lecteur, the man of culture, the savant who writes, and the reader who reads. Now it is obvious that in this relationship between the writer, It is obvious. No, it is not obvious. What is interesting is that in the 18th century this relationship between writer and reader, I will come back to the content of this relationship later. I am just pointing out its importance was not established so much through the university, which goes without saying, nor was it established through the book, but much more through those forms of expression which were at the same time forms of intellectual communities constituted by journals and by the societies or academies which published them. It is these societies, these academies, and these journals also, which give a concrete form to the relationship between, let's say, expertise and reading in the free and universal form of the circulation of written discourse. Consequently, these journals, societies, and academies constitute the authorities so important historically, in the 18th century, and to which Kant attaches such importance in his text which corresponds to this notion of public. The public was not, of course, the university public which is established during the 19th century when the universities are reformed. Nor, obviously, is it the kind of public we think of today when we carry out sociological analyses of the media. The public is a reality established and delineated by the existence of institutions like learned societies, academies, and journals, and what circulates within this framework. One of the interesting things about the text, and at any rate the reason I was keen to mention that it was published in this kind of journal, that it was part of this kind of publication, is that it puts the notion of the public, to which the publication is addressed, at the very heart of its analysis. This was the first reason for stressing this context, this problem of the time and place of the text. The second reason for stressing the time and place is the fact that in September 1784 Mendelssohn had responded to the same question: was ist Aufklärung? What is the Aufklärung? What is Les Lumières? What is enlightenment? In this same journal, the Berliner Schrift. But in fact Kant, whose response is only published in December, had not been able to read Mendelssohn's response, which appeared in September at the same time as Kant was finishing writing his own text. So, if you like, there are two answers to the same question, two answers appearing simultaneously, or barely separated in time, but each unaware of the other. The juxtaposition of these two texts, one by Mendelssohn and the other by Kant, is obviously interesting. Not that it was at that moment, or for that reason, responding to this precise question, that the famous encounter took place between the, let's say, philosophical Aufklärung, or the Aufklärung with a Christian background, and the Haskalah 12, the Jewish Aufklärung, which is so important in the cultural history of Europe. You know that we can in fact date the encounter between the Christian, or in part Protestant Aufklärung and the Jewish Aufklärung from a good 30 years earlier, around 1750, let's just say, for the sake of convenience, 1754-55, when Mendelssohn meets Lessing. Mendelssohn's Entretens Philosophique date from 1755-13, so 30 years before this double response to the question of the Aufklärung. A translation of Mendelssohn's Jerusalem appeared recently with a very interesting preface. Point 14. There is a text, which I recall partly for amusement, which is very interesting for seeing, for gauging something of the effect of astonishment, and we cannot say of scandal exactly, of amazement produced by the sudden emergence in the German cultural world, in the German public defined in the way I have just described, of someone who was a little hunchback Jew. It is the letter written by Johann Wilhelm Gliem, who writes, the author of the Entretens Philosophiques, which Moses had signed as author, and which some wondered if it really could have been written by a Jew and if it may have been written by Lessing himself or someone else, and which Gliem authenticates. MF is a real Jew who, without a teacher, has acquired very extensive knowledge in the sciences. 15. There is a phrase, then, pointing out that he cannot have acquired all this knowledge on the basis of his Jewish culture, but that he has only been able to acquire them without a teacher, that is to say through a departure from his own origin and culture, and by a sort of insertion, an immaculate birth within the universality of culture. And this Jew who, without a teacher, has acquired very extensive knowledge in all the sciences has even so earned his living since his youth in a Jewish trade. This text dates from 1755 and marks the sudden emergence, or rather the encounter, the conjunction of the Jewish Aufklärung and what we may call the Christian Aufklärung. A prudent marriage, you can see, in which the Jewish partner, while being clearly marked out as one who earns his living in a Jewish trade, can only be accepted and recognized on condition that he has acquired very extensive knowledge in all the sciences without a teacher. Let's leave this encounter of 1755 aside. I come back to 1784 and these two texts on Aufklärung by Mendelssohn and Kant. It seems to me that their importance is that both Kant and Mendelssohn very clearly posit not only the possibility, not only the right, but also the necessity of an absolute freedom of not only conscience, but also of expression in relation to anything that might be a religious practice considered as a necessarily private activity. In a text prior to the period from September to December 1784 when they published their texts on Aufklärung, Kant wrote to Mendelssohn concerning Jerusalem, which had just appeared, and said to him, "You have been able to reconcile your religion with a freedom of conscience that one would never have thought possible for your religion, M.F., and that no other can boast. At the same time you have explained the need for unlimited freedom of conscience with regard to all religion in such depth and so clearly that on our side too the Church will have to ask itself how to purify its religion of everything that may oppress conscience or weigh upon it, the which cannot fail finally to unite men in what concerns the essential points of religion." 16. So, Kant praises Mendelssohn because the latter has clearly shown and emphasized that for him the use of his religion could only be private, that in no way could he practice either proselytism. Kant does not refer to this in this text, but Mendelssohn lays enormous stress on it or authority in relation to that community of a private nature within society. And that attitude of Jewish thought with regard to the Jewish religion, or anyway that attitude of the thought of a Jew with regard to his own religion, should be of help, Kant says, for the attitude that all Christians should adopt with regard to their religion. C. The third reason this text appears interesting to me, apart, then, from this reflection on the field of the public, and apart from this encounter within the public field between the Christian and Jewish Aufklärung, is that it seems to me, and this is what I especially want to emphasize, that in this text a new type of question appears in the field of philosophical reflection. Of course, this is certainly neither the first text in the history of philosophy, nor even the only one by Kant to take as its theme a question concerning history, or the question of history. Just staying with Kant, you are well aware that you find texts by him which put to history a question of origin. There is, for example, the text on conjectures, hypotheses on the beginnings of human history. 17. There is also, up to a point, the text on the definition of the concept of race. 18. Other texts put to history the question, not of origin but, let's say, of its completion, its point of fulfillment. In the same year, 1784, there is the idea for a universal history from a cosmopolitan point of view. 19. Finally, other texts raise a question of the inner finality organizing historical processes, the historical process in its inner structure and permanent finalities, such as the text devoted to the use of teleological principles. 20. All these questions of beginning, fulfillment, finality, and teleology run through Kant's analyses concerning history. It seems to me that the text on the Aufklärung is rather different from those I have just mentioned, for it does not pose any of these questions directly. There is no question of origin, of course, and, as you will see, and despite appearances, there is no question concerning the completion of history, its point of fulfillment. And the question of the immanent teleology of the process of history is posed only in a relatively discrete, almost lateral way. To tell the truth, you will see that it avoids even this question. In fact, the question which seems to me to appear for the first time in the texts by Kant, I do not say the only time, we will find another example later, is the question of the present, of present reality. It is the question, what is happening today? What is happening now? What is this now in which we all live and which is the site, the point from which I am writing? Of course, this is not the first time in philosophical reflection that we find references to the present, at least as a determinate historical situation which may have a value for philosophical reflection. After all, at the beginning of the Discourse on Method, when Descartes describes his own itinerary and the set of philosophical decisions he has made, both on his own and philosophy's behalf, he refers quite explicitly in fact to what may be regarded as a historical situation in the realm of knowledge, connaissance, of the sciences, of the institution of knowledge, savoir, of his time. But we can say that this sort of reference, and we could find the same thing in Leibniz for example, always involves finding grounds for a philosophical decision within this configuration designated as present. I do not think you will find the following kind of question in Descartes or Leibniz: so what exactly is this present to which I belong? Now it seems to me that the question to which Mendelssohn responded, to which Kant responds and does so because he was asked, it was a public question, is different. It is not simply, what is it in the present situation that can determine this or that philosophical decision. The question focuses on what this present is. First of all, among all the elements of the present, the question focuses on the definition of one particular element that is to be recognized, distinguished, and deciphered. What is it in the present that currently has meaning for philosophical reflection? Second, the answer that Kant tries to give to the questions involves showing how this element is the bearer or expression of a process which concerns thought, knowledge, philosophy. Finally, third, within this reflection on this element of the present which is the bearer of or which reveals the process, what is to be shown is in what respect and how the person who speaks as a thinker, a savant, a philosopher, is himself a part of this process. But it is even more complicated than this. He has to show not only how he is part of this process, but how, as such, as savant, philosopher, or thinker, he has a role in this process in which he is thus both an element and an actor. In short, it seems to me that in this text by Kant we see the appearance of the question of the present as a philosophical event to which the philosopher who speaks of it belongs. Fine, if we wish to consider philosophy as a form of discursive practice with its own history, then with this interplay between the question what is the Aufklärung, and the answer Kant gives, it seems to me that we see philosophy, and I don't think I'm forcing things too much in saying that it is for the first time becoming the surface of emergence of its own present discursive reality, a present reality which it questions as an event whose philosophical meaning, value, and singularity it has to express, and as an event in which it has to find both its own raison d'être and the foundation of what it says. And for this reason we see that philosophical practice, or rather the philosopher presenting his philosophical discourse, cannot avoid the question of him being part of this present. That is to say, the question will no longer be one of his adherence to a doctrine or a tradition, or of his membership of a human community in general, but a question about him being part of a present, about his membership of a particular we if you like, which is linked, to a greater or lesser extent, to a cultural ensemble characteristic of his contemporary reality. This we has to become, or is in the process of becoming, the object of the philosopher's own reflection. By the same token, it becomes impossible for the philosopher to dispense with an interrogation of his singular membership of this we. It seems to me that philosophy is the surface of emergence of a present reality, as a questioning of the philosophical meaning of the present reality of which it is a part, and philosophy is the philosopher's questioning of this we to which he belongs and in relation to which he has to situate himself, is a distinctive feature of philosophy as a discourse of modernity and on modernity. I would put it in the following way if you like. Of course, the question of modernity was not introduced into European culture with this text. You are well aware of how, leaving the rest aside, the question of modernity was raised from at least the 16th century, throughout the 17th century, and at the beginning of the 18th century. However, speaking very schematically, I would say that in classical culture the question of modernity had been posed in terms of a longitudinal axis. That is to say, the question of modernity was posed as a question concerning the polarity between antiquity and modernity. That is to say, the question of modernity arose either in terms of an authority to be accepted or rejected, what authority to accept, what model to follow, etc., or in the correlative form of a comparative evaluation: are the ancients superior to the moderns? Are we living in a period of decadence? It seems to me that the question of modernity arose with the question of what authority was to be accepted and the question of the evaluation or comparison of values in this polarity of antiquity and modernity. Now I think that with Kant, and it seems to me that we can see this very clearly in this text on the Aufklärung, a new way of posing the question of modernity appears or surfaces, which is no longer in a longitudinal relationship to the ancients, but in what could be called a sagittal relationship or, if you like, a vertical relationship of the discourse to its own present reality. The discourse has to take its own present reality into account in order, first, to find its own place in it, second, to express its meaning, and third, to designate and specify the mode of action, the mode of effectuation that it realizes within this present reality. What is my present reality? What is the meaning of this present reality? And what am I doing when I speak of this present reality? It seems to me that this new questioning about modernity consists in this. This is all very schematic. It is, once again, a track to be explored more carefully. It seems to me that we should try to undertake the genealogy, not so much of the notion of modernity, but of modernity as a question. In any case, if I take Kant's text as marking the point of emergence of this question, it is of course because it is itself part of a broad and important historical process whose scope should be assessed. And an interesting line to pursue in the study of the 18th century in general, but more precisely of what is called the Aufklärung, would seem to me to be the fact that the Aufklärung names itself the Aufklärung. That is to say, we are dealing with an undoubtedly very singular cultural process which very quickly became aware of itself in a certain fashion, by naming itself and situating itself in relation to its past, future, and present, by giving the name of Aufklärung to the process, or rather to the operations that this movement itself must effectuate within its own present. After all, is not the Aufklärung the first epoch to name itself and which, instead of simply following the old custom or tradition of describing itself as a period of decadence, prosperity, or splendor, etc., gives itself the name of a particular event, the Aufklärung, which arises from a general history of thought, reason, and knowledge, and within which precisely the Aufklärung has its role to play? The Aufklärung is a period. It is a period which designates itself, formulates its own motto, its own precept, and says what it has to do, as much in relation to the general history of thought, reason, and knowledge as in relation to its own present and to the bodies and forms of knowledge, ignorance, illusion, and institutions, etc. in which it can recognize its historical situation. Aufklärung is a name, a precept, and a motto. And this is precisely what we see in this text. What is Aufklärung? Finally, the fourth reason I would like to lay stress on this text, which you can take as a first reference point, is that Kant's interrogation of the Aufklärung, which thus belongs to the general context of the Aufklärung itself, that is to say, of a cultural process which designates itself, says what it is and what it has to do, did not remain localized within the 18th century or even within the process of the Aufklärung. In this question of the Aufklärung we see one of the first manifestations of a certain way of philosophizing which has had a long history over the following 2 centuries. After all, it does seem to me that one of the major functions of what is called modern philosophy, whose beginning and development can be situated at the very end of the 18th century and in the 19th century, one of its essential functions is questioning itself about its own present reality. We could follow the entire trajectory of the question of philosophy questioning itself about its own present reality from the end of the 18th century down through the 19th century. The only thing that I would like to stress for the moment is that Kant did not forget the question to which he responded in 1784, and which was put to him from outside. He did not forget it, and he raises it again and tries to reply to it anew with regard to another event, which was also one of those self-referring events, if you like, which constantly questioned itself. This event was, of course, the French Revolution. In 1798 Kant writes a kind of sequel to the 1784 text. In 1784 he posed the question, or tried to reply to the question put to him, what is the Aufklärung of which we are a part? In 1798 he replies to a question that he asks himself. To tell the truth, he replies to a question raised by contemporary reality, but that since at least 1794 was also being posed by the whole of philosophical discussion in Germany. This other question was, what is the revolution? As you know, in 1794 Fichte wrote about the French Revolution. 21 In 1798 Kant writes a short text on the revolution which forms part of the contest of the faculties. 22 Actually a collection of 3 dissertations on the relationships between the different faculties making up the university. We should not forget that the second essay of the contest of the faculties concerns the relationships between the philosophy and law faculties. For Kant, what is essential in these contested relationships between philosophy and law concerns precisely the question, is the human race constantly progressing? With regard to this question, which for him is the most important question of the relationships between philosophy and law, his reasoning is as follows. In the 5th section of this essay he says, if we want to answer the question, is the human race constantly progressing? we must of course determine the possibility of progress and the cause of a possible progress. But, he says, once we have established that there is a cause of a possible progress, in fact we will only be able to know that this cause is actually at work if we can identify an event which shows that cause in action. In short, what Kant means is that designating a cause can only ever determine possible effects, or more precisely the possibility of effects. The reality of an effect can be established only if we isolate an event that we can attach to a cause. So we will not be able to answer this question through the process by which we analyze the teleological structure of history, but through a process which is the opposite of this. Thus, we should not follow the teleological thread which makes a progress possible, but isolate an event in history which will have, Kant says, the value of a sign. A sign of what? A sign of the existence of a cause 23 of a permanent cause which has guided men down the road of progress throughout history. A constant cause which must be shown to have acted in the past, to be active now, and that will act in the future. Consequently the event which will enable us to decide whether there is progress will be a sign which is rememorativum, demonstrativum, pronosticum, 24, that is to say, a sign which indicates that it really was always thus, rememorative sign, that it really is thus now, demonstrative sign, and finally a prognostic sign which shows us that it will always be thus. This is how we can be sure that the cause which makes progress possible has not just acted at a given moment but really is a matter of a tendency, and that it confirms a general tendency of the entire human race to advance in the direction of progress. This then is the question: is there around us an event which would serve as a rememorative, demonstrative, and prognostic sign of a constant progress which carries along the whole of the human race? You will be able to guess Kant's answer from what I have said, but I would like to read to you the passage through which he introduces the revolution as the sign of this event. At the start of the 6th section he says, "Do not expect this event with rememorative, demonstrative, and prognostic value, MF to consist in the lofty deeds or major crimes of men by which what was thought great is made small or what was thought small is made great, nor in ancient and magnificent political structures which disappear as if by magic, while others arise in their place as if from the depths of the earth. No, none of this." 25. There are two things to note in this text. First, of course, Kant alludes here to forms of analysis which it was customary to refer to in the debate on whether or not the human race is progressing. That is to say, the overthrow of empires, great catastrophes which cause the best established states to disappear, the reversals of fortune which make the great become small and the small become great. He refutes all this, but at the same time says, take note, it is not to great events that we should look for the rememorative, demonstrative, and prognostic sign of progress. We should look for it in events which are almost imperceptible. That is to say, we cannot analyze our own present and its significant values without engaging in a hermeneutics or decipherment which will enable us to endow what is apparently of no significance and value with the significance and value we are looking for. Now what is this event which is therefore not a great event? Well, it is the revolution. The revolution. But after all, we can hardly say that the revolution is not a resounding, striking event. Is it not precisely an event which overturns everything and makes small what was great and great what was small, and which abolishes and engulfs what seem to be the most solid structures of society and of states? But, Kant says, it is not the revolution in itself which is significant. What is significant and constitutes the event with demonstrative, prognostic, and rememorative value is not the exploits and gesticulations of the revolutionary drama itself. What is significant is the way in which the revolution exists as spectacle, the way in which it is greeted everywhere by spectators who are not participants, but observers, witnesses, and who, for better or worse, let themselves be caught up in it. The gesticulations of revolution do not constitute progress. Not only is it not, in the first place, revolutionary gesticulation which constitutes progress, but, to tell the truth, if the revolution was to be made again, we would not go through with it. There is an extremely interesting text on this. No matter whether the revolution of a gifted people, which we have seen carried out in our time, Kant is therefore referring to the French Revolution, MF, succeeds or fails, no matter whether it piles up misery and atrocities to the point, he says, that a sensible man, who could hope to see it through successfully at the second attempt, would nonetheless decide never to make the experiment at this price. 26. So, in the first place, it is not the revolutionary process itself which is important. No matter whether it succeeds or fails, this has nothing to do with progress, or at least with the sign of progress we are looking for. The success or failure of the revolution is neither the sign of progress nor the sign that there is no progress. Indeed, even if someone was able to have an understanding of the revolution and how it unfolds, and even if, at the same time as knowing what it is, he had the possibility of leading it to a successful conclusion, still this rational man, calculating the necessary cost of this revolution, would not do it again. The revolution, therefore, what takes place in the revolution, is not important. Indeed, making revolution is really something not to be undertaken. What, on the other hand, is important, has meaning, and constitutes the sign of progress, is that all around the revolution there is, he says, sympathy of aspiration which borders on enthusiasm. 27. What then is important in the revolution is not the revolution itself, which in any case is a mess, but what goes on in the minds of those not making the revolution, or at any rate who are not its principal actors. It is their relationship to this revolution in which they themselves are not engaged, or in which they are not the main actors. What is significant is the enthusiasm for the revolution. What does Kant say this enthusiasm for the revolution is the sign of? In the first place, it is the sign that all men think it is the right of every people to give itself the political constitution that suits it and that it wants. Second, it is the sign that men seek to give themselves a kind of political constitution that, by virtue of its very principles, avoids all offensive war. 28. It is this movement towards a situation in which men will be able to give themselves the political constitution they want and a political constitution which will prevent all offensive war. It is this will, according to Kant, that is signified by enthusiasm for the revolution. And we know that these two elements, a freely chosen political constitution, and a political constitution which avoids war, are also the very process of the Aufklärung, that is to say, that the revolution is actually the completion and continuation of the very process of Aufklärung. To that extent both the Aufklärung and the revolution are events which can never be forgotten. I maintain even without the mind of a seer that I can predict to the human race, from the aspects and precursory signs of our times, that it will attain this end. 29. That is to say, arrive at a state in which men will be able to give themselves the constitution they want and one that will prevent offensive wars. So, the precursory signs of our epoch show us that man will attain this end and, at the same time, that henceforth its progress will never again be put in question. In fact, such a phenomenon in human history is never forgotten, because it has revealed an aptitude and faculty for progress in human nature of a kind that no politician's subtle efforts could have extracted from the course of past events. Only nature and freedom, united in the human species according to the inner principles of right, could forecast it, albeit indefinitely with regard to its time, and as a contingent event. But even if the intended goal of this event were not to be attained today, and even if a people's revolution or constitutional reform were ultimately to fail, or if, after the passage of time, everything were to relapse back into the old ways, as some politicians now predict, this philosophical prophecy would still lose none of its force. For that event is too important, too bound up with the interests of humanity, and its influence is too widespread in every part of the world for it not to be brought back to mind by nations when favorable circumstances occur, and recalled during the crisis of new attempts of this kind, because in a matter of such importance for the human species, the projected constitution must at a certain moment attain that soundness in everyone's mind which the lessons of repeated experience could not fail to impart to it. 30. I think this text is really extremely interesting, obviously not just within the system of Kantian thought, but for its presentation as a prediction, a prophetic text, about the meaning and value, not of the revolution, which in any case always risks returning to the old ways, but of the revolution as an event, as a sort of event whose content is unimportant, but whose existence in the past constitutes a permanent virtuality. The guarantee for future history of the non-forgetfulness and continuity of a movement towards progress. I have just wanted to situate for you Kant's text on Aufklärung. In the next hour we will try to read it a bit more closely. But I wanted to situate it for you both for the context in which it was placed, its relationship to the public, to Mendelssohn's Aufklärung, for the type of questions it raises, and for the fact that in a way it is at the origin, the point of departure of a whole dynasty of philosophical questions. Because it seems to me that these two questions, what is Aufklärung, and what is the revolution, which are the two forms in which Kant poses the question of his own present reality, have continued to haunt, if not all of modern philosophy since the 19th century, then at least a large part of this philosophy. After all, the Aufklärung, both as singular event inaugurating European modernity and as a permanent process which manifests itself in the form of the history of reason, the development and establishment of forms of rationality and technology, the autonomy and authority of knowledge, all of this question of the Aufklärung or of reason and the use of reason as a historical problem seems to me to have run through all philosophical thought from Kant up to now. The other present reality encountered by Kant, the revolution as at once an event, rupture, and upheaval in history, as failure, and almost necessary failure, but with at the same time a value, an operational value in history and the progress of the human species is also another great question of philosophy. I would be tempted to say that basically Kant seems to me to have founded the two great traditions which have divided modern philosophy. Let's say that in his major critical overview of the three critiques and above all the first critique, Kant set out and founded that tradition of critical philosophy which posed the question of the conditions of possibility of a true knowledge. And we can say that a whole part of modern philosophy since the 19th century presented itself and developed from this as the analytic of truth. This is the form of philosophy that you now find in the form of, say, Anglo-Saxon analytical philosophy. But within modern and contemporary philosophy there is another type of question, of critical questioning whose birth we see precisely in the question of Aufklärung or in Kant's text on the revolution. This other critical tradition does not pose the question of the conditions of possibility of a true knowledge, it asks the question, what is present reality? What is the present field of our experiences? What is the present field of possible experiences? Here it is not a question of the analytic of truth but involves what could be called an ontology of the present, of present reality, an ontology of modernity, an ontology of ourselves. It seems to me that the philosophical choice confronting us today is the following. We have to opt either for a critical philosophy which appears as an analytical philosophy of truth in general, or for a critical thought which takes the form of an ontology of ourselves, of present reality. It is this latter form of philosophy which, from Hegel to the Frankfurt School, passing through Nietzsche, Max Weber, and so on, has founded a form of reflection to which, of course, I link myself insofar as I can. There you are. So, if you like, we will take a 5 minutes rest and then I will move on to a closer reading of this text on Aufklärung whose surroundings I have simply tried to outline. 2. January 5, 1983. Second hour. The idea of tutelage, Minoritet, neither natural powerlessness nor authoritarian deprivation of rights. Way out from the condition of tutelage and critical activity. The shadow of the three critiques. The difficulty of emancipation, laziness and cowardice, the predicted failure of liberators. Motivations of the condition of tutelage, superimposition of obedience and absence of reasoning. Confusion between the private and public use of reason. The problematic turn at the end of Kant's text. After some general remarks on this text concerning Aufklärung, I would like to start a rather more precise analysis of at least some of its important points. I will leave aside a whole section of the text which refers specifically to problems of religious legislation which were being posed in Prussia at that time, in 1784. This is not because these are not interesting or even important, but it would be necessary to enter a domain of historical details and clarifications for which I have to confess straight away I am not competent. So, we will leave this to one side. On the other hand, I will focus on some other theoretical points. Let's read the text, at least its first paragraph. What is enlightenment? Was ist Aufklärung? Was, then, the question, and the answer is, enlightenment is m.f. man's way out from his self-incurred tutelage, Minoritet. 1. At this point Kant clarifies the two elements of his definition. First, tutelage means inability to make use of his understanding without direction from another. Man is responsible himself for this tutelage, since the cause lies not in a lack of understanding, but in a lack of resolution and courage to make use of his understanding, mf without direction from another. Sapere aude. Have the courage to use your own understanding. That is the motto of enlightenment. 2. So this is the first paragraph. To start with, I would like to stop on the first word we come across in the definition of enlightenment, which is Ausgang, sortie, way out. I would like to make some remarks about this. Very schematically, we can say that in philosophical speculations on history, and God knows how many there were in the 18th century, generally speaking there were three possible ways of designating the present moment. First, by indicating the age of the world to which one belongs, an age either distinguished from other ages by virtue of some specific characteristic or separated from them by some dramatic event. For example, do we or do we not live in an age of decadence? Second, the present moment could be designated by reference to a more or less imminent event whose warning signs were visible, a state of perpetual peace, for example, as in the past the empire of the last days, or the third age of the world. Or third, the present moment could be defined as a moment of transition, but one by which one arrives at a stable, permanent, and completed state. This is, in fact, the moment described by Foucault, for example, in the last chapter of Principles of the Philosophy of History, which is entitled A Glance at the Ancient and Modern Political World Considered in Relation to the Goals of Modern Science. 3. In this chapter Foucault recalls what he defines as the general course taken by every society, aristocracy, then popular liberty, and then monarchy. At the beginning of the chapter he recalls how Carthage, Capua, and Numantia were unable to complete the whole of this journey. Only Rome succeeded, first through a state in which aristocracy dominated, then with republican liberty until Augustus, and finally a monarchy which survived for as long as it could resist the internal and external causes which destroy this kind of state. Well, Foucault says, in the same way, we today are on the threshold of this system of stable monarchy which will survive for as long as internal and external causes do not destroy it. Today, the most complete civilization seems to be taking hold in nations, most of which are subject to a small number of great monarchs, for he describes Europe as a kind of composite figure in which there are aristocratic governments in the north, popular governments in the Swiss cantons and the United Provinces, and then some large monarchies which are models of the state towards which Europe is heading. Our Europe stands out with an incomparable civilization. It abounds in all the goods which make up the happiness of human life. In it we find every intellectual and moral delight. 5. Now it should be understood that Kant does not designate the moment of Aufklärung as a belonging to, an imminence of, or an accomplishment of an age. It is not even exactly a passage, a transition from one state to another, which would moreover, on closer inspection, always amount to defining a belonging, or imminence, or accomplishment. He defines it simply as Ausgang, as way out, exit, a movement by which one extricates oneself from something, without saying anything about what one is moving towards. Second remark, this Ausgang, this way out, he says, is man's way out from the condition of tutelage. Here also a problem arises of knowing what this man is, this agent of the way out. But precisely, is it actually a matter of an agent of the way out? In other words, are we dealing with an active or a passive process? When the text says der Ausgang des Menschen, it may be that, with decisive action, man forces himself out of the condition in which he existed. But it may also be that he is caught up in a process which shifts him and moves him from inside to outside, from one condition to another. And then, obviously we cannot fail to ask ourselves what this man is who comes out in this way. Should man be understood to mean the human race as a species? Or should man be understood to mean human society as the universal element within which different individual reasons join together? Are only some human societies the bearers of these values? Is it a matter of individuals, and if so, what individuals, and so on? The text just says man's way out. Finally, the third remark, the third question concerns the end of the paragraph. On the one hand, if we look at the start of the paragraph, the start of the definition, then enlightenment is man's way out from his self-incurred tutelage. In reading this we get the impression that Kant here is designating a movement of getting out, of release which is being carried out and which constitutes precisely the significant element of our present reality. Now at the end of the paragraph a different type of discourse appears. The discourse is no longer descriptive, but prescriptive. Kant no longer describes what is happening but says, sapere aude. have the courage to use your own understanding. That is the motto of enlightenment. Finally, I said that this is a prescription, but it is a bit more complicated than that. Kant employs the word Wahlspruch, which is motto, blazon. The Wahlspruch is actually a maxim, precept, or order given to others and to oneself, but at the same time, and this is what makes the precept of the Wahlspruch a motto, a blazon. It is something by which one identifies oneself and enables one to distinguish oneself from others. The use of a maxim as a precept is therefore at once an order and a distinctive mark. As you can see, what all this means is that what Kant means when he speaks of enlightenment as man's way out from his tutelage is not at all clear or easy to see. These are some general questions. Now let us try to go a bit more deeply into the text to see how this description can be at the same time a prescription, what the man who must come out is, and in what this coming out consists, since these are the three questions encountered straight away. The first point to clarify is what Kant understands by the condition of tutelage from which, he says, man is in the process of emerging, and from which he says it is necessary that man emerge, since he gives man the order to get out from this condition. First of all, we should not confuse this condition of tutelage with that of natural powerlessness. It is not something like humanity's childhood. A bit further on in the text he employs an expression which the French translators, there are two French translations, have not translated well. Point 6. This is the German word Gangelwagen, which designates those little kinds of vehicles used in the 18th century to train children. They were put in a sort of trapezoid frame on wheels, which made them walk. He says that men today are in a sort of Gangelwagen, which is not at all the brancard shaft of a car to which the horse or animal is attached or the park pen to which the French translators refer. 7. And this does suggest that man is in his childhood. But at the beginning of the second paragraph Kant says that actually the condition of tutelage in which man finds himself is not in any way a natural powerlessness, inasmuch as men are, in fact, perfectly capable of taking charge of their own conduct. They are perfectly able to do so. It is just that something which must be defined, a flaw, a shortcoming, or a form of will makes them incapable. So, we must not confuse this condition of tutelage with what some philosophers designated as the condition of the natural childhood of a humanity which has not yet acquired the means and possibilities of autonomy. Second, if this notion of tutelage is not a matter of natural powerlessness, are we then dealing with a juridical or political notion referring to the fact that men are currently denied the legitimate exercise of their rights due to the circumstance of their having effectively given up their rights voluntarily in an initial founding act, or else because they have been deprived of their rights by some stratagem or violence? But here again we must note that this is not what Kant is talking about. He says so moreover, if men are in this condition of tutelage, if they are subject to direction by others, it is not because these others have seized power, or that it has been handed over to them in an essential, founding and instituting act. He says it is because men are unable or do not wish to conduct themselves, and others have obligingly come forward to conduct them. Point 8. He refers to an act, or rather to an attitude, a mode of behavior, a form of will which is general, permanent, and does not create any right, but simply a sort of state of affairs in which it turns out that, through connivance and, as it were, an obligingness slightly tinged with cunning and shrewdness, some people have taken upon themselves the direction of others. But what demonstrates much more clearly that this is not a matter of the deprivation of a right, that it is absolutely not a condition of legal minority in which men are unable to use, have been deprived of the possibility of using their own abilities, is the very examples that Kant gives of this condition of tutelage. If I have a book which takes the place of my understanding, if I have a spiritual director, he employs the word Seelsorger, who takes the place of my Gewissen, moral conscience. If I have a doctor who decides my diet for me, then I do not need to take trouble myself. 9. This is what exemplifies the condition of tutelage for Kant. Having a book take the place of understanding, Verstand, having a director take the place of conscience, Gewissen, and having a doctor dictate one's diet are what characterize, exemplify, and concretely manifest what it is to be in the condition of tutelage. You can see that what is involved is absolutely not a condition of natural dependence, that it is not in any way a situation of a juridical or political dispossession of the individual's rights, and you can see too that it is not even a form of authority that Kant deems illegitimate. He never thought it illegitimate that there were books and that one read them. There is no doubt that he would not even deem it illegitimate to have a spiritual director, a zielzarter, any more, of course, than resorting to a doctor. But where then is the condition of dependence situated? It is found in the way in which the individual makes these three authorities, the book, the spiritual director, and the doctor, work in relation to himself. It is found in the way in which the individual substitutes the book for his own understanding and makes the book function instead of and in the place of his own understanding. It is found in the way in which, when employing his own moral conscience, he replaces it with the moral conscience of a spiritual director who tells him what he must do. And finally, it is found in a way of making use of his own technical knowledge concerning his own life, such that he substitutes a doctor's knowledge for what he is capable of knowing, deciding, or planning with regard to his own life. Now I do not think it is too much of an overinterpretation of this text to say that in these three apparently extraordinarily flat and familiar examples, the book, the spiritual director, the doctor, we rediscover, of course, the three critiques. The first, in fact, addresses the question of Verstand, the second, that of the zielzarter, that is, the problem of moral conscience, and with the problem of the doctor you can see at least one of the kernels which will later form the domain of the critique of judgment. These three concrete examples of the book, the spiritual director, and the doctor are not usually accorded much philosophical, juridical, or political status, but they are the three critiques. It seems to me therefore that this analysis of tutelage should be read in terms of the implicit and underlying presence in this text of the three critiques. You can see how the critical enterprise and the process of Aufklärung complement each other, summon each other, and render each other necessary. What, in fact, is the critique of pure reason if not that which teaches us to make legitimate use of our Verstand, our understanding, that is to say, within the limits of our reason? But if we must use our Verstand within the limits demonstrated by the analytic of reason, it is also necessary that we make an autonomous use of our understanding, concretely, personally, and individually, without referring ourselves to the authority of a book. Now these two sides, the critical side and the Aufklärung side, if you like, of the question of the Verstand, only using one's Verstand within the legitimate limits, but making an autonomous use of our own Verstand, these two necessities, obligations, and principles correspond to each other, not only in the form of complementarity, do not go beyond the limits, but make an autonomous use of it, but also inasmuch as it is because we go beyond the legitimate limits of reason that we are led to appeal to an authority which places us precisely in a condition of tutelage. Going beyond the critical limits and placing oneself under the authority of another are the two sides of what Kant opposes in the critique and from which the process of Aufklärung must deliver us. Critical reflection and the analysis of Aufklärung, or rather the insertion of critique in the historical process of Aufklärung is, I believe, marked out here at least in outline. We could say the same about the second example, that of the zielzarter and the Gewissen. The critique of practical reason teaches us that we must not make our duty depend on our subsequent fate, and at the same time we must understand that we must use our own conscience to determine our conduct. Here again, the complementarity is easily shown insofar as it is when we seek to make our duty depend on what we think our subsequent fate will be, rather than on the pure form of the imperative, that instead of entrusting the determination of our conduct to ourselves as responsible adults, we entrust it to a zielzarter who may well be useful in some cases but should not be the first principle of our will. He will become the first principle of our will precisely if we seek to base our moral conduct on our subsequent fate. So it seems to me that we see outlined fairly clearly, if discreetly, the relationship between the limitation we have to carry out in critical reflection and autonomization through the process of Aufklärung. Leaving the condition of tutelage and exercising critical activity are, I think, two related operations, and the connection between them appears through these three examples, or at any rate the first two. This bond of affiliation between critique and Aufklärung, an implicit bond then, is not formulated, but I get the impression that we could find its effects and echoes throughout the text. For example, I think Kant's insistence on showing that the condition of tutelage is due only to man himself echoes and corresponds, as if in empirical terms, to what the critique tried to analyze when, instead of seeking to refute errors which are transmitted, inculcated, and believed, it undertook to demonstrate how and for what reasons the illusions we produce may be necessary. In the same way, In his text on Aufklärung, Kant says that men are responsible for their own condition of tutelage, so that were they to be released, and if they are released in an authoritarian way from their Gangelwagen, the wheeled cart which guides them as children, they will be afraid of falling, unable to walk or cross the narrowest ditch, and they will fall. It seems to me that we have something like the symmetrical and reverse image of the famous flight of reason which, going beyond its limits, does not even know that there is no atmosphere able to support it. Anyway, the system of echoes between the critique and this analysis of the present reality of the Aufklärung is fairly clear in the text, discreet, but clear. In any case, whatever the relationships between critique and Aufklärung may be, generally speaking, from the beginning of this text I think we can accept, first, that the tutelage from which Aufklärung must get us out is defined by a relationship between the use we make, or will be able to make of our own reason and direction, Leitung, by others. The condition of tutelage is characterized by this relationship, this vitiated relationship between government of self and government of others. Second, to what is this superimposition of the direction by others and the use we can and must make of our own Verstand or Gewissen due? It is not due to the violence of an authority but simply to ourselves, to a certain relationship to ourselves. Kant takes words from the register of morality to describe this relationship. He says laziness and cowardice, Faulheit, Freiheit. Point 10. We should come back to this, but I don't think that Kant is setting his sights on moral faults here, but actually on a sort of deficit in the relationship of autonomy to oneself. It is due to laziness and cowardice that we do not devote all our resolve, strength, and courage to having the relationship of autonomy with ourselves which enables us to make use of our reason and our morality. Consequently, what Aufklärung has to do, and is in the process of doing, is precisely to redistribute the relationships between government of self and government of others. How does Kant think this redistribution of government of self and government of others is taking place? How is it taking place and how should it take place, since we are in the realms of description and prescription at the same time? At this point the text takes a rather strange turn. First, Kant establishes that individuals are unable to get out of their condition of tutelage by themselves. Why are they unable to get out of their condition of tutelage? It is precisely for the same reasons given for them being in a condition of tutelage and for their responsibility for their own condition of tutelage. It is because they are cowards, because they are lazy, because of their fear. Once again, even if they were released from their bonds, from what holds them back, and from that authority, they would not take the decision to walk on their own 2 feet and would fall, not because of obstacles impeding them, but because they are afraid. We are in a condition of tutelage because we are cowards and lazy, and we cannot get out of this condition precisely because we are cowards and lazy. So, Kant evokes the second hypothesis: if men are unable by themselves to get out of their condition of tutelage, are there individuals who, by virtue of their authority and their action on others, are able to free men from this condition? Kant evokes individuals who think for themselves, that is to say, who, as individuals, really have escaped this laziness and cowardice and who, thinking for themselves, assume the authority over others that these others request. These then are people who, as Kant has just said ironically obligingly, assume responsibility for the direction of others. Point 11. But while taking over the direction of others by virtue of their own autonomy, some of these people, aware of their value to others, as well as of the vocation, beruf, of every man to think for himself, 12. decide to play the role of liberators. So, they think for themselves and rely on this autonomy to assume authority over others. But they use this authority in such a way that awareness of their worth will somehow spread and become the acknowledgement and affirmation of the will of every man to do the same, that is to say, think for himself. Now, he says, in reality these individuals, who are like spiritual or political leaders, cannot get humanity out of its tutelage. Why is this? Precisely because they began by placing others under their authority, so that these others, being thus accustomed to the yoke, cannot bear the freedom and emancipation they are given. They force, they constrain precisely those who want to free them because they have freed themselves to come back under the yoke which they accepted from the other out of cowardice and laziness and under which they now wish to bring back those who want to free them. Consequently, he says, the law of all revolutions, this was written in 1784, is that those who make them necessarily fall back under the yoke of those who wanted to free them. So, since it is not men themselves, or some men, who will carry out this process of transformation, of this way out from the condition of tutelage into a condition of majority, then, Kant says, in order to see how Aufklärung, liberation, and leaving the condition of tutelage must take place, we must see exactly how this condition of tutelage functions. And he says that the condition of tutelage is characterized by the constitution of two unjustified and illegitimate couples. First, the couple formed by obedience and the absence of reasoning. Second, the couple formed by, or at least the confusion between two things that should be distinguished, the private and the public. The first couple, then, is this. In the societies we know, it is accepted this is what governors would have the governed believe, but it is also what the governed believe out of cowardice and laziness, that there can only be obedience where there is absence of reasoning, raisonnement. Kant gives 3 examples of this: 13 officers who say to their soldiers, do not argue, raisonner, obey, the priest who says to the faithful, do not argue, believe, and the tax collector who says, do not argue, pay. The term used here is raisonnieren, which, as you know, in the critiques, but especially in the critique of pure reason, has a very particular sense of quibbling. 14, but which we should take here in the sense of using one's faculty of reason. So, in this structure of the condition of tutelage we have this affiliation of obedience and the absence of raisonnieren, of the use of the faculty of reason. And, Kant says, there is only one being in the world. He does not say who one ruler in the world. 15, who says, argue, raisonner, as much as you like, but obey. And, of course, the question arises of the identity of this sole ruler in the world who says, argue as much as you like, but obey. Is it God, reason itself, or the Prussian king? You will see that it is certainly not the first, but the second, a bit, and especially the third. The second couple which characterizes the condition of tutelage is that formed by the two domains of the private and public, privat and publicum, the famous public that we have just been talking about. When Kant distinguishes between what is private and what is public, he is not in any way, or not mainly, setting his sights on two domains of activity, one which would be public for certain reasons, and the other which would be private for opposite reasons. The characterization private is not applied to a domain of things but to a use, precisely to a use of our own faculties. And what he calls public is less a precise domain of things or activities than a certain way of putting to work and using our own faculties. What is the private use of the faculties? In what way do we make what Kant calls a private use of the faculties? We make private use of our faculties in our professional activity, in our public activity as functionaries, when we are components of a society or government whose principles and objectives are those of the collective good. In other words, and there is an ingenious little trick here, a little discrepancy with regard to our use of these words. What he calls private is in fact what we call public, or at any rate professional. Why does he call it private? Quite simply, he does so for the following reason. What are we in all these forms of activity, in the use we make of our faculties when we are functionaries, when we belong to an institution, to a political body? We are, he says, just parts of a machine. 16. We are parts of a machine, placed in a given spot, with a precise role to play, with other parts of the machine having to play different roles. To that extent we do not function as a universal subject but as an individual. We have to make a particular and precise use of our faculty within a system which is charged with an overall and collective function. This is private use. What then is public use? It is precisely the use we make of our understanding and our faculties inasmuch as we place ourselves in a universal element in which we can figure as a universal subject. Now it is quite clear that no political activity, administrative function, or form of economic practice puts us in this situation of universal subject. We constitute ourselves as a universal subject when as rational beings we address all other rational beings. It is simply here, precisely, and par excellence in that activity of the writer addressing the reader, that we encounter a dimension of the public which is at the same time the dimension of the universal. Or rather, we encounter a dimension of the universal, and the use we make of our understanding at this point can and must be a public use. Consequently, we can now see what tutelage and the way out from tutelage are in substance. There is tutelage whenever the principle of obedience confused with non-reasoning is made to coincide with, is superimposed on not only the private, but also the public use of our understanding. There is tutelage when obedience is confused with non-reasoning, and when, in this confusion of obedience and non-reasoning, we suppress what should be the public and universal use of our understanding. On the other hand, we will have attained our majority when we have re-established, as it were, the right connection between these two couples, when obedience, clearly separated from reasoning, using one's reason, is wholly, absolutely, and unconditionally good in private use, that is to say, when as citizen, functionary, soldier, member of a religious community, etc., we obey, and when, on the other hand, reasoning, the use of reason, takes place in the dimension of the universal. That is to say, an opening to a public in which there is no obligation, or rather no relationship of obedience or authority. In the condition of tutelage one obeys whatever the case, in private and public use, and consequently one does not reason. In the condition of majority, reasoning and obedience are disconnected. Obedience is emphasized in private use and the total and absolute freedom of reasoning is emphasized in public use. And you can see that we have here the definition of what is Aufklärung. You can see that Aufklärung, and Kant says this, is the exact opposite of tolerance. 17. What is tolerance in fact? Tolerance is precisely what excludes reasoning, discussion, and freedom of thought in its public form, and only accepts it, tolerates it in a personal, private, and hidden use. Aufklärung, on the contrary, gives freedom the dimension of the greatest publicity in the form of the universal, and it maintains obedience only in this private role, let's say in this particular, defined individual role within the social body. So this is what the process of Aufklärung, the new dividing up, the new distribution of government of self and government of others consists in. Now how is this operation to be carried out? What will its agent be? It is here, if you like, that the text turns round in such a way that, up to a point, most of the principles on which its analysis was based are put into question and, up to a point, this calls for, or marks out the possible place of the text on the revolution. How in actual fact, says Kant, is the Ausgang going? Is this Ausgang, this way out, being accomplished? Where are we in the process? What is the present point in this process of the way out? He gives an answer to this question which is absolutely tautological and says nothing more than the question. He says, we are moving towards enlightenment. 18. The German text says very precisely, we are in the period, in the Zeitalter, in the age of Aufklärung. To the question, what is Aufklärung and where are we in this process of Aufklärung, he confines himself to giving the answer, we live in the age of Aufklärung. But in fact, to give the question this content, Kant introduces a number of heterogeneous elements which, once again, call the very operation of his analysis into question. First he says, there are today some signs which foreshadow this process of liberation, and these signs show that some obstacles, 19 which previously were opposed to man making use of his reason, have now been removed. Now we know that there are no obstacles to man making use of his reason but man's own cowardice and laziness. Here, then, Kant emphasizes the existence of these obstacles. Second, after having stated and demonstrated at some length that there cannot be an individual agent or individual agents of this liberation, he now introduces precisely the King of Prussia. He brings in Frederick of Prussia who, he says, has not prescribed anything in questions of religion, and this is what makes Frederick an agent, the agent of Aufklärung. In this domain as in the domain of the arts and sciences 20. But Kant, who has a precise problem to deal with concerning religious legislation, says that the domain of arts and sciences is relatively simple and poses few problems in the domain of religion, where there are many more dangers. Frederick, unlike his predecessor, has not prescribed anything. On the other hand, however, he has ensured the public peace of his state thanks to a strong and well-disciplined army. 21. And in this total freedom for conducting religious discussion, accompanied by the constitution of a strong army ensuring public peace, we have precisely, through Frederick's decision and his way of governing, that adjustment between, on the one hand, a government of self which will develop in the form of the universal, as public discussion, public reasoning, and the public use of understanding, and, on the other, the obedience to which all those who are part of a given society, state, or administration will be constrained. Frederick of Prussia is the very figure of Aufklärung, the essential agent of Aufklärung, the agent who makes the right redistribution in the interplay between obedience and private use, universality, and public use. Finally, and the text ends here, after Frederick's role as the agent of Aufklärung, Kant evokes a sort of pact which is a third way of calling into question what he has just been saying. He brought it into question by saying that some obstacles have been removed. He brought his own analysis into question by introducing an individual role for Frederick of Prussia. And now, in the conclusion, he brings into question the precise division he made between public discussion and the autonomous use of the understanding on the one hand, and obedience and private use on the other. He evokes what he thinks of as, what he calls the beneficial effects of this opening up of a public dimension for the use of reason. In what is a fairly obscure passage, but one which I think can be interpreted in the following way, he says that precisely by allowing the greatest possible growth of this freedom of public thought, and so by opening this free and autonomous dimension of the universal for the use of the understanding, this understanding will demonstrate, in an ever-increasingly clear and evident way, the imperative need for obedience in the realm of civil society. Point 22. The more you allow freedom to thought, the more sure you will be that the people's mind will be shaped to obedience. And in this way we see taking shape a transference of political benefit from the free use of reason onto the domain of private obedience. Clearly, you can see that these three solutions, or definitions rather, of the process of Aufklärung displace and, up to a point, contradict or call into question the whole of Kant's analysis. The difficulty Kant clearly experienced in giving the King of Prussia this role as agent of Aufklärung no doubt partly explains the fact that, in the 1798 text I spoke about in the previous session, the agent of Aufklärung, the very process of Aufklärung, will be transferred to the revolution. Or, more exactly, it will not be transferred entirely to the revolution, but to that general phenomenon of revolutionary enthusiasm produced around the revolution. In the 1798 text, revolutionary enthusiasm replaces or succeeds the King of Prussia in the role he was given in the 1784 text as agent of Aufklärung. We will stop there for today. Starting next week I will take up this problem of the government of self and others again, on a completely different scale, with completely different historical reference points, and completely different documents. Today I just wanted to indicate to you how it was that Kant introduced this type of problematic concerning the analysis of present reality into the history of modern philosophy. 3. January 12, 1983, First Hour. Reminders of method. Definition of the subject to be studied this year. Parousia and culture of self. Galen's on the passions and errors of the soul. Parousia, difficulty in defining the notion, bibliographical reference points. An enduring, plural, and ambiguous notion. Plato faced with the tyrant of Syracuse, an exemplary scene of parousia. The echo of Oedipus. Parousia versus demonstration, teaching, and discussion. The element of risk. Last week I briefly reminded you of the general project, which is to try to analyze what may be called the focal points or matrices of experience like madness, criminality, and sexuality, and to analyze them according to the correlation of the three axes which constitute these experiences, the formation of forms of knowledge, savoirs, the normativity of behavior, and the constitution of the subject's modes of being. I also try to indicate the theoretical shifts involved in this kind of analysis when one is studying the formation of forms of knowledge, the normativity of behavior, and the subject's modes of being in their correlation. It seems to me in fact that when one tries to delineate the formation of forms of knowledge in this perspective, the analysis should be conducted not so much as the history of bodies of knowledge, but on the basis of and from the point of view of the analysis of discursive practices and forms of erudition. The first theoretical displacement to be made was this transition, this shift from the development of bodies of knowledge to the analysis of forms of erudition. The second theoretical displacement to be carried out consists in freeing oneself from any would-be general theory of power, with all the capital letters, or from explanations in terms of domination in general, when analyzing the normativity of behavior, and in trying instead to bring out the history and analysis of procedures and technologies of governmentality. Finally, the third displacement consists, I think, in passing from a theory of the subject, on the basis of which one would try to bring out the different modes of being of subjectivity in their historicity, to the analysis of the modalities and techniques of the relation to self, or again to the history of this pragmatics of the subject in its different forms, some examples of which I tried to give you last year. So, analysis of forms of erudition, analysis of procedures of governmentality, and analysis of the pragmatics of the subject and techniques of the self. These, then, are the three displacements that I have outlined. I have indicated that this year I would like to take up some of the questions that were left hanging in this itinerary, by laying stress precisely on some aspects, some questions, which give a better idea of the correlation of these three axes. I have, if you like, devoted myself mostly to studying each of these three axes in turn, that of the formation of forms of knowledge and practices of erudition, that of the normativity of behavior and the technology of power, and finally that of the constitution of the subject's modes of being on the basis of practices of self. I would now like to see how we can establish the correlation, how in actual fact the correlation is established, and try to grasp some points, elements, notions, and practices which indicate this correlation and show how in fact it can be carried out. And, in posing the question of the government of self and others, I would like to try to see how truth-telling, dire, the obligation and possibility of telling the truth in procedures of government can show how the individual is constituted as subject in the relationship to self and the relationship to others. This is what I would like to say something about this year, truth-telling in procedures of government and the constitution of an individual as subject for himself and for others. So the lectures this year will no doubt be a bit discontinuous. Still, I would like to try to study some aspects of this general problem by considering some notions and particular practices. So the first domain, the first dossier I would like to open is one that we came across last year in relation to spiritual direction and practices of self in antiquity, in the 1st and 2nd centuries CE. You recall that we came across this rather interesting notion of parousia 1h. One of the original meanings of the Greek word parousia is to say everything, but in fact it is much more frequently translated as free-spokenness, frank parlor, free speech, etc. You recall that this notion of parousia, which was important in practices of spiritual direction, was a rich, ambiguous, and difficult notion, particularly insofar as it designated a virtue, a quality. Some people have parousia and others do not, a duty. One must really be able to demonstrate parousia, especially in certain cases and situations, and a technique, a process. Some people know how to use parousia and others do not. And this virtue, duty, and technique must characterize, among other things and above all, the man who is responsible for directing others, and particularly for directing them in their effort, their attempt to constitute an appropriate relationship to themselves. In other words, parousia is a virtue, duty, and technique which should be found in the person who spiritually directs others and helps them to constitute their relationship to self. You recall that last year we saw how, from the classical epoch of antiquity to late antiquity, and particularly in the first 2 centuries CE, a certain culture of self developed which assumed such dimensions that we could talk of a veritable golden age of the culture of self. Point 2. In this culture of self, in this relationship to self we saw the development of a whole technique, an art that was taught and practiced. We saw that this art of oneself required a relationship to the other. In other words, one cannot attend to oneself, take care of oneself, without a relationship to another person. And the role of this other is precisely to tell the truth, to tell the whole truth, or at any rate to tell all the truth that is necessary, and to tell it in a certain form which is precisely parousia, which once again is translated as free-spokenness, frank parlor. With regard to this general theme, you may particularly recall a text, Galen's On the Passions and Errors of the Soul 3, which we looked at for a while. It is a very interesting text in which we saw, first of all, the old traditional theme, or rather the double theme of care of self and self-knowledge, the obligation for every individual to care about himself, which is immediately linked to its condition, self-knowledge. One cannot take care of oneself without knowing oneself. This put us on the track of the interesting fact that the well-known and, for us, fundamental principle of gnothisiodon, self-knowledge, rests on and is a component of what is basically the more general principle of caring for oneself. Point 4. In Galen's text we also found the idea that one can only take care of oneself in a continuous and permanent fashion, and not, as in Plato's Alcibiades, at the adolescence point of entry into public life and responsibility for the city. One must in fact take care of oneself throughout one's life, from youth to the culmination of old age. 5. So, in Galen's text we saw that this care of self, which must be developed and practiced laboriously and continuously throughout life, cannot dispense with the judgment given by others. Those who wish to dispense with this judgment in the opinion they form of themselves, Galen says, frequently fall a phrase which will be frequently taken up again in a very different context. Christian spirituality will say that those who dispense with guidance from others fall like the leaves in autumn. 6. Well, Galen had already said, in the opinion we have of ourselves we frequently fall when we dispense with the judgment made by others. On the other hand, Galen says, those who submit the declaration of their own worth to others are rarely deceived. So, starting from this principle, Galen said that clearly we need to appeal to someone to help us to form our opinion of ourselves and to establish an appropriate relationship to self. We need to appeal to someone else. What should this other person be? Here was one of the surprising elements in the text. You recall that Galen does not present the person to whom we must resort as a technician. He is not presented as a technician of the medicine of the body or as a technician of the medicine of souls, neither as a doctor nor as a philosopher. According to Galen's text we should appeal to a man who has reached a certain age, has a sufficiently good reputation, and who possesses, in addition, a certain quality. This quality was parrhesia, free-spokenness. A man of a certain age, who has a good reputation, and who possesses parrhesia are the three necessary and sufficient criteria for the person we need for us to have a relationship to self. So we have, if you like, a whole structure, a whole bundle of important notions and themes: care of self, knowledge of self, art and exercise of oneself, relationship to the other, government by the other and truth-telling, and the obligation to speak the truth on the part of the other. You can see that with parrhesia we have a notion which is situated at the meeting point of the obligation to speak the truth, procedures and techniques of governmentality, and the constitution of the relationship to self. Truth-telling by the other, as an essential component of how he governs us, is one of the essential conditions for us to be able to form the right kind of relationship to ourselves that will give us virtue and happiness. This was the general theme, if you like, that we found in Galen in the 2nd century CE. I would like to take this as my starting point, noting straight away that this notion of parrhesia, which we came across in this and similar texts devoted to individual spiritual direction, extends far beyond the use and meaning picked out in this way. We can say that parrhesia is something of a spidery kind of notion which, it must be said, has not been studied a great deal. It is a spidery kind of notion because, in the first place, although the ancients themselves often refer to it, we will see a whole set of texts concerning parrhesia, and the set I will use is obviously far from exhaustive. There is nonetheless no, or anyway very little direct reflection on the notion. It is a notion which is used and referred to, but it is not considered directly or thematized as such. Among the texts which have come down to us, there is practically only one treatise actually devoted to parrhesia, and this is in a fragmentary condition. This is the treatise of the most important Epicurean of the 1st century CE. It is a treatise by Philodemus, some fragments of which have been published and can be found, in Greek and without translation, in the Dünner collection. 7. Apart from this we possess no direct reflection by the ancients on this notion of parrhesia. And on the other hand, it is a notion which, if you like, is not integrated in a clearly identifiable and localizable way within a particular conceptual system of philosophical doctrine. It is a theme which runs from one system to another, from one doctrine to another, so that it is quite difficult to define its meaning precisely or identify its precise system. A bibliographical point on this notion of parrhesia. Apart, of course, from this text by Philodemus, there is hardly anything, or at any rate I know of hardly anything apart from, first, an article devoted to parrhesia in the Real Encyclopédie, the Polywissoa, 8 written a long time ago, in 1938, 1939, just before the war I think, by Philipson. 9 Then there is an important book written in Italy by Scarpet, published in 1964, 10 in which there is an interesting and careful record of the notion of parrhesia, with a very strange elision of precisely all the meanings, values, and uses of the notion for individual guidance. While everything concerning its political and religious use is well covered, the work is extremely incomplete for individual spiritual direction. Finally, in the proceedings of the 8th Congress of the Association de Yombud, from 1968. There is an article in French by Marcello Giganti devoted precisely to Philodemus and his treatise on parousia. 11. What, from my point of view, is worth our attention in this notion of parousia is first of all, and I am going to say some very elementary things, its very long life, its use throughout antiquity, since obviously we will come back to this in more detail today and next week. The use of the notion is already well established, well defined in the great classical texts, whether of Plato or Euripides, and then in a whole series of other texts, Isocrates, Demosthenes, Polybius, Philodemus, Plutarch, Marcus Aurelius, Maximus of Tyre, Lucian, and so on. Then you find this notion at the very end of antiquity in Christian spirituality, in St. John Chrysostom, for example, in his letters to Olympius 12, the letter from exile 13, or the treatise on Providence. 14. You also find a very important, rich, and to a certain extent very new use of this notion of parousia in Dorotheus of Gaza. 15. The theme is, of course, found in Latin texts, although the translation of the term parousia is not entirely stable and somewhat fluctuating. It is found in Seneca 16 and the historians also, of course, and in theorists of rhetoric like Quintilian. 17. And then there are many translations with words like licentia, libertas, oratio libera, etc. So, the notion has a very long life. Second, the notion is found on a number of different levels, since it has been possible to find it quite clearly and well defined in the practice of individual guidance, but also in the political field. And here too it has a multiplicity of interesting meanings which undergo a significant evolution from Athenian democracy to the Roman Empire. And this is one of the things I will try to study in the lectures. It is used on the borders of what could be called individual guidance and the political field, and specifically around the problem of the prince's soul. How should one guide the prince's soul, and what form of true discourse does the prince need, as an individual, to form an appropriate relationship to himself that will guarantee his virtue, and also such that, thereby and through this teaching, he is formed as a morally worthy individual, as a governor who takes responsibility for and care of others as well as himself. What then is the type of discourse which is such that the prince will be able to take charge of himself, to take care of himself as well as those he governs? How can one govern the prince in such a way that he will be able to govern himself and others? This is one of the points I would like to stress. And then this notion is also found in the field of religious experience and the religious theme, where there is a very strange and interesting change, a slippage, almost a reversal of the poles of this notion of parousia. To start with, we find parousia meaning that the master is obliged to tell the disciple all the truth that is necessary, and then we find it again with the idea that it is possible for the disciple to tell the master everything about himself. That is to say, we pass from a meaning of the notion in which parousia refers to the master's obligation to tell the disciple what is true, to a meaning which refers to the disciple's obligation to tell the master the truth of himself. Finally, a third source of the richness of this notion is that however general and constant its valorization, I have said that it is a virtue, a quality, it is in fact surrounded by a great deal of ambiguity, and its valorization is not entirely constant or homogeneous. We will see, for example, that cynic parousia, cynic freespokenness, is far from being an absolutely univocal notion or value. And we will see that in Christian spirituality parousia may well have the sense of indiscretion, in the form of chattering about everything concerning oneself. All this must seem to you to be at once abstract, imprecise, rough, and loose. So let's try to make some headway and be a bit more precise. I don't want to go over the history of this notion in detail here today. I will take an average text, if you like, an average case, an average example of parousia from almost exactly midway between the classical age and the great Christian spirituality of the 4th to 5th century CE, in which we see this notion of parousia at work in a traditional but very well-defined field of philosophy. I take this example of parousia from a text by Plutarch, an average author in every sense of the term. There are a great many texts by Plutarch, and we will come back to this, which are devoted, or rather which use this notion of parousia, since as I have said it is rarely considered for itself. Plutarch's text is found in the Lives, in Dion, paragraph V, page 960a. You can see more or less who Dion is. He is the brother of Aristomache. But you probably do not know who Aristomache was. Aristomache was one of the two official wives of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. Dionysius had two wives. One of these was Aristomache, and Dion was her younger brother. Dion, who, in relation to Dionysius the elder, and especially in relation to Dionysius the younger, will play an important part in the life of Syracuse, will be Plato's disciple, correspondent, sponsor, guarantor, and host when Plato comes to Sicily. Plato's real, effective relationship with the political life of Syracuse and the tyranny of Dionysius comes about through Dion. So, in this text devoted to Dion, Plutarch recalls that this young brother of Aristomache was a boy endowed with fine qualities, generosity of spirit, courage, and the ability to learn. 18 However, living as a young man at the court of a tyrant like Dionysius, he had gradually become accustomed to fear, servility, and pleasure. As a result, he was full of prejudices, that is to say clearly referring to Stoic or Stoicizing themes. While the quality of his nature had not been undermined, some false opinions had been deposited in his soul, until the day when, by chance a benevolent spirit, daimon, Plutarch says 19 brought Plato to the shores of Sicily. It is there that Dion meets Plato, becomes his pupil, and benefits from his master's lessons. At this point his true and good nature reappears and, he says, and here we come to it, in his soul's youthful ingenuousness, Dion expected that under the influence of the same lessons as those he had received from Plato, his uncle, the tyrant Dionysius, might experience the same feelings and might easily let himself be improved in the good. In his enthusiasm, he set about doing all he could that Dionysius might enter into a relationship with Plato and hear his lessons. 20 And now Plato, Dion, and Dionysius arrive on the scene. Their conversation having got underway, the basic theme of the discussion was virtue, but more especially courage. Plato showed that tyrants were anything but courageous. Then, moving away from this subject, he elaborated on justice and showed that the life of the just man was happy and that the unjust man was unhappy, a lesson. Then, on virtue and its different elements, its different components, its different forms, courage, justice, mf. The tyrant could not bear these remarks concerning the fact that the life of the just was happy and that of the unjust was unhappy, mf, which he thought were directed at him, and he did not conceal his displeasure at seeing the other admiring auditors being charmed by the discourse of the great man. Finally, filled with anger and exasperation, Dionysius asked Plato, "What have you come to Sicily for?" And Plato replied, "I am looking for a good man." The tyrant replied, "By the gods, it is clear that you have not yet found one." Dion thought that Dionysius' anger would end there, and he put Plato, who was in a hurry to leave, on a trireme taking Polys, the Spartan, back to Greece. But Dionysius secretly asked Polys to kill Plato on the journey, if it was possible, and if not, at least sell him into slavery. "This will do him no harm," he said, "and insofar as he is a just man, he will be just as happy, even as a slave." It is said that Polys hastened to sell Plato in Aegina, for Aegina was then at war with Athens, and according to an Aeginetan decree any Athenian taken on their territory was to be sold. These incidents did not diminish Dion's enjoyment of the favor and confidence of Dionysius. He was charged with important missions, and when he was sent to Carthage he attracted extraordinary admiration. He was pretty well the only person whose parousia Dionysius tolerated and was allowed to speak his mind boldly, as is evidenced by their discussion concerning Gelon. Gelon was a Syracusan who exercised power before Dionysius, mf. It seems that one day Dionysius ridiculed Gelon's government, which he said had been the laughing stock of Sicily. Actually, this is a play on words. In Greek, to laugh is Gelon, hence Gelon, Gelon/Gelon. So Dionysius made some silly puns on Gelon and said he had been the laughing stock of Sicily, mf. The courtiers seemed to admire this play on words, and Dion was the only one to show his disapproval. "Nevertheless," he said, "you are tyrant thanks to Gelon, who inspired a confidence from which you have benefited, but after having seen you at work, no one will be trusted again." And Plutarch comments on Dion's parasiistic statement to Dionysius, and says, "For it is clear that Gelon made a town governed by a monarchy the most beautiful sight, whereas Dionysius made it the most dreadful." 21 Well, I think that in a way this is an exemplary scene of parousia. A man stands up to a tyrant and tells him the truth. We should examine this a bit more closely. you can see first of all that the scene is divided in two, as it were. Two individuals give proof of parrhesia in turn. Plato speaks the truth, giving his classical and famous lesson on the nature of virtue, courage, and justice, and on the relationship between justice and happiness. He tells the truth in his lesson and also in his sharp reply to Dionysius when the latter, annoyed by Plato's lessons, asks him what he is doing in Sicily. I came looking for a good man, letting it be understood that Dionysius is not such a man. You see that the word parrhesia is not used with reference to Plato, although this really is a sort of matrix scene of parrhesia. Then, in the second element or moment, or rather, extension of the scene, after Plato's departure and punishment, Dion, Plato's disciple, appears as the one who, notwithstanding such a visible and spectacular punishment, nevertheless continues to tell the truth. He tells the truth, and his situation in relation to Dionysius is somewhat different from Plato's. He is not the teacher who is teaching. He is the person who, close to Dionysius, as courtier and relative, his brother-in-law, takes it upon himself to tell him the truth, give him advice, and possibly reply to him when the tyrant says something false or uncalled for. It is with regard to Dion that the word parrhesia is actually uttered. Close to Dionysius and after Plato's great lesson, Dion is the one who uses parrhesia. He is the parrhesiast, he is truthful. Dion, the truth-teller. I would like, because the idea only came to me late, or more exactly, early, this morning, to bring this scene together with another scene in which there is a similar distribution of the characters, since it involves a tyrant, Tyrannos, the brother of his wife, and the person who tells the truth. I do not know how far it would be worth analyzing the structural analogy between these two scenes a little more closely. You are familiar with the scene in which the brother-in-law tells the tyrant the truth, in which the tyrant does not want to hear the truth, and in which the tyrant says to his brother-in-law, "You do not really want to tell me the truth for good reasons, but because you want to take my place." To which the brother-in-law replies, "But not at all, just think of my case, consider this first of all. Do you think anyone would prefer to rule in constant fear when he could sleep peacefully while enjoying the same power? I myself was not born with a desire to be king, but rather with a desire to live like one. It is the same for anyone endowed with reason. Today, I get everything from you without having to pay for it with fear. If I myself were to rule, what things I would have to do against my will. So how could the throne be preferable to a power and authority which bring me no cares? I am not so deluded as to want more than honor combined with profit. Today I am at ease with everyone greets me, and whoever needs you calls on me at home. Their success depends on this. Would I give all this up for that? No, reason would not become madness. I have never had any taste for such an idea. And nor would I agree to ally myself with anyone who would act in that way. 22 So he says, have no fear. You accuse me of wanting to take your place by telling you to seek the truth. I have no wish to replace you. I am fine where I am in this privileged situation, one of the top rank in the city, alongside you. I do not exercise power, but just traditional authority. As for you, well, go to Pytho first of all and ask if I have reported the oracle exactly. Seek the truth yourself. I have told you the truth that comes from Pytho. If you do not believe me, go yourself. This is, of course, Creon speaking to Oedipus. Up to a point, and in the same way, we are dealing here with that sort of typical, exemplary situation of the tyrant who exercises power, of the blind exercise of power, and of someone close to him, who happens to be his brother-in-law, the brother of his wife, who tells the truth. He tells the truth and precisely the tyrant does not listen to it. Well, we find this Oedipal scene again, set out in more or less the same way, in Plutarch's text. Now let us try to see what this parrhesia is in Plutarch's text. How should we characterize it? Forgive me if I am a bit plodding and go very slowly, but I would like things to be quite clear. We must be prudent when defining the nature of parrhesia and advance step by step. What makes Plutarch say that Dion practices parrhesia? He practices parrhesia, as does Plato moreover, although the term is not applied to Plato. Well, in the first place, Parrhesia is the fact of telling the truth. What distinguishes Dion from the courtiers around Dionysius is precisely that the courtiers laugh when Dionysius makes a silly pun and pretend to see this as a mark of wit, not because it is true, but because they are flatterers. The Parrhesiast is someone who tells the truth and consequently distinguishes himself from any untruthfulness and flattery. Parrhesias est high, that is to say, the truth. But it is clear that it is not just any way of telling the truth. And it is clear, for example, that when Plato said in one of his dialogues that the life of the just is happy and that of unjust unhappy, and God knows he said it often enough, he was not giving proof each time of parrhesia. It is only in this precise situation and context that he gives proof of parrhesia. Or again, Dion gives proof of parrhesia when he says to Dionysius, Gelon inspired confidence in the town, and then it was happy, but you no longer inspire confidence in the town and consequently it is unhappy. But Plutarch is only taking up Dion's idea again when he says, in fact, the town governed by Gelon was the most beautiful sight, and the town governed by Dionysius was the most dreadful sight. He repeats the idea, but he does not thereby give proof of his own parrhesia. So, we can say that parrhesia is a way of telling the truth, but what defines it is not the content of the truth as such. Parrhesia is a particular way of telling the truth. But what is a way of telling the truth? And how can we analyze the different possible ways of telling the truth? Where can we situate the way of telling the truth that characterizes parrhesia? Let us begin, if you like, by quickly eliminating some hypotheses. Schematically we can say that ways of telling the truth are usually analyzed either in terms of the structure of the discourse itself, or in terms of the purpose of the discourse, or, if you like, in terms of how the purpose of the discourse affects its structure, and then discourses are analyzed in terms of their strategies. Different ways of telling the truth may appear as so many forms of a strategy of demonstration, or persuasion, or teaching, or debating. Does parrhesia belong to one of these strategies? Is it a way of demonstrating, persuading, teaching, or debating? Let us look quickly at these four questions. It is clear that parrhesia does not come under a strategy of demonstration, it is not a way of demonstrating something. This is quite clear from Plutarch's text in which there is a whole series of examples of parrhesia. Plato demonstrates, of course, when he puts forward his great theory on the nature of virtue, justice, and courage etc. But he does not give proof of parrhesia just by this demonstration, he gives proof of parrhesia in his reply to Dionysius. And as for Dion, he does not demonstrate anything but confines himself to giving advice and uttering aphorisms, without any demonstrative argument. So, parrhesia may actually use elements of demonstration. There may be parrhesia in some demonstrations. After all, when Galileo writes his dialogues, he gives proof of parrhesia in a demonstrative text. But it is not the demonstration or rational structure of the discourse that defines parrhesia. Second, is parrhesia a strategy of persuasion? Does it fall under an art, the art of rhetoric? Things are clearly a bit more complicated here because, as we shall see, on the one hand, parrhesia as a technique, a process, and a way of saying things can and frequently must make an effective use of the resources of rhetoric. On the other hand, parrhesia, free-spokenness, veridicity, is found in some treatises of rhetoric as a figure of style, and as a figure of style which is, moreover, somewhat paradoxical and strange. When Quintilian in the second chapter of Book 9, paragraph 27 gives parrhesia, veridicity, free-spokenness, a place among what he calls the figures of thought, we will come back to all this, he presents it as the plainest of all the figures of thought. What is more plain, he asks, than true libertas? 23 From Quintilian's point of view parrhesia is a figure of thought, but it is like the most basic form of rhetoric, where the figure of thought consists in not using any figure. It remains nevertheless, as you can see, that between parrhesia and rhetoric there is a focal point of questions, a network of interactions, proximities, and intrications, etc., which we will have to try to disentangle. But in general terms we can say that within the field of rhetoric parrhesia cannot just be defined as an element falling within the province of rhetoric. On the one hand this is because, as you have seen, parrhesia is fundamentally, essentially, and primarily defined as truth-telling, whereas rhetoric is a way, an art, or a technique of arranging the elements of discourse in such a way as to persuade. It is not essential to rhetoric that this discourse speak the truth. On the other hand, parrhesia may take completely different forms, since there is parrhesia in both Plato's lengthy discourse and in Dion's aphorisms or brief rejoinders. There is no form of rhetoric specific to parrhesia. Above all, it is not so much or not necessarily a matter of persuasion in parrhesia. Certainly, when Plato gives Dionysius a lecture, he is trying to persuade him. When Dion gives advice to Dionysius, it is so that the latter will follow it, and to that extent parrhesia does correspond, like rhetoric, to the will to persuade. It has to call upon methods of rhetoric. But this is not necessarily the objective and purpose of parrhesia. When Plato answers Dionysius that he has come to Sicily in search of a good man, implying that he has not found one, it is clear that this involves some kind of challenge, irony, insult, or criticism. He is not trying to persuade him. Similarly, when Dion points out to Dionysius that his government is bad, while that of Gelon was good, it is again a judgment, an opinion, and not an attempt to persuade. So I do not think that parrhesia should be classified or understood from the point of view of rhetoric. Nor is parrhesia a way of teaching, it is not a form of pedagogy. Although it is true that it is always addressed to someone to whom one wishes to tell the truth, it is not necessarily a matter of teaching him. One may teach him, which is what Plato wants to do, but in the scenes I have been talking about there is a rough, violent, abrupt aspect of parrhesia, which is completely different from a pedagogical approach. The parrhesiast, the person who tells the truth in this form, throws the truth in the face of the person with whom he is in dialogue, or to whom he is speaking, and there is none of that progression peculiar to pedagogy, passing from the unknown to the known, from the simple to the complex, or from the part to the whole. To some extent we can even say that there is something in parrhesia which is completely contrary to at least some pedagogical procedures. In particular, and this will be an important point to which we will have to return, nothing is more distant than parrhesia from the well-known Socratic, or Platonic Socratic irony. Socratic irony involves a game in which the master pretends not to know and leads the student to formulate what he, the student, did not know that he knows. In parrhesia, however, as if it were a veritable anti-irony, the person who tells the truth throws the truth in the face of his interlocutor, a truth which is so violent, so abrupt, and said in such a peremptory and definitive way that the person facing him can only fall silent, or choke with fury, or change to a different register, which in the case of Dionysius is the attempt to murder Plato. Far from being someone who, through irony, discovers in himself the truth which he did not know that he knows, the person addressed is faced with a truth which he cannot accept, which he can only reject, and which leads him to injustice, excess, madness, blindness. We are dealing here with an effect which is quite precisely not only anti-ironic, but even anti-pedagogical. The fourth question, is parrhesia, then, a way of discussing? It does not fall within the provinces of demonstration, rhetoric, or pedagogy. Could we say that it falls within the province of heuristic? 24. Is it not, in fact, a particular way of confronting an adversary? In parrhesia, is there not an agonistic structure between two characters confronting and struggling with each other over the truth? In a sense, I think we are much closer to the value of parrhesia when we emphasize its agonistic structure. But I do not think that parrhesia is part of an art of debating insofar as this enables the triumph of what one believes to be true. In fact, in the two figures we see here, Plato facing Dionysius and Dion facing Dionysius, there is not really a debate in which one discourse seeks to prevail over the other. On one side, one of the interlocutors tells the truth, and he is basically concerned with telling the truth as quickly, loudly, and clearly as possible. Then, facing him, the other interlocutor does not reply, or he replies in a way other than through discourse. You can see how it plays out if we look at the important episode of Dionysius and Plato. On the one hand, Plato teaches. Dionysius is neither persuaded, nor taught, nor defeated in a debate. At the conclusion of the teaching, Dionysius substitutes for language, for the formulation of the truth in language, a victory which is not the victory of logos, of discourse, but the victory of violence, and of pure violence, since Dionysius has Plato sold as a slave in Aegina. Let us sum up. it has been a bit slow, but I think all this had to be excluded. Let's say that parrhesia is a way of telling the truth, and we have to find out what this way of telling the truth is. But this way of telling the truth does not fall within the province of heuristic and an art of debate, or of pedagogy and an art of teaching, or of rhetoric and an art of persuasion, or of an art of demonstration. Or again, I do not think we find the nature of parrhesia. We cannot isolate or grasp the substance of parrhesia in the analysis of the internal forms of discourse, or in the effects which this discourse sets out to achieve. It is not found in what could be called discursive strategies. In what, then, does it consist, since it does not consist in the discourse itself and its structures? Since we cannot situate parrhesia in an end envisaged by the discourse, where can we situate it? Let's consider the scene again, or the two scenes of parrhesia, and try to isolate the elements from which it is composed. Plato and Dion are people endowed with parrhesia, who employ parrhesia, who make use of parrhesia in very different forms, in lessons, aphorisms, replies, advice, judgments. But whatever the forms in which this truth is spoken, whatever the forms employed when one resorts to parrhesia, there is always parrhesia when telling the truth takes place in conditions such that the fact of telling the truth, and the fact of having told it, will, may, or must entail costly consequences for those who have told it. In other words, if we want to analyze the nature of parrhesia, I do not think we should look to the internal structure of the discourse, or to the aim which the true discourse seeks to achieve vis-a-vis the interlocutor, but to the speaker, or rather to the risk that truth-telling opens up for the speaker. We should look for parrhesia in the effect that its specific truth-telling may have on the speaker, in the possible backlash on the speaker from the effect it has on the interlocutor. In other words, telling the truth to the tyrant Dionysius, who gets angry, opens up a space of risk for the person who tells the truth. It opens up a danger, a peril, in which the speaker's very life will be at stake, and it is this that constitutes parrhesia. Parrhesia, therefore, is to be situated in what binds the speaker to the fact that what he says is the truth, and to the consequences which follow from the fact that he has told the truth. In these scenes Plato and Dion are people who practice parrhesia zest high, who practice parrhesia, inasmuch as they actually, presently, tell the truth, and in telling the truth lay themselves open to the risk of having to pay the price, or a certain price, for having done so. And it is not just any price that they are ready to pay, and that in telling the truth they affirm they are ready to pay. The price is death. We have here, if you like, and this is why I take this scene as a matrix, exemplary scene for parrhesia, the point at which subjects willingly undertake to tell the truth, while willingly and explicitly accepting that this truth-telling could cost them their life. Parrhesiasts are those who, if necessary, accept death for having told the truth. Or more precisely, parrhesiasts are those who undertake to tell the truth at an unspecified price, which may be as high as their own death. Well, this seems to me to be the crux of parrhesia. Obviously, I would not want us to stop at this somewhat pathetic formulation of the relationship between truth-telling and the risk of death, but this is what we should now start to disentangle. I'm bothered. Without acting like Pierre Belmar and introducing a commercial break 25, there is all the same something of a natural scansion in what I want to say. So if you like, we will take a 5 minutes rest and then continue. Because unless we do so I risk running on for half or 3/4 of an hour, and this may be a bit tiring. We will come back in 5 minutes. 4. January 12, 1983, 2nd hour. Irreducibility of the parrhesiastic to the performative utterance, opening up of an unspecified risk/public expression of a personal conviction/bringing a free courage into play. Pragmatics and dramatics of discourse. Classical use of the notion of parrhesia, democracy, Polybius, and citizenship, Euripides. So, in order to try to begin to disentangle the general and rather shaky formula I have just put forward by taking as a limit situation that of the parrhesiast who stands up, speaks, tells the truth to a tyrant, and risks his life, I will take as a point of reference, it has become an old chestnut, but maybe it's handy, as a counterexample, as a form of enunciation which is exactly the opposite of parrhesia, and which has been called for some years now the performative utterance. Point 1. You know that a performative utterance requires the particular, more or less strictly institutionalized context, an individual who has the requisite status or who is in a well-defined situation. Given all this as the condition for an utterance to be performative, an individual then makes this statement. The utterance is performative inasmuch as the enunciation itself effectuates the thing stated. You are familiar with the extremely banal example: the chairman of the meeting sits down and says, "The meeting is open." Despite its appearance, the statement "the meeting is open" is not an assertion. It is neither true nor false. What is essential is simply that the formulation "the meeting is open" opens the meeting. Or again, in a much more weakly institutionalized context, but one which nevertheless implies a set of rituals and a well-defined situation, when someone says, "I apologize," he has in fact apologized, and the enunciation "I apologize" effectuates what is stated, namely that someone has apologized to someone else. So, on the basis of this example, let us now take up the different elements of parrhesia again, of the statement of truth and especially of the scene in which parrhesia is effectuated. In Plutarch's text, and to some extent there is an element in common with performative utterances, here we find ourselves in a typical, familiar, and institutionalized situation of the sovereign. The text clearly shows this situation: the sovereign surrounded by his courtiers. The philosopher arrives to give his lesson, and the courtiers applaud the lesson. The other scene in the text is very similar, hardly different. It is still the tyrant Dionysius in his court. The courtiers present are laughing at Dionysius' puns, and someone, Dion, stands up and speaks. It is a classical scene of sovereign, courtiers, and the person who tells the truth, the scene also, you recall, of Oedipus the king. However, there is a major and crucial difference. In a performative utterance, the given elements of the situation are such that when the utterance is made, the effect which follows is known and ordered in advance, it is codified, and this is precisely what constitutes the performative character of the utterance. In parrhesia, on the other hand, whatever the usual, familiar, and quasi-institutionalized character of the situation in which it is effectuated, what makes it parrhesia is that the introduction, the eruption of the true discourse determines an open situation, or rather opens the situation and makes possible effects which are, precisely, not known. Parrhesia does not produce a codified effect, it opens up an unspecified risk. And this unspecified risk is obviously a function of the elements of the situation. When one finds oneself in a situation like this, the risk is in a way extremely open, since Dionysius' character, his unlimited tyrannical power, and his excessive temperament, the passions which drive him, may lead to the worst effect, and, as actually happens, to him wanting to kill the person who has told the truth. But you see that even when the situation is not as extreme as this, even when it does not involve a tyrant with the power of life and death over the person who speaks, what defines the parrhesiastic statement, what precisely makes the statement of its truth in the form of parrhesia is something absolutely unique among other forms of utterance and other formulations of the truth, is that parrhesia opens up a risk. Although it states the truth, there is no parrhesia in the progressive steps of a demonstration taking place in neutral conditions, because the person who states the truth in this way does not take any risk. The statement of the truth does not open up any risk if you envisage it only as an element in a demonstrative procedure. But, whether the truth is internal, think of Galileo, or external to a demonstrative procedure, we can say there is parrhesia when the statement of this truth constitutes an eruptive event opening up an undefined or poorly defined risk for the subject who speaks. In a sense, therefore, it is the opposite of the performative, in which the enunciation of something brings about and gives rise to a completely determined event as a function of the general code and institutional field in which the utterance is made. Here, on the contrary, it is a truth-telling, an eruptive truth-telling which creates a fracture and opens up the risk, a possibility, a field of dangers, or at any rate, an undefined eventuality. This is the first thing, the first characteristic. Second, still comparing parrhesia with a performative, you know that the subject's status is important in a performative utterance. The person who opens the meeting simply by saying the meeting is open must have the authority to do so and be the chairman of the meeting. The person who says I apologize only makes a performative utterance when he is actually in a situation of having offended his interlocutor or one in which he could or should apologize to him. The person who says I baptize you must have the status that permits him to baptize, namely, he must at least be a Christian, etc. But although this status is indispensable for the effectuation of a performative utterance, there does not have to be an, as it were, personal relationship between the person making the utterance and the utterance itself for the latter to be performative. In other words, purely as a matter of fact, it does not matter whether the Christian who says "I baptize you" and makes the appropriate signs does not believe in God or the devil. When he has actually made the gesture and uttered the words, he will have baptized, and the utterance will have been performative. It does not matter whether the chairman who says the meeting is open is really bored by the meeting, or if he dozes off, he will have opened the meeting. The same goes for the apology. What makes "I apologize" performative is not at all the subject's sincerity when he says "I apologize." It is just that he utters the sentence, even if he says to himself, "I'll wait for my chance, and then you'll see." In parrhesia, on the other hand, and what makes it parrhesia, is that not only is this indifference not possible, but that parrhesia is always a sort of formulation of the truth at two levels. A first level is that of the statement of the truth itself. At this point, as in the performative, one says the thing, and that's that. The second level of the parrhesiastic act, the parrhesiastic enunciation, is the affirmation that in fact one genuinely thinks, judges, and considers the truth one is saying to be genuinely true. I tell the truth, and I truly think that it is true, and I truly think that I am telling the truth when I say it. This doubling or intensification of the statement of the truth by the statement of the truth of the fact that I think this truth and that, thinking it, I say it, is what is essential to the parrhesiastic act. In Plutarch's text these two levels are not, of course, explicitly distinguished, as is the case most of the time. Moreover, the second level, the affirmation of the affirmation, frequently being implicit. Nevertheless, it remains the case that if you look at the elements of the scene which constitutes parrhesia, it is quite clear that something in them indicates this affirmation of the affirmation. This is essentially the public character of the affirmation, and not only the public character, but the fact that here and this will not always be the case. Parrhesia takes place in the form of a scene in which there are, first, the tyrant, then, confronting him, the person who speaks, who stands up or gives his lesson and tells the truth, and then, around these two, the courtiers, whose attitude varies according to the moment, the situation, who is speaking, and so forth. What this kind of joust or challenge shows is this solemn ritual of truth-telling in which the subject commits what he thinks and what he says and attests to the truth of what he thinks in the enunciation of what he says. In other words, I think that there is something in the parrhesiastic utterance that could be called a pact of the speaking subject with himself. It is a pact which has two levels, that of the act of enunciation and then that, explicit or implicit, by which the subject binds himself to the statement he has just made, but also to the act of making it. This is what makes the pact double. On the one hand, the subject in parrhesia says, "This is the truth." He says that he really thinks this truth, and in this he binds himself to the statement and to its content. But he also makes a pact in saying, "I am the person who has spoken this truth, I therefore bind myself to the act of stating it and take on the risk of all its consequences." Parrhesia therefore includes the statement of the truth, and then, on top of this statement, an implicit element that could be called the parrhesiastic pact of the subject with himself, by which he binds himself both to the content of the statement and to the act of making it. I am the person who will have said this. And this pact is demonstrated here through the joust, the challenge, the great scene of the man standing up to the tyrant and telling the truth before the eyes and ears of the whole court. Third difference between the performative and the parrhesiastic utterance. A performative utterance assumes that the person speaking has the status which permits him to carry out what is stated by making his utterance. He must be the chairman really to open the meeting. He must have suffered an offense to be able to say "I forgive you" and for "I forgive you" to be a performative utterance. What characterizes a parrhesiastic utterance, on the other hand, is not the fact that the speaking subject has this or that status. He may be a philosopher, the tyrant's brother-in-law, a courtier, or anyone whosoever. So status is not important or necessary. What characterizes the parrhesiastic utterance is precisely that, apart from status and anything that could codify and define the situation, the parrhesiast is someone who emphasizes his own freedom as an individual speaking. After all, if Plato, by virtue of his status, had to teach his own philosophy. This is what he was asked to do. Then when Dionysius asked him a question, he was entirely at liberty not to reply, "I have come to Sicily in search of a good man, and by implication I have not found him." In a way, this reply was supplementary to Plato's statutory teaching function. In the same way, Dion's function as the tyrant's courtier and brother-in-law, etc., was to give advice and good counsel to Dionysius so that the latter could govern properly. After all, only Dion's freedom was involved in his decision to say, when Gelon governed things were fine, now that you are governing the town is in a disastrous state. Whereas the performative utterance defines a definite game in which the status of person speaking and the situation in which he finds himself determine precisely what he can and must say. Parousia only exists when there is freedom in the enunciation of the truth, freedom of the act by which the subject says the truth, and freedom also of the pact by which the subject speaking binds himself to the statement and enunciation of the truth. To that extent, it is not the subject's social, institutional status that we find at the heart of parousia, it is his courage. Parousia, and I am summarizing here, asking you to forgive me for having been so slow and plodding, is therefore a certain way of speaking. More precisely, it is a way of telling the truth. Third, it is a way of telling the truth that lays one open to a risk by the very fact that one tells the truth. Fourth, parousia is a way of opening up this risk linked to truth-telling by, as it were, constituting oneself as the partner of oneself when one speaks, by binding oneself to the statement of the truth and to the act of stating the truth. Finally, parousia is a way of binding oneself to oneself in the statement of the truth, of freely binding oneself to oneself, and in the form of a courageous act. Parousia is the free courage by which one binds oneself in the act of telling the truth. Or again, parousia is the ethics of truth-telling as an action which is risky and free. To that extent, if we give this rather broad and general definition to the word parousia, which was rendered as free-spokenness, frank parlor, when its use was limited to spiritual direction, I think we can propose to translate it as veridicity, veridicit. The parousiast, the person who uses parousia, is the truthful man, l'homme véridique, that is to say, the person who has the courage to risk telling the truth, and who risks this truth-telling in a pact with himself, inasmuch as he is, precisely, the enunciator of the truth. He is the truth-teller, le véridique. And, maybe we will be able to come back to this, I don't know if I will have the time. It seems to me that Nietzschean veridicity, veridicit, is a way of putting to work this notion whose distant origin is found in the notion of parousia, truth-telling, as a risk for the person who states it, a risk accepted by the person who states it. Forgive these delays, the question of parousia had to be put in a triple context which formed the starting point from which I would like to approach it. First of all, you see of course that a fundamental philosophical problem arises if we adopt this definition of parousia. At any rate, we see that parousia brings into play a fundamental philosophical question, which is no more or less than that of the connection between freedom and truth. This is not the familiar question of how far the truth limits or constrains the exercise of freedom, but is in a way the opposite of this. How and to what extent is the obligation of truth the binding oneself to the truth, binding oneself by the truth and by truth-telling at the same time the exercise of freedom, and the dangerous exercise of freedom? How is the fact of binding oneself to the truth, binding oneself to tell the truth, binding oneself by the truth, by the content of what one says and by the fact that one says it, actually the exercise, the highest exercise, of freedom? I think that the whole analysis of parousia should basically be developed around this question. Second, there is an even tighter and closer methodological context of the analysis, which I would like to condense or summarize very schematically in the following way. If we adopt this general definition, starting from the example from Plutarch, we see that parousia is therefore a certain way of speaking such that the statement and the act of enunciation will produce some kind of retroactive effects on the subject himself, but not of course in the form of the consequence. Maybe I have not been clear enough on this point, but, if you like, parousia does not exist as a result of the fact that Dionysius wanted to kill Plato for what he said. There is parousia from the moment Plato actually accepts the risk of being exiled, killed, sold, etc., in telling the truth. So parousia is really that by which the subject binds himself to the statement, to the enunciation, and to the consequences of this statement and enunciation. So, if this is parousia, you can see that we have here perhaps a whole stratum of possible analyses concerning the effect of discourse. What is it that we call, or anyway what we could call the pragmatics of discourse? Well, it is the analysis of what it is in the real situation of the person speaking that affects and modifies the meaning and value of the utterance. To that extent, as you can see, analyzing, or locating something like a performative falls squarely in the domain of a pragmatics of discourse. You have a situation, and a status of the subject speaking such that the statement "the meeting is open" will have a certain value and meaning, and a value and meaning which will not be the same if the situation and the subject speaking are different. If a journalist in the corner of the room says "the meeting is open," he is observing that the meeting has just been opened. If it is the chairman of the meeting who says "the meeting is open," then you know full well that the utterance does not have the same value or meaning. It is a performative utterance which actually opens the meeting. All this is known. You can see that the analysis of the pragmatics of discourse is the analysis of the elements and mechanism by which the situation of the enunciator modifies the value of meaning of the discourse. The discourse changes meaning as a function of this situation, and the pragmatics of this is, how does the situation or the status of the subject speaking modify or affect the meaning and value of the statement? With parousia we see the appearance of a whole family of completely different facts of discourse which are almost the reverse, the mirror projection of what we call the pragmatics of discourse. In fact, parousia involves a whole series of facts of discourse in which it is not the real situation of the person speaking which affects or modifies the value of the statement. In parousia, in one way or another both the statement and the act of enunciation affect the subject's mode of being and, taking things in their most general and neutral form, quite simply mean that the person who said something has actually said it, and by a more or less explicit act binds himself to the fact that he said it. I think it is this retroaction such that the event of the utterance affects the subject's mode of being, or that, in producing the event of the utterance the subject modifies, or affirms, or anyway determines and clarifies his mode of being insofar as he speaks, that characterizes a type of facts of discourse which are completely different from those dealt with by pragmatics. The analysis of these facts of discourse, which show how the very event of the enunciation may affect the enunciator's being, is what we could call removing all pathos from the word the dramatics of discourse. It seems to me that parousia is exactly what could be called one of the aspects and one of the forms of the dramatics of true discourse. Parousia involves the way in which by asserting the truth, and in the very act of this assertion, one constitutes oneself as the person who tells the truth, who has told the truth, and who recognizes oneself in and as the person who has told the truth. The analysis of parousia is the analysis of this dramatics of true discourse which brings to light the contract of the speaking subject with himself in the act of truth-telling. In this way I think one could make an analysis of the dramatics of true discourse and its different forms, the prophet, the seer, the philosopher, the scientist. In fact, whatever the social determinations defining their status, all of these involve a dramatics of true discourse, that is to say they have a way of binding themselves as subjects to the truth of what they say. And it is clear that the subject does not bind himself to the truth of what he says in the same way in each of these different ways of speaking as seer, prophet, philosopher, or scientist in a scientific institution. I think this very different mode of the subject's bond to the enunciation of the truth opens the field for possible studies of the dramatics of true discourse. And so I come to what I would like to do this year. Taking the philosophical question of the relationship between the obligation of truth and the practice of truth as the general background, and taking what could be called the general dramatics of true discourse as the methodological point of view, I would like to see whether, from this double, philosophical, and methodological point of view, we might not undertake the history, the genealogy, etc., of what could be called political discourse. Is there a political dramatics of true discourse, and what different forms, what different structures of the dramatics of political discourse might there be? In other words, when someone stands up, in the city in front of the tyrant, or when courtiers approach the person who exercises power, or when the politician mounts the tribune and says, "I am telling you the truth," what type of dramatics of true discourse is he putting to work? So what I would like to do this year is a history of the discourse of governmentality which would follow the thread of this dramatics of true discourse, which would try to locate some of the major forms of the dramatics of true discourse. As a starting point I would like to take the way we see this notion of parousia taking shape. How can we locate in antiquity the formation of a particular dramatics of discourse in the political domain, that of the counselor? How did we pass from a parousia which, as you will see in a moment or next week, characterizes the public orator, to a conception of parousia which characterizes the dramatics of the prince's counselor, speaking and telling him what he must do? These are the first two figures that I would like to study. Second, I would like to study the figure of what I will call simply, somewhat schematically, obviously all these words are somewhat arbitrary, the dramatics of the minister, that is to say, that new dramatics of true discourse in the political order which appeared around the 16th century, when the art of governing began to acquire its eminence and autonomy and to define its own technique in terms of the nature of the state. What is this true discourse addressed to the monarch by his minister K in the name of something called raison d'etat and in terms of a particular form of knowledge, that is to say, knowledge of the state? Third, we could, but I do not know if I shall have time, see the appearance of a third figure of the dramatics of true discourse in the political domain, which is the figure of, let's say, critique. What is the critical discourse in the political domain that we see forming, developing, or anyway assuming a certain status in the 18th century and on through the 19th and 20th centuries? And finally, of course, we could locate a fourth major figure in the dramatics of true discourse in the political domain, which is the figure of the revolutionary. What is this person who arises within society and says, I am telling the truth, and I am telling the truth in the name of the revolution that I am going to make and that we will make together? This is, if you like, something of the general framework of this year's studies. Then I am both behind and ahead. I am behind with regard to what I wanted to say, and ahead if I wanted to finish at this point. Also, the first set of studies, or first considerations of the way in which this personage is formed, this genre of dramatics of discourse exemplified by Dion in Plutarch's text. The scene I am talking about dates from the 4th century BCE. But Plutarch wrote it at the beginning of the 2nd century CE. We see the figure of the prince's counselor, close to him, his relative even, coming forward, and telling him the truth. And he tells the truth in a mode of discourse that Plutarch calls precisely parousia. I have tried to give you a general idea of the notion and of the types of problem it may raise. But, nevertheless, when we take up the diachronic history of the notion of parousia, we should not forget that in the classical texts of the 4th century BCE, the word does not have the meaning that Plutarch gives it when he employs it with reference to Dion. The use of the word parousia in the classical texts is a bit more complex and rather different. Today and next week I would like to indicate some of these usages. First, whereas in Plutarch's text and in terms of what I told you when I tried to elucidate this notion, parousia seems to be linked to a virtue, a personal quality, a courage in freely telling the truth. The use of the word parousia in the classical epoch does not include, at least not primarily, fundamentally, and essentially this dimension of personal courage, but is much more a concept related to two things. First, a particular, characteristic political structure of the city-state. And second, the social and political status of some individuals within this city-state. First, parousia as a political structure. I will make just one reference, which is not from the 4th century moreover, since it is from Polybius, but which helps us situate the problem. In the text by Polybius, Book 2, Chapter 38, Paragraph 6, the Achaean regime is defined by three major characteristics. He says that the Achaeans have city-states in which one finds democracy, isgoria, and parousia. Point 2 Democracia, that is to say, the participation, not of everyone, but of all the demos, that is to say, all those who are qualified as citizens, and so as members of the demos, to participate in power. Isgoria is related to the structure of equality, which means that right and duty, freedom and obligation are the same, are equal, once again for those who are part of the demos and so have citizen status. And finally, the third characteristic is that there is parousia in these states. We find parousia, that is to say, the freedom for citizens to speak, and of course to speak in the political field, understood as much from the abstract point of view, political activity, as very concretely, the right, even of someone who does not hold any particular office and is not a magistrate, to get up and speak in the meeting of the assembly, tell the truth, or claim, and assert that one is telling the truth. This is parousia, a political structure. Now, as is quite clear from several texts by Euripides, There is a whole series of other uses of the word parousia which are related less to this general structure of the city-state than to the status of individuals. First, in the tragedy Ion, 668, 675, you find the following text: "If I do not find she who bore me, my life is impossible, and if I might permit myself a wish, may this woman, the woman who bore me and whom I seek, mf be Athenian, so that through my mother I have the right to speak freely hos moi geniti metro than parousia, so that parousia comes to me from my mother's side, mf. If a stranger enters a town where the race is without stain, the law may make him a citizen, but his tongue will remain servile. He does not have the right to say everything ukeki parousian, he does not have parousia, mf. 3. So, what is this text and what do we see in it? We see someone in search of his birth, who does not know his mother, and so who wants to know what city and community he belongs to. Why does he want to know this? He wants to know precisely so that he knows if he has the right to speak. And since he is searching for this woman in Athens, he hopes that the mother he will eventually discover will be Athenian and thus belong to this community, this demos, etc., and that, by virtue of this birth, he himself will have the right to speak freely, to have parousia. 4. He says, in a town without stain, that is to say, precisely in a town which keeps the traditions, in a town in which the politeia, the constitution, has not been debased by tyranny or despotism, or by the abusive integration of people who are not truly citizens, so in a town which has remained without stain and in which the politeia has remained what it should be, only those who are citizens have parousia. Beyond this general theme which structures the search for this single personage's mother and which links the right to speak to membership of the demos, it is worth keeping hold of two things. The first is that the right to speak, parousia, is transmitted in this case by the mother. Second, you see too that the stranger's status is defined and appears in contrast with that of citizens who have the right to speak, and, so far as the town is without stain, his tongue is servile. Exactly, to ge stomagalon his mouth is slave. That is to say, the right to speak, the restriction on the freedom of political discourse is total. He does not possess this freedom of political discourse, he does not possess parousia. So, membership of a demos, parousia as right to speak, inherited through the maternal line, and finally exclusion of non-citizens whose tongue is servile. This is what appears. Listen, I would like to stop there now, although I have not completely finished, but I am very aware that if I launch myself into the comparison between these and other texts in Euripides. So, I will resume next week, thank you. 5. January 19, 1983, First Hour. Ion in the Mythology and History of Athens. Political context of Euripides' tragedy, the Nicias piece. History of Ion's birth. Allothurgic schema of the tragedy. The implication of the three truth-tellings, oracle, confession, elaveu, and political discourse. Structural comparison of Ion and Oedipus the king. The adventures of truth-telling in Ion, the double half-lie. Today I would like to continue with the study of this notion of parousia which, as a first approximation, seems to cover a fairly wide domain since the term refers on the one hand to saying everything, and on the other to telling the truth, and third to free-spokenness. These are the three axes of the notion. You recall that I brought up this notion in the particular context of spiritual direction. This year I would like to study it in the broader context of the government of self and others. In the last lecture I tried to define some aspects of this notion of parousia as it appears in an, as it were, average text, in Plutarch's text, in which he stages, first Plato's, and then Dion's parousiastic confrontation with the tyrant Dionysius. Now I would like to go back a bit from this first sketch and try to follow in more detail the history, or anyway different stratifications in the history of this notion of parousia, essentially from the perspective of its political meanings. It seemed to me that some of the most important classical texts concerning this notion of parousia are found in Euripides, and in particular in four of his plays, Ion, the Phoenicians, Hippolytus, and the Bacchae. Last week I spoke to you very rapidly about a passage in Ion in which we see the principal character, Ion, explaining that, not knowing his mother, he has a powerful need to know who she is. Not only does he need to know who she is, but he would really like her to be Athenian so that from his mother's side, Metro then, he will have the right to speak freely, so that he will obtain parousia through her. For, he says, if a stranger enters the town where the race is without stain, the law may make him a citizen, but his tongue will remain servile, his mouth will remain slave. Stoma Dulon, MF, he does not have the right to say everything, he does not have parousia. MF.1 This is the text I pointed out to you last week. So, obviously we can say a number of things regarding this text. In the Butte edition of Euripides, Gregoire, the author of the note, which is very interesting, moreover, and I think historically correct and well documented, since notwithstanding the age of the edition, it dates from 1925 or 1930, I have found that literary historians do not change much to what is established from the historical point of view. Says, Ion is a very decent, laudable, and honorable young man who displays rigorous piety and tender affection, who has the impulsive intelligence and joyful activity of youth, and who values speaking out freely, frank parlor. Too well, it seems to me that this problem of free-spokenness is somewhat different and has more than just the psychological dimensions Gregoire points out in his note. If I am interested in this text from Ion, it is because it is inserted precisely in the middle, or let's say at the end of the first third of a tragedy which I really think we can say is entirely devoted to parousia, or at any rate which is permeated from end to end by this theme of parousia, of saying everything, telling the truth, and free-spokenness. Let us go back a bit again, if you like, to the history which serves as background to the tragedy. Ion is a character who does not belong to any of the major mythical sets of the Greek heritage and who does not have a place in any of the known cultic practices. He is a late, artificial character who seems to have first appeared with a very discreet existence in the scholarly genealogies which were used above all from the 7th century and which were frequently revived in the 5th century. As you know, these scholarly genealogies involved establishing and justifying the political and moral authority of some major family groups. Or else they sought to provide a city with ancestors, asserting the city's rights, justifying a policy, etc. In these political, artificial, and late genealogies, Ion appears, I was going to say, as his name indicates, as the ancestor of the Ionians. That is to say, even the name Ion was fabricated in order to give an ancestor to the Ionians, who had been called by this name for a long time. Herodotus explains that when the Ionians lived in the Peloponnese, that is to say, in the part of the Peloponnese called the Achaea, they were not called Ionians. They were called Pelasgians. But in the time of Ion, son of Suthus, they took the name of Ionians. 3 So Ion is the eponymous hero of the Ionians, their common ancestor. This is, if you like, the general theme of the genealogies which speak of Ion. I will skip the different versions and successive developments of this genealogy. I would just like to indicate the following. Ion, ancestor of the Ionians, was thus located first of all in Achaea. But as the strength of Athens increased, as the opposition between Sparta and Athens became more pronounced, and also as Athens laid claim to and moreover exercised leadership over Ionia, Athens was increasingly inclined to present itself as the city of the Ionians and to claim Ion as an Athenian, or at any rate as one of the principal actors in the history of Athens. We see Ion gradually migrate, so to speak, from Achaea to Athens, where, in some versions of the legend, he arrives as an immigrant, but as an important, decisive immigrant, since the first great revolution or reform of the Athenian constitution is attributed to him. The following change is attributed to him. After the first foundation of Athens, there would have been a sort of new foundation, or anyway an internal reorganization, which would have divided the Athenian people into 4 tribes. These 4 tribes would be at the origin of Athens and its political organization. This is the version given in the Constitution of Athens, in which Aristotle lists the 11 revolutions or great reformations of the Athenian city. The first is Ion founding the 4 tribes. 4 But in Aristotle, Ion is someone who migrates to Athens and who reorganizes Athens. Only, we can see what type of problems and difficulties this type of legend could give rise to, at a time when Athens was claiming its autochthony, that is to say, that the inhabitants of Athens, unlike many other Greeks, were not people who came from elsewhere, but had been born on their own soil. At the time then when Athenians want to distinguish themselves from other Greeks by asserting this original autochthony, at a time when they claim to exercise political domination over the Ionian world, how can they accept the idea that it was an Ionian immigrant who reformed Athens? Hence, If you like, a tendency, a constant inclination of this legend is to integrate or insert Ion as strictly as possible in Athenian history. Euripides' tragedy, and also a lost tragedy by Sophocles, which was called Chrysa and seems to have been written shortly before Euripides' Ion, are situated in the framework of this movement, this tendency in the elaboration of the legend. 5. It is likely that Sophocles' tragedy, and anyway certainly Euripides' Ion, try to give the elaboration of the legend an acceptable meaning. That is to say, the stake of this tragic elaboration of the legend will be, how can one preserve the ancestral and founding function of Ion in relation to all the Ionians by inscribing and rooting Ion's history in Athens itself, and, contrary to the original form of the legend, by making Ion a native of Athens? Ion must be reinstated in Athens, retaining his function as ancestor of all the Ionians. This reversal, placing Ion's birth at Athens and making him the ancestor of all the Ionians, is fully carried out and taken to its extreme limits by Euripides, since he adopts a plot in which Ion is fully Athenian, or more precisely, of both Athenian and divine blood. He will be the child of Chrysa, on the maternal side, and Apollo, on his paternal side. So he will be Athenian. Through his 4 sons Ion will be the source of the 4 original Athenian tribes. Through his 4 sons he will be the ancestor of all the Ionians. And on another side, he will be given half-brothers, Achaeus and Darius, the sons of Chrysa, his mother, and Xuthus. Achaeus, as of course his name indicates, is the ancestor of the Achaeans, and Darius, as his name indicates too, is the ancestor of the Dorians. So that Ionians, Achaeans, and Dorians are thus related, thanks to the bond of kinship between Chrysa, Xuthus, etc., all characters found at Athens itself. N. This elaboration of the legendary framework of Ion, this transformation of an immigrant into a native, this sort of genealogical imperialism which will mean that ultimately all Greeks, Achaeans, Dorians, and Ionians, will come from the same stock. All this as well as other information scattered in the text has enabled historians, and Gregoire in particular, to date the play exactly. The date proposed by Gregoire has been maintained until now. It is accepted that the play is from 418, and very probably from the second half of 418, definitely during the brief period called the Nicias, at the end of the first part of the Peloponnesian War between Spartans and Athenians. You know that all in all, after various episodes, victory had rather fallen to Athens. In any case the Nicias peace was signed under conditions such that Athenian power was not yet broken. The disaster of Sicily will take place after the breakdown of the Nicias peace. Athenian power is not broken, its empire especially has not been touched, and Athens tries to take advantage of this truce to strengthen its alliances, assert its supremacy, and above all to form a sort of alliance of Ionians, bringing them together under Athenian direction. This consolidation of the Ionians was one of the main components of Athenian strategy for some time. Certainly, more intensely than ever this is Athenian strategy during the Nicias peace when the confrontation with Sparta is not yet over, but only in its first phase. We should also take into account, and this has an important role in the play, of the fact that Delphi, the Amphictyons of Delphi, the whole movement of Pan-Hellenism which revolved around Delphi, during the first part of the Peloponnesian War, before the Nicias peace inclined much more towards Sparta than towards Athens. Throughout the first part of the Peloponnesian War the Delphic center displayed quite violent hostility towards Athens. The Nicias peace represented a sort of compromise, an appeasement between Delphi and Athens. Delphi had laconized and one of the elements of the Nicias peace was a sort of reconciliation between Athens and Delphi. Euripides constructs his play on the basis of this legendary framework on the one hand, and this precise political strategy on the other, and he adopts the following schema for his plot, which is set out at the beginning of the play by Hermes, following a procedure found in many of his plays, and in many other tragedies as well. A character, sometimes the god in this case, Hermes comes on stage and explains where we are in the plot, recalling the legendary background which will be used in the play. So what Euripides explains through the mouth of Hermes is the following. Point 6 Erechtheus of Athenian stock, of course, born on Athenian soil, and consequently guaranteed that autochthony to which Athenians attach such value has had a daughter called Chrysa, who is therefore of Athenian stock, linked directly to the soil of Athens through her father who was born there. The young girl, Chrysa, is seduced by Apollo. She is seduced by Apollo and taken by him in the caves of the Acropolis, very close therefore to the temple and the sacred place reserved for the cult of Athena. She is seduced, taken by Apollo on the slopes of the Acropolis, and she conceives a son whom, from shame, and to hide her dishonor, she exposes, abandoning him. This son disappears without trace. In fact, Hermes has removed the son born from the affair of his brother, Apollo, and Chrysa. Hermes takes him away on the order of Apollo himself, carries the child in his cradle to Delphi, where he is placed, still through the ministrations of Hermes, in the temple. Apollo's priestess, the Pythia, seeing this child and, despite being the Pythia, not knowing it is Apollo's child, taking him to be a foundling, nevertheless takes him in, feeds him and makes him a temple servant. And so the son of Apollo and Chrysa becomes a humble servant who sweeps the temple. The son is, of course, Ion. Chrysa meanwhile, no one around her knowing that she was seduced by Apollo and that she has had a son, is married to Xuthus by her father, Erechtheus. Now Xuthus is a foreigner. He was not born at Athens. He comes from Achaea, that is to say, from a part of the Peloponnese, but Erechtheus has given him Chrysa. For in the course of a war of conquest of Euboea, Xuthus had helped the Athenian army, had helped Erechtheus. Xuthus receives Chrysa and her dowry as reward for this aid. This is the situation given by Euripides, or that he gets Hermes to give, at the beginning of the play. Before entering into the analysis of the different elements of the play and their mechanism, I would like to pause for a moment. You can see straight away that the play will consist in the discovery of a truth, the truth of Ion's birth. The play will consist in the revelation that the anonymous slave of Apollo's temple is not an anonymous child found at Delphi, but someone who, conceived at Athens, born at Athens, will be able to return to Athens where he will accomplish the historical and political mission of the city's reorganization and, even better, the foundation of the long human dynasty of the Ionians. This revelation of the truth of Ion's birth is a dramatic framework found in many Greek plays. If the text had been preserved, we would have been able to find it in another play by Euripides, Alexander 7, which recounts how the Trojan sovereigns, Hecuba and Priam, having learned through a prophecy that their son, Paris, or Alexander, was in danger of unleashing the disaster of Troy, decide to abandon him, expose him, and believe that he has disappeared. And then one day they meet him. And the identity and birth of Paris Alexander is revealed. Hence the disasters of Troy will be able to take place. So there is a familiar schema. But what should be noted is, first, that this coming to light of the truth, this coming to light of the truth of the birth, will be brought about in a precise place. It will not take place at Athens, in fact, but at Delphi, since that is where Ion is found, hidden in the form of a temple servant. The truth is revealed precisely at Delphi, where, as everyone knows, the truth is told. The truth is told in an oracular form, in the oracular form of a truth-telling which, as you know, is always reticent, enigmatic, and difficult to understand, and yet which ineluctably says what is and what will be. The oblique God, the God who, as Heraclitus said, only speaks through signs 8 resides precisely at Delphi, and it is at Delphi, better, it is very close to the temple, better still, it is on the very parvis of the temple that this truth will be told. You will see that it is not told through the power of the oracle, but is told very close to the oracle, as near as can be to the oracle, in front of the oracle, and to a certain extent against the oracle. Anyway, we are at the essential site of oracular truth-telling in Greek culture. Second, you note that this alethurgio, this discovery of the truth, this production of the truth, can only take place if the two secret and hidden partners of the union, Chrysa the mother, Apollo the father, and God tell the truth about their secret union. They must say what they have done, and they must say it to their offspring. The union of the woman and the god, the conception and birth of the child, the mother's exposure of the child, and Apollo's rescue of the child, is all unknown to the characters, and all of it will have to be told. Third, this unveiling of the truth must also lead to Ion's return to the Athens where he was conceived and born, and it must enable him to exercise a fundamental political right there, the right to speak to the city and address it with a language of truth and reason, which will be precisely one of the essential armatures of the politeia, of the political structure, the constitution of Athens. As a result, The play will go from the place where the god tells the truth through oracular and enigmatic words Delphi to the political stage where the leader uses his right to speak freely through a constitution which is that of Logos Athens. And this passage, from the place where the truth is spoken in oracular form to the political stage where the reasonable language of government is spoken, can only take place if the god and the woman, the man and the woman, the father and the mother, tell the truth of their son's birth in the confession of what they have done. The play recounts this series of three truth-tellings, of the oracle, of confession, and of political discourse. It involves the foundation of true discourse in the city through a double operation, or in a double reference, first to oracular speech which, you will see, has a role to play, but a very enigmatic and ambiguous one, and then to the speech of the confession of the father and the mother, of the god and the woman. I think this series constitutes the play's main theme. And to the extent that Ion is a tragedy of truth-telling, a drama of truth-telling, then it seems to me that it is the most striking representation, the most striking development of that dramatics of true discourse, of truth-telling that I talked about last week and which seemed to me to be the framework in which we can understand the nature of parousia. Ion is truly the dramatic representation of the foundation of political truth-telling in the field of the Athenian constitution and of the exercise of power at Athens. This is the first aspect. The second thing I would like to pause over before beginning the reading of Ion is this. You can see that this play contains, of course, a number of analogies with many other plays by Euripides. It seems to me that it also contains some fairly precise analogies with another play not by Euripides, but by Sophocles. And it seems to me that we can make use of this proximity in order to analyze a bit more closely how things take place and how the truth is told in Ion. P. The play by Sophocles that I would like to put alongside Euripides' play is one which, of course, also involves the god at Delphi who tells the truth and hides the truth. It is a play which also involves parents who expose their children, in which a child disappears, is taken for dead, and then reappears. There is no need to tell you that the play that Ion inevitably brings to mind is Oedipus. Oedipus is also a play of truth-telling, of the unveiling of the truth, of the dramatics of truth-telling, or, if you like, of allothurgy. And I think it will be easy to find many elements common to both Ion and Oedipus. Some elements of direct symmetry. There is a small, unobtrusive scene. I don't want to overinterpret, but very quickly, almost at the start of Ion, we see the first meeting of Ion and Xuthus, who, in good faith, honestly believes himself to be Ion's father. They meet each other, and there is a somewhat ambiguous scene. Once again, no doubt we should not overinterpret it, but a number of elements give the impression that Xuthus, who honestly believes he is greeting his son in the person of Ion, throws himself on him, embraces him, and covers him with paternal flattery. Ion defends himself. He defends himself with what is manifestly the modesty of a young man who finds himself somewhat assailed by a bearded gentleman, and he says to him, "Keep calm, Euphronies, 9 be reasonable." And since Xuthus, in his paternal fervor, continues to display his affection, Ion gets angry and threatens to kill him. I think we can recognize here a sort of echo of the famous scene of Lehus and Oedipus, which you know, in many versions, not in that of Sophocles, but in many others, was a seduction scene. Point 10 Lehus wanted to seduce the young Oedipus who crossed his path, and Oedipus responded by killing him. So there is this element. But other elements are much more convincing, and in particular some elements of reversed symmetry. Ion, in fact, not knowing who he is, lives in Apollo's temple. That is to say, he lives in his father's home unaware that Apollo is his father, just as Oedipus lived in the home of a woman, his wife, not knowing that she was his mother. Ion lives in Apollo's home as Oedipus lives in his mother's home. Second, we then see an absolutely explicit scene in which, for a number of reasons, through episodes I will recount or summarize for you, Ion, at a given moment, wants to kill his mother, without, of course, knowing that she is his mother. And in this I think we have the exact reproduction of Oedipus' murder of Lehus, but this time transferred to the mother. I also think we can pick out some analogies between these two plays at the level of the mechanism of the search for the truth, which takes place by halves as it were. In Oedipus 11 you recall, in the first part of the play, the truth of the murder of Lehus is discovered. Then, in the second part, the truth of the birth of Oedipus is discovered. And then the murder of Letus can itself be divided in two insofar as one part of the story of Oedipus recounts how he killed an unknown man on the road, and then there is the story which teaches us that this unknown man can only be Letus. In the same way, the truth of the birth advances by halves. There is the paternal half, and then the maternal half, until the set of these elements reconstitute the whole of the truth. Only, if there are many common elements and analogies in the episodes as well as in the structure of the play, it seems to me that there is a difference, even an opposition, between the dramatics of truth-telling in Oedipus and the dramatics of truth-telling in Ion. In Oedipus, in fact, first of all it is Oedipus himself who brings truth-telling into play. It is Oedipus who wants to know the truth. As sovereign, and in order to restore peace and happiness in his town, he needs to know the truth. And what is this truth revealed to be? First of all it comes out that he has done away with his own father and thereby created a hole, as it were, in the sovereignty exercised over the city and in the palace of Letus itself. And he rushes into this empty place, marrying his mother and taking power. It is the discovery of this that finally leads to him being excluded and to him excluding himself from the city. He says so himself at the end of the play, "As long as I shall live, never let this town, the town of my fathers, be my dwelling place." 12 He is obliged to leave therefore, by the very discovery of the truth whose process of discovery he set in motion. Henceforth all that remains is for him to wander through the world in the night of his blindness, since he has put out his own eyes. And what is left to guide him as he passes through this world without shelter or homeland? He says this too very clearly at the end of the play. He has only the voice of his daughters who guide him, and his own voice that he hears floating in the air without being able to place it, not knowing where he is, not knowing where it is. And through this wandering, guided only by the exchange of voices between father and daughters, Oedipus returns to Greek soil, where he will find, precisely at Athens, his final resting place. 13. With Ion, on the other hand, we have a process of discovery of the truth in which, on the one hand, and first of all, we see that it is not Ion himself who seeks the truth, but his parents. Second, this truth which Ion discovers, or rather, which is discovered about Ion, is not, of course, that he has killed his father. He discovers that he has, in a way, two fathers, and at the end of the play he finds himself with two fathers, a sort of legal father who will continue to believe right to the end that he, Suthus, is the real father, and then a second father. This second father is Apollo who, through Ion's real paternity, establishes that Ion was indeed conceived entirely at Athens. It is thanks to this double paternity of Suthus and Apollo that, exactly the opposite of Oedipus, Ion will be able to return to his native land, settle there, and regain all his rights. And thanks to finding this fundamental bond in this way, thanks to this reinsertion in the very soil of Athens, he will be able to exercise the legitimate right of speech, that is to say, to exercise power in Athens. And so, in these two processes of the allothurgy of the birth, of the discovery of the truth of the birth, you see that in fact there are two different processes which lead to exactly opposite results. One had a father less and finally is obliged to leave his homeland and to wander, without land, guided by a voice. The other discovers that he has two fathers and, thanks to this double paternity, will be able to insert his speech, the speech of someone who commands, in the land to which he has a right. This, if you like, is the framework of the play. I would like now to show you how this process of truth-telling, and this unveiling of the truth through the different procedures of truth-telling, unfolds through the events I have recalled and which Hermes points out right at the start of the play, namely, Ion's secret birth, the later marriage of Chrysa to Suthus, the fact that Ion lives hidden as the god's servant at Delphi without anyone knowing his identity, and the fact that at the start of the play Chrysa and Suthus do not yet have the two sons, Achaeus and Darius, who will be born after the play and are referred to in the final verses. 14 They have no descendants therefore, and it precisely for this reason that they, who lived in Athens Suthus, an immigrant, but married to Chrysa, and Chrysa, daughter of Erechtheus come to Delphi to consult the god and ask him if they will ever have descendants who will be able to ensure the historical and territorial continuity founded by Erechtheus when, born on Attic soil, he founded the Athenian city. So this is the first point. Chrysa and Suthus come to consult the god. They come to consult the god because they do not have any children and they want to establish this continuity. Actually, you see that the consultation is not exactly the same for the two of them. On the one hand, Sothis comes to consult Apollo. He comes to consult Apollo according to the usual rules in order to know if he really will have no descendants. This is the question put to the oracle. Chrysa too apparently comes to put the same question, will I have no descendants? But in fact she asks another question at the same time. Because she knows full well that she has had a child. And she knows full well that she had this child by Apollo. She comes to put the question, what then has become of the son you gave me, the son you made and I exposed? Is he still alive or is he dead? But whereas the first consultation, that of Sothis, is, if you like, both a standard question, the consultation of the common consultant, and a public question, Chrysa's question, what have you done with the son you gave me, is a private question that the woman puts to the man, or rather to the god. By coming to Delphi for this double question, the official question and the secret question, by coming to make this double demand, Chrysa and Sothis, presenting themselves at Apollo's temple, meet this young man who is sweeping the temple porch with laurel branches, and who is sprinkling the lustral water because, he says, he has the right to do so, having always been chaste. And of course, Ion does not know his own identity, so cannot recognize his parents, any more than his parents can recognize him. So we have three ignorant people, each of whom has the answer to their question in front of them. Sothis is looking for an heir, and in fact he has one before him without knowing it. Chrysa is looking for a son, the son she bore, and she too has him before her. And as for Ion, he complains, without much insistence moreover, of being an abandoned child, of not having a homeland, and of not having a mother and father. Now he has his mother in front of him, and he has two fathers. He has the one who will become his legal father, Sothis, and then beside him, behind him, he has his real father, the god. So, if you like, we have the following: on the one hand, at the back of the stage, the temple of the god who knows everything and who must tell the truth in answer to the questions put to him, and then in front of the stage, the public amphitheater which, at the start of the play, was informed by Hermes of the whole truth of the matter. Between these two instances which know the public which has been informed by Hermes, and Apollo who, of course, knows between these two instances of the truth, are the three ignorant characters. They do not recognize each other, and the whole play will be precisely the unveiling of the truth for these three characters there on the space of the stage. Alathurgy of the truth therefore. What will be the mainspring of the drama? Well, it is the difficulty in telling the truth, it is an essential reticence. To what is this essential reticence due? Well, it is due to two things, and this is what I think makes the play Ion important and interesting. On the one hand there is, if you like, the essential, fundamental, permanent, I was going to say structural reason, which means that when men question the gods, nothing forces the gods, if they reply, to do so in such a way that their answer is clear. On the contrary, it is part of oracular truth-telling that the answer is such that men may or may not understand it. In any case, the god is never forced by men to tell the truth. His answer is ambiguous, and he is always free to give it if he wants. So there is reticence in the very clarity of the enunciation. There is also reticence in the god's freedom to speak or not to speak. This is part of the stock in trade if you like. It is the common, permanent feature of every oracular game of questions and answers. The text frequently refers and alludes to this essential reticence peculiar to the oracular structure of all truth-telling by the gods, and by the god of Delphi in particular. For example, from 374, we see Ion saying to Chrysa, how can one draw from the god the oracle he wishes to conceal? You cannot consult this regarding the gods. 15 This refers to the fact that the god is always free to be silent if he so wishes. Elsewhere Ion says to Sothis, who has brought him an answer from the god, you are mistaken in your interpretation of the riddle. 16 The answer is a riddle, and so one may always be mistaken. So all of this refers to known elements. But there is a specific reason in the play which is peculiar to the plot, which means that the god's reticence is in a way sealed by another clause. For it turns out that it is not just because he is free not to speak that the god remains silent, and it is not just because it is part of the oracular answer to be enigmatic and to speak only through signs. As Heraclitus said 17, it is quite simply because Apollo has done wrong by taking Chrysa by force and then abandoning her on the slopes of the Acropolis. He is guilty, and the theme of the god's guilt is found throughout the entire play, from beginning to end. When Ion learns, I am now skipping the details of the plot, that Apollo has seduced a girl and abandoned her, he is still completely unaware that this girl is his mother. He does not know that she is Chrysa. He just hears of this seduction, and he, Ion, who is nevertheless the god's faithful servant, and also his chaste servant, is indignant and says, the god is indeed guilty and the mother to be pitied. 18. And in the same dialogue where he is speaking with Chrysa, we hear the following. Ion asks, how can one draw from the god the oracle he wishes to conceal? 19. Chrysa replies, on this tripod, he must reply to every Greek. 20. Ion replies, he blushes for his action. Ah, don't press him, Chrysa. If he blushes for it, she groans, the poor woman. 21. Ion concludes, no one will be found to communicate such an oracle to you. Convicted of an offense in his own dwelling place, Apollo would justly blame the one who makes him announce it to you. 22. You see the clash of the two words. And so the problem that is posed. Apollo has been unjust, adikos, he has committed an offense. And it is dikaios, justly. 23. That he will refuse to speak and designate himself as guilty. Consequently, the answer cannot come from the god, not because of the very structure of oracular truth-telling, but because the god, who has acted wrongly, would have to confess that he had done so and overcome the shame of his bad action. The god's shame for his bad action is one of the main themes of the play. And right at the end, when the alethurgy will at last be complete and come to an end, when all the truth will be told, is the truth told by the god, by Apollo, by the one who, according to the text, owes the truth to all the Greeks? Not at all. The divinity who tells the truth at the end, who appears above Apollo's temple, covering it and dominating it for political reasons, of course, but also for reasons to do with what I am in the process of explaining, is Athena. It is Athena, the goddess of Athens, who will found the whole history in truth, who will found the political structure of Athens through her own discourse of truth. She will intervene and tell the truth that the god Apollo cannot say, and she explains moreover why it is she who comes and not Apollo. She says, Apollo does not want to appear before you in person, for he fears the public reproaches for the past and sends me to declare that. 24. The whole function, both foundational and prophetic at the same time, will be assured by Athena, for it must be Athena, again, for political reasons, but also because Apollo cannot tell the truth himself. It seems to me that we have here one of the basic, characteristic features of this tragedy, the truth-telling of a god speaking to men and, in accordance with the oracle's function, revealing to them what is and what will be, must also be, in the case of Ion, the truth-telling of the god about himself and his misdeeds. The oracle's reticence is also the hesitation to confess. And the superimposition of the oracular riddle on the difficulty of confessing, of the truth-telling of the oracle and the truth-telling of confession, a superimposition which is carried out in the god and in his own words, is, I believe, one of the basic mainsprings of the play. Consequently, since we are dealing with a situation in which the one who must tell the truth, whose function is to tell the truth, the one whom one consults to tell the truth, is the one who cannot tell the truth, since the truth would be a confession concerning himself, how will the truth make its way? How will truth-telling be established and at the same time establish the possibility of a political structure within which one will be able to tell the truth in parousia? Well, it has to be through men. Men must flush out this truth and practice truth-telling. And it is in fact in the god's deficiency in telling the truth, in this double reticence of the oracle and the confession, that humans will try to unravel the truth. How will they break the double seal of the oracular riddle and the shame of confession? I think we may summarize the play, or bring together its elements, by saying that there are two major moments. The first moment is what we could call that of the double half-lie. For one of the essential points also of this play we will have to come back to this is precisely that, unlike what takes place in Oedipus, in this play the truth is not told without bringing with it a dimension, I would say a double, of illusion, which is at once its necessary accompaniment, its condition, and its shadow. There is no truth-telling without illusions. Let's see anyway how this takes place. So the first part, the two half-lies. These are the following: first, the half-lie on the mother's side, and then, the half-lie on the father's side, since, as in Oedipus, things proceed by halves. First, on Chrysa's side. So, Chrysa the woman and Xuthus the man arrive at Delphi. Xuthus wants to ask if he will have a son. Chrysa wants to ask what has become of her son. Chrysa is the first to appear on the stage and who first encounters the young man who is sweeping the temple porch with laurel branches. She meets this young man and tells him that she would like to consult the god. And Ion asks her the nature of her consultation, but obviously she dare not tell Ion the truth of her question. She dare not tell him, "I have committed an offense with the god and I come to ask him what he has done with my son." So she will tell a half-truth or a half-lie. She will say what anyone would say in this situation: "I have a sister who has committed an offense with a god. 25 She had a son by this god and would really like to know what has become of him." At this point honestly believing, moreover, Chrysa's story, but it does not really matter whether it is Chrysa or her sister. In either case the answer for Ion is clear, or rather the god's non-answer is necessary. Ion says to her, "Since the god has committed an offense with your sister, have no fear, the god will not speak." Humans cannot force the god to speak against his will. And since he has committed an offense, since he has been adikos, he will remain silent dikaios, justly. 26 To have committed an injustice founds the justice of not speaking. Therefore he will not speak. But during, or a little after this dialogue between Ion and Chrysa, Xuthus puts his, much more direct, simple, and clear question: "Will I have a son?" And in a way, while Chrysa says only half the truth to Ion when she consults him, the god answers Xuthus, who asks him a sincere and clear question, with a half-truth. That is to say, neither father nor mother, neither Apollo, nor Chrysa, will dare to tell the truth, and they will only say half-truths or half-lies. To Xuthus, who asks him, "Will I have a son?" Apollo replies, "It's very simple. When you leave the temple, the first person you meet, Ion, a play on words, for sure, 27 will be your son. Recognize him as your son." And leaving the temple, Xuthus meets the young man who is there of course to serve the god and who hangs round the temple over which he has to keep watch. This young man is Ion. And it is at this point that the scene takes place in which Xuthus throws himself on Ion and embraces him, telling him, "You are my son." And Ion, a bit uneasy, says, "Hold on there, control yourself, or else I will kill you." Actually, the non-truth or half-lie uttered by the god was not just a matter of his reluctance to confess. Or rather, the reluctance to confess is translated here into normal, run-of-the-mill, if I may say so, oracular ambiguity. The god said to Xuthus, "I give you, Doran, 28 I give you as a gift the young man you will meet when you leave the temple." Giving him as a gift does not exactly mean, "This will be your son." But Xuthus understands that, since he came in search of a son, what will be given to him as a gift will be his real son. Through the god's indication, telling Xuthus that the first person he meets will be his son, Ion now finds himself provided with a father. Now if he is somewhat reluctant to let himself be embraced by this bearded gentleman, when Xuthus tells him, "But you know, it is the god who gave me this answer and told me that I would have as Doran the young man I would meet when leaving the temple," Ion is clearly obliged to yield and to acknowledge, with some hesitation, "Yes, this is my father." So now Ion, thanks to the god's half-truth or half-lie, is provided with a family, or anyway with a father. But he has received this family in the wrong way, I would almost say in false kinship, since he actually believes as does Xuthus that they are father and son, whereas in reality the truth is that there is no relation between Xuthus and Ion. The true kinship relation is between Chrysa and Ion, and this does not emerge. To the distorted question of the true mother, who pretends not to be the mother but the sister of the mother, the god has thus responded by distorting the answer that he gives to the man. He gives him a false son. But after all, things could well remain there, since thanks to this Ion will be able to return to Athens. Xuthus is not entirely his father, but all in all he can serve as his father. And then he will be able to live with Chrysa, whom he does not know is his mother, but it could be worked out. Grosso modo, we are close enough to the truth for it to work. And this is, moreover, how Sothis understands it. He is perfectly happy with this solution, which, in any case, he genuinely thinks is a good one. He says to Ion, now things are clear. You are no longer the abandoned child you thought you were. I was looking for a son, and now I have one. Leave this temple and your miserable existence. Leave for Athens, in full agreement with your father Koinophront Patri 29, and here, of course, as in Oedipus, as in all these tragedies, you have the amphibological phrase, in full agreement with your father. Sothis thinks he is the father, but in fact it is with Apollo that the agreement is made, should be made, mf. There the illustrious scepter and immense wealth of your father awaits you, thus escaping the double disgrace of poverty and lowly origins, you will be both noble and rich. 30. So the problem seems to be resolved. Ion has found parents well, of father. Sothis has found his son and proposes he return to Athens and exercise that famous power which will be able to assure some kind of continuity with the founding dynasty of Athens, some kind of continuity, of course, because, you can see, the situation is only approximate, and if it is to be accepted one must not be too demanding. One must not be too demanding, and this is actually the case with Sothis, who is not very demanding about this truth, in short this half-lie that he received in good faith from the god and which he takes to be the whole truth. All the same, he is not very demanding, because when he says to Ion, I am your father, you are my son, Ion says to him, let's see then, from what union was I born? 31 Was it with Chrysa? No, no, says Sothis, it wasn't Chrysa. But from whom was I born, for you did not beget me on your own? And at this point Sothis answers, listen, don't worry. In the first place, don't worry about an ignoble birth, because I, Sothis, am the son, well, the descendant of Zeus, so there is nobility on that side. As for your mother, you know, I committed some youthful misdeeds before marrying, some youthful follies. And as Ion, for reasons that you will quickly understand, still wants to know exactly who his mother is, who gave birth to him, the nature of his birth, his nobility, and his land of origin, insists and says, but if you conceive me in one of your youthful follies, how is it that I am here at Delphi? And now Sothis evokes a visit he once made to Delphi for the celebrations of Bacchus, when he would have been with one of the gods Maenades, in a sort of hierogamy which corresponds, but in the form of illusion and lie, to the true hierogamy which took place between Apollo and Chrysa. And so the solution that Sothis proposes is, well, there it is, I have made a child through one of the gods Maenades, in the course of a ceremony, a festivity, and a drunken ritual. Now this explanation, which is only very approximate from the point of view of the truth, is disastrous from the legal point of view. Why is it disastrous from the legal point of view? Quite simply because Sothis comes from Achaea. He is foreign to Athens and received there only as an ally who was given Chrysa in payment for his alliance with Erechtheus and the aid he gave him. If then he returns with a son, but a son who would have been conceived with some girl or other, be she one of the gods Maenades, then the son of a non-Athenian father and a non-Athenian mother cannot in any way exercise that founding function in a town which is precisely Ion's function, his vocation. He cannot exercise that function, and the approximate nature of Sothis' truth is translated in fact into a sort of juridical ban or juridical impossibility. Ion himself realizes that it won't do and that, being the son of Sothis and a foreign girl, he won't be able to found his power, and it is precisely at this point that he makes that famous declaration I have talked about in which he says, but I cannot return to Athens if I do not know what mother gave birth to me. I cannot receive the power you offer me, I cannot sit on the throne and receive the scepter. I cannot speak and exercise speech that commands if I do not know who my mother is. 32 It is this text, and this declaration by Sothis that I would like to take up shortly in a bit more detail. R. 6. January 19, 1983, 2nd hour. Ion, a nobody, son of nobody. 3 categories of citizen. Consequences of political intrusion by Ion, private hatreds and public tyranny. In search of a mother. Parrhesia irreducible to the actual exercise of power and to the citizen's status. The agonistic game of truth-telling, free and risky. Historical context, the Cleon/Nicias debate. Crus's anger. Let us resume reading this text. Around Ion's birth, we have had Crusa, who departed slightly from the truth by claiming that it was her sister who was seduced by Apollo, the god who, from shame, did not want to give the true answer and who pointed Suthus to a son who was not really his son, and Suthus who, out of negligence in a way, is happy with truths which are, to tell the truth, plausible but without real foundation. And it is this game of half-lies, half-truths, and approximations that Ion rejects. Ion refuses, he wants the truth. And as is shown by the tirade which we will consider for a while, he wants the truth because he wants to justify the right. He wants to justify his right, his political right at Athens. He wants the right to speak there, to say everything, speak the truth, and speak freely. In order to justify his parousia he needs the truth finally to be told, a truth which will found this right. This then is why, after Suthus has warmly embraced him and more or less convinced him that, all in all, he is more or less his son, Ion says, yes, but it's not enough. Things, father, have a different aspect depending upon whether they are seen from afar or from nearby. I think nearby should be understood in the sense of very local. At Athens, at Delphi you may say, in short, that I am your son and then that I will return to exercise power, but at Athens this is something else. Certainly, I am grateful that chance has led me to find a father in you, but listen to the thought that comes to mind one and then the question is precisely that of the place where power must be exercised, Athens. It is said that the autochthonous and glorious people of Athens is free of any foreign mixture. Now this is where I fall down, afflicted by the double misfortune of being both the son of a foreigner and a bastard. Branded as such, if I do not have power, I will remain, as the saying goes, a nobody, son of nobody. If, on the other hand, I seek to occupy the front rank, if I aspire to become somebody, I will be hated by the crowd of those without ability. Superiority is always unbearable. And those who are good and able, who wisely keep silent and avoid politics, will find me quite foolish and ridiculous for not keeping quiet in a troubled town. Finally, those who combine politics and reason will vote against me all the more if I achieve honors, for that is the way things are, father. Those with the advantage of both power and position are the most determined against their rivals. Then, having arrived as an intruder in another's home, that of a childless woman who for long has shared your pain and who, disappointed and alone, will not support her destiny without bitterness, I will justly be the victim of her hatred. 2. I shall come back to this passage. I would like to reread the first part of the text and of the rejoinder. What do we see in Ion's objections to his quasi-father, his pseudo-father Suthus? First of all, he says, Athens is autochthonous. This is Athens' old claim. Unlike other Greek peoples, the Athenians have always inhabited Athens, they are born from its very soil, and Erechtheus, born from the soil of Athens, is the guarantee of this. Second, not only is Athens autochthonous, it is also pure of any foreign element. This also refers to an important theme in Euripides, for example, in a fragment of a lost play called Erechtheus. In other cities, Euripides says, one lives like pieces moved around in a game of jack-straws, of backgammon. New elements are constantly being introduced like poorly fixed pegs in a piece of wood. 3 Actually this refers to a quite precise piece of legislation. From the middle of the 5th century, from 451, legislation peculiar to Athens, which is not found in most other Greek cities, refused the right of citizenship to children with an Athenian father and a non-Athenian mother. 4 In other words, from the middle of the 5th century both parents had to be Athenian. The aim of this extremely strict legislation, again, typical of Athens, was to avoid a marked increase in the number of citizens. Its effect was also, of course, to reduce their number. And precisely, in the second part of the Peloponnesian War when, weakened by plague, war, and defeats, Athens needs citizens, the legislation is overturned. But in 418, when Euripides is writing Ion, it has not yet come to this and the law is still in force. And, Following a procedure which is usual with these legendary re-elaborations, the ancient nature of the law is emphasized, although it is actually a very recent law. And here Ion is supposed to refer to an absolutely original tradition of Athens and say, Athens is pure of any foreign mixture, that is to say, every citizen must be born of a mother and father who are both citizens. Instead he says, now this is where I fall down, afflicted by the double misfortune of being both the son of a foreigner and a bastard. 5. That is to say, he is not even the son of an Athenian and a foreign woman. He is the son of a non-Athenian, Suthus, and a girl from who knows where. So, branded as such, if I do not have power, I will remain a nobody, son of nobody. 6. Nobody, son of no one, he will be nothing at all. And this is where the second development begins. I do not think the translation does full justice to and does not clearly reconstruct a text whose discursivity is quite legible. He says, if I wish to arrive at the front rank, eis to proton zugon, for the front rank. 7. Note that it is not a question of exercising tyrannical, monarchical power, the power of a single individual, occupying the front rank as being one of those who are in the front rank of the town. Then he says, I will find myself, I am schematizing, but this is how the text is constructed, facing 3 categories of citizens. The text says, I will be hated by the crowd of those without ability. And those who are good and able, who wisely keep silent and avoid politics, will find me quite foolish and ridiculous for not keeping quiet in a troubled town. Finally, those who combine politics and reason. 8. In fact, 3 categories of citizens are evoked. In another text by Euripides, the suppliant women, there are also 3 categories of citizen, the rich, the poor, and those in the middle. 9. We also have a distinction between 3 terms, but here it is completely different. For it is a matter of 3 categories of citizen who are divided up, not by reference to wealth, but in relation to what Ion defines as his objective, or his hypothetical objective, to be in the front rank of the town. With regard to the distribution of power, authority, and effective influence in the town, there are 3 categories of citizen. Now what I think has to be understood is that it is not a matter of 3, if you like, legal categories of citizens who do not have the same poll tax status. We are dealing with Athenian democracy. It is a question of the effective distribution of political authority, of the exercise of power among and within a mass or set formed by legal citizens. It is not even a question of those who lack certain rights, either as slaves, of course, medics, or foreigners. No, we are dealing with citizens, and among these citizens there are 3 categories. Ton men adunaton 10. With regard to those who are adunaton, powerless. I think we should clarify this text through another text which is also in the suppliant women and where it is a question of citizens who have ability and are powerful, who by themselves and through their wealth can do something for the city. 11. The first category evoked by Ion here is those who do not even have this ability, this power to do something, by themselves or through their wealth, for the city. That is to say, they do not even have the wherewithal to buy weapons and armor in order to take part in war, and they do not belong to those who bring wealth into the city or who make it prosperous. Faced with someone like Ion who, arriving as an intruder and branded as a bastard, would like to take power, this crowd without ability, this mass of citizens, who are full legal citizens but lack that something more which characterizes political authority, all of this group could display only envy and anger. At any rate, these people always detest those who are stronger, whoever they may be. So, Ion says, I will be exposed to the hostility of the powerless, or of those who have no political authority in our land. I will come up against their hostility, an even stronger hostility, because of my birth. The second category of citizen, and then this is very interesting, is those who are krestoi and drnamenoi. Drnamenoi 12. That is to say, those who can do something, those whose birth, status, and wealth give them the means to exercise power. Krestoi, that is to say they are good, morally estimable people. In short, this is the elite, and it is indeed this term krestoi that Xenophon, for example, or rather the pseudo-Xenophon uses to designate the elite in the constitution of the Athenians. 13. Anyway, among these people, these drnamenoi and krestoi, there are those who are also sophoi, who are wise. And these, sigasin kai ouspoudosin eis ta pragmata, 14. These people keep quiet and do not concern themselves with ta pragmata, the affairs of the city. So we have this second category of citizens who belong to the good people, to the powerful people, to the people who have wealth, birth, and status, but whose wisdom means that they do not concern themselves with politics. To not be concerned with politics, with affairs, is also to remain silent. How will these people react when they see a bastard intruder try to push himself to the front rank? Well, quite simply they will find it ridiculous. They will find it ridiculous that this bastard intruder does not keep quiet in the city. Hesuhazian. Point 15. So here we clearly have a philosophical theme concerning that form of belonging to a city which, while being rich, powerful, well-born, etc., consists in being a sophist. 16. Someone wise who does not concern himself with affairs and who keeps himself in hesukia, in peace, and quiet, in idleness, in what the Latins will call odium. The citizens of the third category are also rich and powerful citizens, good people. But unlike the sophoi, the wise, who keep quiet and concern themselves with their own affairs, these logotechromenon tete polii. 17. They deal with politics and reason, chromenon, from the verb krestai, make use of, practice, be concerned with, both logos and polis. They deal with both logos and polis, and these, of course, are the ones who represent political authority. You can see that this third category is absolutely opposed on every point to the preceding category, but they also belong to the category of good people. There is the category of good people who keep quiet and do not concern themselves with pragmata, and there is the category of people who make use of, concern themselves with, manipulate, have to do with, and practice both logos, that is to say they do not keep quiet, they speak, and the polis, they are concerned with the affairs of the town. I think there is an exact, term-for-term opposition. The latter category, says the text, moreover, have the town, they possess the town, they control the town and have the honors. These are the people one would risk coming up against in the form of rivalry. They, he says, would not put up with competition and with their votes would try to condemn or exclude those who offend them. So in the city and in relation to these three categories of characters who are, once again, three categories of legal citizens: the poor without power, then, within the powerful, those who keep quiet and do not concern themselves with city affairs, and those who make use of logos and polis. The bastard intruder Ion will be too much, he will be in the way. With what consequences? The answer is found in the text I have begun reading to you. Point 18. As the bastard son of a foreign father he will be unwelcome in the very family in which he will live, that is to say the family of Suthus and Crusa. Crusa, who on the one hand is Athenian by birth, the daughter of Erechtheus, and, on the other, the legitimate wife, will not tolerate it. There will therefore be hatred in the home of the sovereigns, in the home of the king, of the monarch and his wife, anyway in the home in which harmony is absolutely indispensable to the city's harmony. Either Suthus will take the part of his illegitimate son against his wife, and this will mean the destruction of peace in the household, or he will take the part of his wife against his son and thereby betray Ion. In any case, Ion will be too much in relation to the structure of the chief's house whose harmony is indispensable to the public good and the peace of the entire city. And on the other side, on the public stage, he will be unwelcome. For coming from outside, forcibly imposed with his illegitimate birth, the only power he will be able to exercise, and this is what appears at the end of the text, will be that of tyranny. He will be like those tyrants who were imposed on Greek cities from outside, who came under the protection of Zeus. Now Suthus happens to be, precisely a descendant of Zeus, so the reference to tyrannical power is fairly clear. Ion could arrive in Athens, and remain there, only as a tyrant. Now the tyrant's existence, he says, is detestable, and in no way does he want to lead that life. Point 19. He prefers to remain near the god where he lives a calm and quiet life. This is why, after having accepted the paternity offered to him by Suthus, Ion finishes by saying, "No, in the end I do not want to go to Athens for the reasons I have given." At this point Suthus insists and emphasizes that things can still be arranged. With Suthus we are always in this realm of arranging things, and he says, "It's very simple, we will not say straight away that you are my son, or that you are my heir, or that I will grant you power, but we will do it all softly and gradually." We will choose the right moment to tell Chrysa so that she accepts it without grief or difficulty. And Ion accepts this arrangement. Point 20 He accepts it with the result that he agrees to go with Suthis to take part in a feast to thank the god for the revelation, in reality the deceptive revelation, he has made. And then, after, they will leave for Athens and Ion's presence will gradually be imposed in the household of Chrysa and Suthis. Ion accepts, but not without adding this, which is the text I wanted to explain to you. I will go then, but destiny, Tuk, has not yet given me everything. Point 21 He agrees to go to Athens, but if I do not find she who bore me, my life is impossible. By Odon Heman, it is impossible for us to live, mf and, if I am permitted to make a wish, may this woman be Athenian, so that through my mother I have the right to speak freely. If a stranger enters a town where the race is without stain, the law may make him a citizen, but his tongue will remain servile. 22 He will not have parousia, Bukeki Parisian. Point 23 So why does he want parousia so much? Why does the absence of parousia wreck the vague scheme constructed by Suthis? Why anyway, when Ion accepts this vague scheme, is he not satisfied and still wants to know who his mother is so as to obtain parousia? It seems to me that in this lack of parousia which is shown in this way and so bothers Ion, we can see a.t. You can see very clearly that parousia is not exactly the same as the exercise of power. For Suthis possesses power itself, authority over the city, sovereignty, a monarchical or tyrannical type of sovereignty, and he is ready to pass it on to his son. The magnificent ancestry that goes back to Zeus, the real power he exercises at Athens, and the wealth he has accumulated are not and will not be enough to give Ion parousia. Parousia is not therefore the exercise of power itself. But you can also see that it is not just the status of citizen. Certainly, with Athenian legislation that of 451, but supposed to be in force already, he cannot be a citizen because his mother is not Athenian. But what is interesting in the text is precisely that he says, even if the law made someone a citizen, even if he is therefore legally a citizen, he still does not have parousia. In other words, he cannot get parousia through his father, who gives him power, or through the law, if it existed, which would give him the status of citizen. He demands this parousia from his mother. Does this mean that we are dealing here with a survival or expression of some matrilineal right? I really don't think so. We should recall Ion's particular situation. He has a father who was welcomed on Athenian soil but who is not of Greek origin. Second, he does not know who his mother is. And third, he wants to exercise a power, he wants to be in the front rank of the city. He could receive his father's tyrannical power, but this would not suffice for what he wants to do. What he wants to do, therefore, is to be in the front rank of the city. And to be in the front rank in the city, or rather, to be involved in the city by being in its front rank, being bound to it, he needs parousia. This parousia is therefore something other than the pure and simple status of citizen, and it is not given by tyrannical power. What is it? I think parousia is, in a way, a discourse spoken from above, which comes from a source higher than the status of the citizen, and which is different from the pure and simple exercise of power. It is a form of discourse which will exercise power in the framework of the city, but of course in non-tyrannical conditions, that is to say, allowing others the freedom to speak, the freedom of those who also wish to be in the front rank, and who may be in the front rank in this sort of agonistic game typical of political life in Greece and especially in Athens. It is then a discourse spoken from above, but which leaves others the freedom to speak, and allows freedom to those who have to obey, or leaves them free at least insofar as they will only obey if they can be persuaded. What constitutes parousia is, I think, the exercise of a form of discourse which persuades others whom one commands and which, in an agonistic game, allows freedom for others who also wish to command. With, of course, all the effects associated with such a struggle and situation. First, that the words one utters fail to persuade and the crowd turns against you. Or that the discourse of others, to which one leaves space alongside one's own, may prevail over your discourse. What constitutes the field peculiar to parousia is this political risk of a discourse which leaves room free for other discourse and assumes the task, not of bending others to one's will, but of persuading them. What is making use of this parousia within the framework of the city if not, Precisely, and in accordance with what has just been said, dealing with both logos and polis. Parousia consists in making use of logos in the polis, logos in the sense of true, reasonable discourse, discourse which persuades, and discourse which may confront other discourse and will triumph only through the weight of its truth and the effectiveness of its persuasion. Parousia consists in making use of this true, reasonable, agonistic discourse, this discourse of debate, in the field of the polis. And, once again, neither the effective exercise of tyrannical power nor the simple status of citizen can give this parousia. Who, then, can give this parousia? It is here that Euripides emphasizes, if not his solution, at least his suggestion. He says, it must come from the mother. But, once again, in no way is this a reference to some matrilineal right, it is a function of Ion's very situation until now that, while he has a brilliant father, since he comes from Zeus, and an all-powerful father, since he exercises power at Athens, he was not born at Athens. It is simply belonging to the land, autochthony, being rooted in the soil, this historical continuity based on a territory, which alone can give parousia. In other words, the question of parousia corresponds to an historical problem, to an extremely precise political problem at the time when Euripides writes Ion. The situation is that of democratic Athens, of the Athens in which Pericles has been dead for a dozen years, of that democratic Athens in which all the people, of course, had the right to vote, while the best of them and the best of all, Pericles, in fact exercised authority and political power. In this post-Periclean Athens the problem arises of who will really exercise power within the framework of legal citizenship. Given that the law is equal for all, the principle of isonomia, and given that everyone has the right to vote and to give his opinion, isogoria, who will have the possibility and the right of parousia, that is to say, to stand up, speak, try to persuade the people, and try to prevail over his rivals, at the risk, moreover, of losing the right to live in Athens, as happens when a political leader is exiled or ostracized, and possibly of his own life? Anyway, who must take this risk of political discourse and exercise the authority bound up with it? This was the debate at Athens at this time, between Cleon, the democrat, the demagogue, etc., who claimed that everyone should be able to have this parousia, and, on the other hand, let's say the movement of an aristocratic tendency around Nicias, who thought that parousia should in fact be reserved to an elite. Different solutions will be tried in the great crisis in Athens provoked by the second part of the Peloponnesian War. When Euripides is writing, the crisis has not yet clearly broken out, but the problem arises. And it is at this time or around this time that we see new constitutional projects being formulated in Athens. Euripides has no desire to put forward a constitutional solution in Ion which would say who should exercise parousia, but we can clearly see the context in which he formulates the question. This context is one in which, as the text clearly shows, parousia cannot be inherited as a violent, tyrannical power, and no more is it simply entailed purely by the status of the citizen, it must be reserved only for some and cannot be obtained as a matter of course. And what Euripides suggests is that belonging to the land, autochthony, this being historically rooted in a territory will assure the individual of the exercise of this parousia. I am not deducing what I am saying here about the immediate political context of this problem and theme of parousia in Ion from what I said earlier about the fundamental character of this tragedy as a drama of truth-telling, and as a sort of founding representation of truth-telling. I think that this play immediately corresponds, in fact, to a precise political problem, and that at the same time it is the Greek drama about the political history of truth-telling, about the foundation, both legendary and true, of truth-telling in the realm of politics. That the main, fundamental part of history takes place through the fine, slender thread of events is something to which I think we should reconcile ourselves, or rather that we should bravely confront. History, and the main part of history, passes through the eye of a needle. It is then in this small constitutional conflict over the exercise of power at Athens that the great drama, Ion, is formulated as the drama of the formulation of the truth, and of the foundation of political truth-telling, in terms of oracular truth-telling. How can we pass from this oracular truth-telling to political truth-telling? This is what emerges even more clearly in the second part of the play. The God who must tell the truth is present. I have shown you why and how he refused to tell the truth. How can we get beyond the approximate truth that Sothis proposed to Ion, and which Ion was so hesitant to accept? How can we surmount the secret kept by the god, owing to his oracular ambiguity, and also because he is ashamed to confess his offense? Well, it is precisely to humans that we must turn, for the god will remain mute, ambiguous, and ashamed. Humans will forge the path to truth-telling, to the truth-telling about Ion's birth, which will finally be able to establish his right to tell the truth in a city. How do things work out? I would like to try to speed up a little. I will at least start the analysis of the second part. Just as the truth is revealed by halves in Oedipus, here too there is a game of halves, or rather two games of halves. We have had a first game of halves, Chrysa putting her distorted question, Sothis putting his innocent question, and the god giving a distorted answer. This is the first point. Now, Ion has practically agreed to play this game of distorted truth or of semi-lie. He has half accepted it, but he is not entirely satisfied. He still has this remainder, this need to justify the parousia that he has not managed to establish. The final stretch will also be covered in two parts, on the woman's side on the one hand, and the god's truth-telling on the other, and you will see how reticent and elusive this is. First, the woman's side. For Ion's birth to be revealed in its truth, the two partners responsible for his birth, Chrysa and Apollo, must tell the truth. This, then, is what happens on Chrysa's side. Ion, having accepted willy-nilly the solution proposed by Sothis, decides to go with him to take part in the Thanksgiving banquet. So he leaves the stage, with Sothis warning the chorus to remain silent, since, according to their agreement, it is understood that Ion will just return to Athens, and gradually, so as not to hurt Chrysa, the truth will be told and it will be said that Ion really is Sothis' heir. Everyone therefore must keep quiet about what is believed to be the truth, and so the chorus is strongly advised to keep quiet. Who are the chorus? They are Chrysa's servants, who have accompanied her from Athens to Delphi for her consultation. When Chrysa returns on the scene, the chorus, clearly on her side, can't wait to tell her, listen, this is what has happened, we don't want to tell you, but Sothis has found a son. And this son is obviously not yours, he was fathered by Sothis, who is going to bring him into your home and try to force him on you. At this point Chrysa obviously makes a scene. She becomes angry, enraged, supported by her teacher, the old man who came with her to Delphi and who the text says is the teacher of Erechtheus' children. Point 24. Why does she become enraged? We should emphasize, although it may be a bit marginal to our purposes, it confirms some of the things we have said, that it is not, if you like, a sentimental or sexual kind of rage. My husband has deceived me. It is the fury of the woman who, as heir to a line and married to someone, sees the arrival of her husband's son who is to be installed in the household and who will, of course, exercise power in the household as heir, but even more deprive her of her role as mistress of the house and mother, of her role as founder of the line. As a result, deprived of her rights, she will lead a solitary, miserable, and abandoned life. This is what provokes her fury, and in her fury she will say this, which is, I think, essential: I am the victim of my husband's injustice since, against my will and without telling me, he wishes to force a son on me who is not even mine and who humiliates me. And on account of what am I the victim of his injustice? Because the god, Apollo, indicated this son to him, because at this point Chrysa, like Sothis, still believes that Ion, designated in this way, is the natural son of Sothis. My husband forces a son on me who is not mine but who was indicated by the self-same god who gave me a son I cannot find. And now I am caught between two injustices, the injustice of the husband who, although a foreigner, brings to Athens a son who is not even Athenian, but who will exercise power there and deprive me of my status as the daughter and sole heir of Erechtheus, and, in addition, this is all because of a god of whom I was the victim, since he abandoned me after giving me a child. And Chrysa speaks in her anger, and she speaks in a scene which is very precisely a double scene of confession that takes place on two levels: the blasphemous confession, the accusatory confession delivered against Apollo, and, on the other hand, the, as it were, human confession painfully extracted word by word in a dialogue with a teacher. This double confession will constitute one of the play's essential components. That is to say, to get from the reticence of the oracular god who refuses to speak, to the true discourse which will make it possible for Ion to use parousia in Athens, the discovery of the truth passes through a singular moment whose structure, function, organization, and discursive practice is very different from the oracle and from political discourse. This median element, this necessary and, moreover, double-sided element of the confession, is the scene in which Croesus says to the god, or rather publicly reminds the god of the offense they committed together, a public confession, and then, turning to the teacher, in a hushed voice she tells him of the offense she has committed. This double confession in two parts is the pivot of the play, and unfortunately it is what I will talk about next week, since I have not had time to finish this week. V. 7. January 26, 1983, first hour. Continuation and end of the comparison between Ion and Oedipus. The truth does not arise from an investigation but from the clash of passions. The rule of illusions and passions. The cry of confession and accusation. G. Dumazil's analyses of Apollo. Dumazil's categories applied to Ion. Tragic modulation of the theme of the voice. Tragic modulation of the theme of gold. So, if you like, we will continue reading Ion, and I would like to pursue it in the following way, to read this tragedy as a tragedy of truth-telling, of parousia, of the foundation of free-spokenness. As you know, this tragedy tells the story of the secret son born of Croesus' secret love-making with Apollo, a son who is abandoned, exposed, disappears, is thought to be dead, and that his mother, now accompanied by Xuthus, her lawful husband, comes to ask for her son again from the Apollo at Delphi. And when she comes, accompanied by Xuthus, to ask Apollo for her son again, or to find out from Apollo what could have become of this disappeared son, the son is there in front of her. He is in front of her in the guise of a temple servant, but she does not know that he is her son. And he, not knowing his own identity, does not know that he is looking at his mother. Such then, you can see, is the somewhat Oedipal story of the exposed son who is lost and then finds himself in front of his parents, or his mother, but not knowing who she is. It is an Oedipal story except for the fact that Oedipus, you recall I tried to emphasize this precisely in discovering who he was driven from his land, whereas the situation is exactly the reverse in Ion's case, since he needs to know who he is in order to be able to return home with authority, and to exercise there the fundamental rights of speech. And it is when he has discovered who he is that he will be able to return home. So there is, if you like, an Oedipal framework, but with an exactly opposite meaning, polarity, and orientation. I am aware that in telling you this story of the young man who can only gain access to the truth and to truth-telling at the price of having to drag out the secret of his birth, it may be thought, as I reminded you last week, that we are dealing with an invariant. For the child, access to the truth involves discovering the secret of his birth. But I am obviously not interested in the play Ion for the purpose of extracting this kind of invariant. One always needs a mommy in order to speak. Rather, I want to try to see the particular determinations in this play by Euripides W., and we can say in classical Athens, of a juridical, political, and religious principle, namely, that the right and duty of telling the truth, a right and duty intrinsic to the exercise of power, can only be based on two conditions. 1. That a genealogy, in the double sense of historical continuity and territorial belonging, is brought out and truthfully told, and the other, that this truth-telling of the genealogy, this truthful revelation of the genealogy has a certain relationship to the truth spoken by the god, even if this truth is violently dragged out of him. The play recounts this extraction of the truth and genealogy, and I would like to return to the point we reached in the plot last week. You recall what has happened. Xuthus and Creusa had come to consult Apollo. Creusa, for her part, had said what she had come in search of, which was not exactly the same thing as Xuthus. She had invented the half-lie that she had come in her sister's name to ask what had become of his sister's illegitimate son. A half-lie in order to get the truth. Meanwhile, Xuthus, conducting his own consultation, had asked the god if he would ever have a descendant. And the god had replied through a half-lie, which is in a way symmetrical to Creusa's half-false question, saying to Xuthus, I will give you the first person you meet. And the first person Xuthus meets on leaving the temple is, of course, Ion. The god had therefore given an answer which was only very partially true. He had in fact given Sothis and Croesus someone who could serve as a son to them, but in short the god's truth-telling was, to say the least, inexact. Let's say, in the strict sense of the term, the god had proposed a hybrid, THIRD solution. Now this hybrid solution Ion, son of Creusa and Apollo, who Apollo falsely represents as the illegitimate son of Sothis, is clearly lacking something, because if Ion really is the son of Sothis, then, since Sothis is in reality a foreigner to Athens who was integrated into the Athenian city only as a result of helping the Athenians carry off a victory, and then by marrying Creusa who was given to him in reward, it follows that his son will not be able to benefit from the ancestral rights of the exercise of political power. And Ion is perfectly aware of this. When Sothis recognizes him, or believes he recognizes him as his son, Ion is very reticent, very hesitant, and says, "But if I return to Athens as Sothis' bastard, either I will be nothing at all, a nobody, son of no one, or I will be a tyrant." In any case, under these conditions he will not be able to benefit from that extra something which enables one to occupy the front rank, proton zugon, and thereby exercise power over the city using rational and true language. He will not be given this common use of logos and polis, this government of the polis by logos, legitimately. To be granted parousia, the use of the town and of rational and true language, it is necessary to move forward, go beyond this hybrid and illusory solution initially proposed by the oracle, take a new plunge to get to the very heart of the truth. Today I would like to analyze this second part of the play, which is as complex, troubled, full of sound and fury, and shot through with passions and events as the first part was calm, hieratic, simple, and rather Sophoclean. Here again, if you like, we can make a bit of a comparison between Ion and Oedipus the king. As you know, it is not the oracle who tells the secret of the birth in Oedipus the king. The oracle has simply caught Oedipus in a kind of pincer movement. First there are the very ancient prophetic words pronounced by the god, which Oedipus escapes just as his parents wished, and then there are the present-day signs sent by the god, which are first the plague, and then Creon's answer. Between these two sets of expressions, verdicts, decrees, and signs sent by the god, Oedipus can only question others and himself. Spurred on by these different signs, issued by the god in the past and again now, Oedipus decides to conduct the inquiry himself. You recall that Sophocles' text shows with what tenacious determination Oedipus decided to get to the heart of the truth whatever the cost to himself, and he says so from the start. Unlike Oedipus, and despite the analogies of situation I have spoken about, the process of disclosing the truth in Ion, the allothurgic procedure, does not have a principal agent or central actor. In fact, the truth will be brought to light through successive fragments, somewhat as in Oedipus, but it will come to light in spite of everyone, in spite of the god and in spite of the characters. Or at any rate, it is not so much that the characters will try to bring out the truth. No one takes charge of this work of the truth as the clash of the different characters' passions in relation to each other, and essentially the clash of Creusa's and Ion's passions, each confronted by the other inasmuch they have not recognized each other and believe themselves to be enemies. It is this clash of passions which will make the truth blaze forth at a given moment, without anyone being in charge. Without a will seeking out this truth, without anyone undertaking the inquiry and seeing it through to the end. One of the major differences between Ion and Oedipus the king is the relationship between aletheia and pathos, between truth and passion. In the case of Oedipus, Oedipus undertakes to seek the truth personally, using his own power. And it is when he has finally found the truth that he falls under the blow of fate and, as a consequence, his whole life appears as pathos, suffering, passion. In the case of Ion, on the other hand, a number of characters confront each other on the basis of their passions. And it is from the clash, the lightning flash of these passions that, without the characters really willing it, the truth arises between them, as it were, a truth which precisely will bring about complete appeasement of the passions. So you see now how this allothurgy is brought about. I think we can recognize two major moments. Here again, consider Oedipus. You know that in Oedipus, when the issue was not the discovery of the crime but the discovery of Oedipus' birth, first of all the servant from Corinth had to tell how Oedipus was not in fact born at Corinth but had been received from someone else from, precisely, Thebes. Then, in the second part, As second part of this second part, we see the old servant from Cithaeron, the old Theban say, well, yes, I was given Oedipus by Jocasta, and so this really is Oedipus. So, there were two halves. In the same way there are halves in Ion. A half concerning the birth will be told by Chrysa, who will say, yes, before marrying Suthus I had a child, I was seduced by Apollo and had a child who was born on the slopes of the Acropolis. Then a second half will be required to complete the truth, namely that this child, born on the slopes of the Acropolis, was taken by Apollo, or Apollo had Hermes take him, and was brought to Delphi where he became Apollo's servant. And at that moment this will really be Ion. And the two halves of the truth fit together, and we will have the famous two halves of the ceramic token comprising the Cymbeline involved in Oedipus the King. 1. How, in the first, Chrysa half, if you like, is Chrysa brought to tell this truth that she dared not tell at the start of the play, when, avoiding the truth, she said, I come on behalf of my sister who had a brief affair and a son that I would really like to find for her. How will she be brought to say, yes, I had a son? I think this is roughly the point we reached last week. The mechanism which will lead Chrysa to recognize her son is the following. You recall that Suthus, having recognized or believing that he had recognized his son, came to an agreement with Ion that they would return to Athens without telling the whole truth. And so as not to hurt Chrysa, they had decided that they would let it be thought that, well, Ion was just returning, as a servant, a companion of Suthus, and then gradually one would say, there you have it, Ion is really the son of Suthus. And this lie, concocted for the best reasons in the world, was hatched in the presence of the chorus, who had therefore heard the whole conversation and had been warned by Suthus, above all, say nothing of this to Chrysa, our secret must be closely kept. Now the chorus is made up of Chrysa's servants, that is to say, of Athenian women, women of the Gynoeceum, and so of women whose status and function is to preserve. Through their status as guardians of the women's place, of births, and also as keepers of their customs, these women are on Chrysa's side, on the side of the autochthonous Athenian lineage going back to Erechtheus. Consequently it is quite clear that Chrysa's servants cannot wait to tell her the truth and to warn her, take care, Suthus will want this young man he is bringing back to Athens to be foisted on you as his son, and so you will find yourself with a foreign stepson in your home, forced on you by your husband. And this is in actual fact what happens, when Chrysa arrives on the scene, Suthus having left. The chorus goes back on its promise to Suthus and warns Chrysa, revealing to her what Suthus has obtained from the god's oracle, that is to say, the pseudo-truth that Suthus has found a son, and that this son is the young temple servant seen at the start of the play. Chrysa, of course, takes the chorus revelation at face value, and becomes furious. Why is she furious and despondent? Well, because, having no descendants herself, she will live alone, in an isolated dwelling place. She will be the victim of the loss of position and status that marks the sterile woman in every noble Greek family, a loss reinforced by the fact that she is not only sterile but that her husband will return with someone whom he will force on her as his son in her own home. Chrysa is roused to greater anger by the old tutor who supports her and who, from the point of view of one who raised Erechtheus' children and so safeguards and watches over the lineage, gives his own nasty and malicious interpretation of the chorus's news. For the old man does not fail to say, that's all very well, now Suthus will bring back a son, designated, he claims, by the oracle, and he will even go so far as to let it be understood that he must have had this son in the past. You remember the Maenades of the temple he visited when he was young, but really this must all be an act. Do you know what really happened, the old tutor says? Suthus quite simply had a child by some slave. He was ashamed and sent the boy to Delphi, and then he took you to Delphi on the pretext of consulting the oracle. 2 But it was not to consult the oracle at all, but to get his son back, and to make you believe that the oracle had designated him, whereas he quite simply returned to look for this little bastard he fathered with a slave in some corner of the house. This is not a very pretty state of affairs, the old man says, and you cannot accept it. It is at this point then that we get Chrysa's discourse of truth, her confession. But you see, first of all, that we are of course at the peak or in the depths of her passion. Chrysa's situation is the worst that a Greek noblewoman, a woman of high birth who has to continue the line of her ancestors, may face. she has no offspring, and her husband foists the descendant of a slave on her. This is absolute humiliation. But, on the other hand, we must see that if we are in the deepest depths of passion, we are also in the depths of the illusions and lies that thicken around Crusoe and what will be, at last, Crusoe's discourse of truth. It is from the depths of these illusions, and in a way in the very agitation of these illusions and the passions to which they give rise, that the discourse of truth will burst out. Why illusions? For a number of reasons. In the first place, the chorus promised Suthis that it would lie to Crusoe and conceal the so-called paternity in which Suthis believed because, as he thought, the god had revealed it to him. The chorus breaks its promise by revealing what Suthis said, by revealing what it is thought the god said, and so by revealing a paternity that the chorus honestly believes to be true. There is only one hitch, or problem, in breaking its promise. What the chorus tells Crusoe as truth is in actual fact a lie, but the chorus does not know this. Second, Crusoe hears that Suthis' son is to be forced on her home. She believes this son to be her husband's and not her own. And deciding to reject this imposed son, she is unaware that she is rejecting, as a humiliation and as a submission to the foreigner, this son who should be her pride and joy as a mother since he is the son of a god, and so she is completely mistaken about what is happening. There is apparently justified anger and a humiliation that she really must feel, but these passions and feelings are based on her mistake. As for the tutor who tells his story by saying, "You know Suthis really fathered a child by a slave," etc., he believes he is telling the truth, a kind of plausible truth at any rate, the skeptical truth with which one can confront all those who naively believe oracles. Frequently, he says at any rate, this is what is behind his statement: what we call an oracle is no more than men's dirty little scheme to make the gods say what they have an interest in getting others to believe is the truth. In saying this, in countering the self-styled oracle of the god, believed by Suthis, with this skeptical argument of good sense, you see that the tutor is both completely mistaken, since this is not the truth of the story at all, and yet he is close to the truth, because there really is someone who wanted to deceive the others and work out a story which is exactly the opposite of the truth. It was the god himself who did this. And who told the dirty little shameful lie that the tutor attributes to Suthis? Apollo. It was Apollo who, through shame and not wanting to reveal the child he had fathered with Crusoe, thought of attributing it to someone else. So you see that, in a sense, the tutor is entirely mistaken, yet in getting it wrong he is fairly close to the truth. Anyway, with the chorus, Crusoe, and the tutor, we are in a world of half-truths and illusions. This is the point at which Crusoe, in the depths of illusion and humiliation, bursts out with the truth. But it is important to understand that she does not do so in order to make her own right prevail, revealing the birth of a glorious son. She bursts out with the truth only in shame, humiliation, and anger. Crusoe does not tell a truth in order to turn the situation to her advantage, for, in the state she is in and at the point the plot has reached, she cannot know that the situation will turn in her favor. But already completely humiliated by all that has happened, Crusoe adds a further, supplementary humiliation. Not only am I sterile, she says, not only do I have no son by Suthis, and not only does Suthis foist a son on me who is not mine, but on top of that, before marrying Suthis I committed an offense, and I will say what it was. And Crusoe's confession, anyway the first part of her confession, for you will see that there are two parts. The first form of confession is announced by these lines: "Dead, alas, are my hopes that I thought to see fulfilled by keeping my offense, my tear-drenched labor, secret no, by the starry palace of Zeus, by the goddess who reigns over my rocks, by the holy shore of the Tritonian lake, I will no longer conceal my offense, I want relief from it and to breathe more freely. Tears spring from my eyes, my soul suffers. All have hurt my soul, humans and immortals. Ah! I shall convict them of ungrateful treachery to poor women." 3. So, a discourse of humiliation, a discourse of weeping, a discourse in tears, and a discourse of the offense, in which precisely, we will come back to this shortly, we will have to speak of the injustice of others. But, once again, if she speaks of the injustice of others, this is not at all so that she can turn the situation to her advantage. In a way, she does so in order to draw to herself, to summon around herself, all the misfortunes and injustices of which she has been the victim. So this is where Chrysa's first confession begins. She speaks to Apollo and says to him, "O you who make the seven-string lyre sing, and the muses' sonorous hymns vibrate on the rustic animal's lifeless horns, O son of Leto, I accuse you in the full light of this day that shines on me. You came to me, in the radiance of your golden hair, while I gathered saffron flowers in my robe, reflections of your gold to weave into garlands. Gripping my pale wrists, you dragged me, crying out mother, to your bed, deep in a cave, seducer god, and did without shame what Kypris Aphrodite, GB wanted. And I bore you a son, poor soul, who, from fear of my mother, I exposed in your bed, at the spot where you took O wretched embrace, the pitiful wretch I am. Woe to me! He is lost, the prey of birds, your son, and mine, poor soul. And you play the lyre and do nothing but sing your paeans. Oh! It is you I call, the son of Leto who dispenses oracles, seated on your golden throne at the center of the earth. Let this cry reach your ears. Go on then, cowardly seducer, you, owing nothing to my husband, install a son in his home, while my child, and yours, unworthy father, has disappeared, taken by the birds of prey, far from his swaddling clothes. Delos hates you, and so to the laurel which, with a fine-haired palm, shelters the cradle where Leto, in noble childbirth, brought you into the world, son of Zeus. For so I would like to analyze this passage a little. First of all, I would like us to pause for a moment on the way in which Chrysa addresses Apollo, since Chrysa's confession is made to the one who knows, and who knows better than anyone, since Apollo himself seduced her and is the father of her child. She thus turns back against Apollo a truth that he knows full well. How and why does she turn it against him? Or rather, if we want to know why, we need to know how she addresses him, evokes him, calls out to him, and names him. There are two passages in the text where she calls out to Apollo directly. Right at the start, O you who makes the seven-string lyre sing, and the muses' sonorous hymns vibrate on the rustic animal's lifeless horns, O son of Leto, I accuse you in the full light of this day that shines on me. And at line 906, at the beginning of the final third of this appeal, she says to him, and you play the lyre and do nothing but sing your paeans. Oh! It is you I call, the son of Leto who dispenses oracles, seated on your golden throne at the center of the earth. You see that Apollo is hailed in the same way in these two passages. On the one hand, he is the god who sings, the god of the lyre. Second, he is the golden god, the flashing god with golden hair. And finally this only appears in the second interpellation: he is the god who, at the center of the earth, gives oracles to men and who must speak the truth. Singing god, golden god, God of truth. I would like to refer here to George Dumazille's work concerning Apollo, in particular in his book Apollon Sonor. 5 in his second essay, Dumazille studies an ancient hymn, much earlier than Euripides, a Homeric hymn to Apollo, the first part of which is not dedicated to the Apollo of Delphi, but to the Apollo of Delos. Now in this hymn to the Apollo of Delos, this is how Apollo makes his appearance at the moment of his birth. He has just been born and, still a baby, he already speaks and says, "Give me my lyre and my curved bow. I shall also reveal in my oracles the infallible designs of Zeus." At this, he strides off across the world, the archer Phoebus of the pure hair. All the immortals admired him, and all of Delos, the island, the land where he was born, became covered with gold while it contemplated the race of Zeus and Leto. It came into bloom like the summit of a mountain with the blossoming of its forest. 6. In his commentary on this Apollonian hymn, Dumazille notes that three things characterize the god and his status. First, the god calls for his lyre and his bow. Second, he is clearly indicated as the one who reveals the will of Zeus through the oracle, he tells the truth. And third, as soon as he sets foot on Delos it is covered with a mantle of gold and the forest blooms. These three characteristics of the god are related, obviously according to Dumazille, to the three Indo-European functions of the mythology he is studying. First, the gold is to be linked to the function of fertilization, to wealth. The god's bow represents the warrior function. As for the two other elements, the lyre and the oracle, Together they represent, or fall within the province of the magical political function, or as Dumézil says, administration of the sacred. Gold is wealth and fertility, the bow is the warrior function, and the oracle and the lyre are the administration of the sacred. And then Dumézil explains that telling the truth and singing, the coupling of oracle and lyre, are actually two complementary functions, in the sense that the oracle is the form of the voice which tells the truth and through which the god addresses men, while the song is the form of the voice through which men address the gods in order to sing their praises. The oracle and the song are therefore complementary as two senses, two directions in the communication between men and the gods. In this administration of the sacred, in this game of the sacred which takes place between men and the gods, the god tells the truth through the oracle, and men thank the gods through song. Hence the coupling of song and oracle. This is the first element we find in Dumézil's analysis. Second, in the essay immediately preceding this one, the first essay in the collection 7, Dumézil traces this genealogy of Apollo, or at any rate of the Apollonian functions, back to a theme found in Vedic literature, and in particular to a hymn of the 10th book of the Veda. I have not read this text myself, which sings of the powers of the voice. In actual fact, what Dumézil wants to show is that, in a way, following the norms or canons of Greek mythology, Apollo is a version of an old divine and abstract entity found in the Veda, and this is the voice itself. Apollo is the god of the voice, and in this Vedic hymn we see, or hear rather, the voice which proclaims itself in its three functions. It is through me, says the voice in the Vedic hymn, that man eats food. Second, says again the voice, whoever I love, I make strong, magical political function. Third, I taught in the bow so that the arrow kills the enemy of the Brahman. I am the one who fights for men, warrior function. Point 8. Finally, the third element, which I am still taking from Dumézil's analyses, is this, of the three functions contained in the old Indo-European structure, which is inflected, as it were, in Apollonian mythology. In the mythology of Phoebus, the third function, of fecundity, is the most fragile, for a number of reasons which Dumézil explains. It is perhaps not worth going into this for the moment. Dumézil shows that this third function of the god who makes the earth flourish and the forest blossom, quickly disappears. The fertility side, aspect, or function no longer appears in and around Apollo, except in the rites of the gift, either in kind or in metal, in gold, brought to the god of Delos or the god of Delphi. This Apollonian function will manifest itself in the exchange or offer of gold, rather than in a natural fertilization of the earth. And Dumézil notes that Apollo is not particularly well placed to speak with regard to natural fertilization because he is in fact, and this is constant in all the Apollonian myths, much more the god of the love of boys than he is of the love of women. And in fact there are very few children in Apollo's mythological record. Ion is a rare exception, which may explain to some extent the precaution, or reticence rather, that he displays in showing himself to be Ion's father. Moreover, when right at the start of the play Chrysa refers to the child that she says her sister had by Apollo, Ion says, with a woman. That would surprise me. 9. Apollo is not therefore the god of fertilization, of fertility, and the whole structure revolves around precisely this problem of birth and fertility. The Apollonian structure that Dumézil talks about in Apollon Sonor is clearly present. It is present first of all in the form of the first, magical political function, the function of the administration of the sacred, since Chrysa and Suthus address themselves in fact to the god of the oracle, the god who tells the truth. Second, we find the third function, since it is a question of fertility, of birth, which leads the two consultants to the oracle. If you like, what we find is the confrontation between this oracular function of truth-telling and the function of fertilization, and this constitutes the very heart of the play. The second, warrior function appears in the play only very slightly, discreetly, for a number of reasons. It only appears in this way for political reasons, given that Delphi has a peacemaking function at this time, which is a period of peace, of a truce in the Peloponnesian War, and then it does so because functions 1 and 3, truth-telling and fertilization, are the main ones in the plot itself. The warrior function appears in some terms, words, and situations. At the start of the play, Ion appears carrying a bow, the bow that is precisely a sign of Apollo's warrior function, and then there are the episodes we will talk about shortly in which Ion pursues the woman he does not know to be his mother, and wants to kill her. But what constitutes, what structures the play are essentially functions 1 and 3, truth-telling and fertilization. Second, still following what de Michel says, the third function, fertility, is the most problematic. It is, in a strict sense, the function which creates problems. In a way, Apollo's discomfort with regard to his own fertility and paternity is what drives the play. Finally, third, it is clear that the problem of the voice is found throughout the play. The theme of the voice, which according to de Michel forms the background of Apollonian mythology, is absolutely fundamental throughout the play. Euripides asks whether we can trust this voice of the god, which the Vedic hymn said we can trust, or whether men, humans, mortals in this case, the woman should not raise her own voice against the silent voice of the god who does not acknowledge his own paternity. It is clear that the tragedy modulates this theme, this structure, which, once again, is easy to recognize and perfectly in line with Apollonian mythology. All I have just been saying to you is in a way the mythical framework. Now we must examine the system of the tragic process, of the tragic development. Here we see a tragic modulation of the different mythical themes I have introduced through the grid proposed by de Michel. First, the tragic modulation of the theme of the song and the oracle. You recall that a moment ago I told you that in the ancient structures referred to by de Michel, the oracle is what the gods say to men, the true discourse the gods deliver to men through the intermediary of Apollo. And it is through song, the lyre, that men address the gods, Apollo being the god of the lyre and the song, the god who taught men how to sing and use the lyre. Here you can see that things are not entirely like this and that the distribution between the gods' truth-telling and men's song of gratitude does not apply. On the contrary, it is clear that song and oracle are on the same side throughout the play. The god is the god of the oracle, but of a rather reticent oracle. He is also the god of the song, and this song is also modulated, its value and meaning modified. It is not men's song of gratitude with regard to the gods. Men do not sing to the god sings, and he sings for himself, indifferent to men and to their misfortunes which he himself has caused. It is the song of the gods' casual unconcern much more than a song of human gratitude. So song and oracle will be grouped together, and their link is understood, since the oracle, aware of his own injustice, dare not go the whole way in what he says but wraps himself up, cloaks himself, as it were, in this song of indifference to human concerns. Since this song of indifference and reticent oracle is no longer the song that comes from the human side, song having passed over to the side of the gods and into indifference, what is there now on the human side? It is not the song, but the cry against the oracle which refuses to tell the truth, a voice raised against the gods' offhand song of indifference. A voice once again. The voice is still involved, you see, but it is the voice of the woman who raises her cry of pain and remonstration against the joyful song, and makes the stark and public statement of the truth against the oracle's reticence. Against the song, tears, against the reticent oracle, the expression of the truth itself, the undiluted truth. This confrontation, this shift, which means that the song is no longer human, but divine, and that now, on the human side, the cry rises up against the god's song and oracle, can be seen fairly easily in the text. Unfortunately it can be seen more easily in the Greek than in the French text, but, if you like, we will reread the French text and you will see what happens. O you who make the 7-string lyre sing, and the muses' sonorous hymns vibrate on the rustic animal's lifeless horns. The god is the god of song. I accuse you in the full light of this day that shines on me. Here we must refer to the Greek text. We have then the god of song to whom the woman's cries call out. This does not involve the god of the oracle. The god of the oracle does not appear to be involved. Because if you look at the Greek text, it is, swamam o lathaspai, pros tad ogon audasso ten audasso, I will proclaim. Pros tad ogon, against, facing this light, this brilliance. This is the god's brilliance, the brilliance of the god of the sun, of light, etc. Against and facing, tad ogon, this brilliance which is yours, and which is here, which is daylight, and which is also the light of the God present in the temple. Audasso, I will proclaim. What will I proclaim? The complement is in the previous line. It is Momfan, the reproach. Now, there is a difference of just one letter between Momfan and Umfan, which would be the oracle. Swamomfan, O Lathaspai, you, to you, O son of Leto, Momfan, the reproach but that we can almost hear as the oracle is what I am going to make against you, that I am going to proclaim facing your light. There is a kind of alliterative play here between reproach and oracle which indicates that the woman hurls her reproach against the god of song and against the oracle who avoids speaking and does not want to speak, precisely here where the oracle says nothing, stays silent, and withdraws. Here where there is no Omph, the woman cries out her Momph. 11 I think this is fairly clearly suggested by this text and this passage. And this confrontation/substitution of the woman's cry for the silent oracle is found again in the second calling out to the god, the third strophe, the third part if you like, where she says, and you play the lyre and do nothing but sing your paeans. Oh! It is you I call, the son of Leto who dispenses oracles, seated on your golden throne at the center of the earth. Let this shout reach your ears. There is something here that I am unable to explain, for I have not managed to find someone able to inform me. It is the Greek verb translated into French here as distribues les oracles. 12 You see that we have Umfan, the word oracle, which was not uttered in the first call and which is like a kind of echo of the Momfan uttered earlier. Now this oracle is distribute, dispensed, dot. The Greek verb used here is kolru, which means to draw lots. And I really do not know if the verb here should be understood in the strict sense, with a strong meaning of, in reality you dispense your oracles anyhow, as if they were drawn by lot, they do not tell the truth but are, as we would say, random. Or is it a technical term for saying, the oracles come from the god's mouth without us knowing exactly how, which does not prevent them from telling the truth? I will continue to ask the competent people, and if I get an answer I will tell you. Of course, I would like it to be the first solution, that is to say, that the oracle here is, as it were, disqualified, nullified by the aleatory character of his utterance, it does not tell the truth, it is random. In any case, even if we give Clorios the meaning of dispensing or giving oracles, it remains that the woman opposes her own cry to this oracle. And this reversal, such that although the gods should speak to the humans, it is humans who address the divinity, the god, is marked in line 910. Eis house auden caruxo, I will shout out, I will proclaim, I will address you and shout my complaint in your ears. The god who should be the god who speaks, the god mouth, becomes the godir who is spoken to. The verb caruxo, carux is the herald, the solemn and ritual proclamation by which one legally summons someone. The god of the oracle finds himself legally summoned by the woman's cry. We had the oracle and the song, the oracle through which the god speaks to humans, and the song through which humans speak to the gods. Now everything is reversed. At any rate, the song moves over to the god's side and becomes the song of indifference, and on the human side, speech becomes the speech by which one pressures the oracle. And at the very moment when he stays silent, when he does not speak, one directs an organized, ritual cry at him, the cry of complaint, of remonstration. This is how I think the first general theme of the voice is modulated in this text. Only, is this the problem exactly? Should we say that Plato is, after all, just a somewhat more moralizing and therefore naive counselor? As a philosopher, does Plato give the politician advice that is less intelligent, informed, and structured than that of Pericles, or than the advice Thucydides attributes to Pericles? Or does he actually give a different type of advice? Are Plato's opinions and the advice he gives to Dion, Dionysius, and Dion's friends simply of a lesser quality and more crudely worked out politically than the advice Pericles may have given, or is it a different kind of advice? In short, the question I would like to pose, and you see straight away how I would like to resolve it, is this: when Plato gives advice, when the philosopher tests the reality of his discourse, is his role, function, and objective to say what should be done in the realm of political decision-making, or is it to say something else? In other words, must philosophies need to confront politics? Must philosophies need to seek its reality in the confrontation with politics consist in formulating a philosophical discourse which is at the same time a discourse that prescribes political action, or is something else involved? And if something else is involved, what is it? This is the question I would like to try to sort out a bit today. And to do this I would like to study 3 passages, 2 are from letter 7, and a third is in letter 8. These 3 passages are no longer reflections on the need and opportunity to give political advice, they are political advice. The first passage in letter 7, you remember that the letter was written after the dramatic events which lead to Dion's exile and then death, and also to Plato's departure from Sicily, is the one in which Plato recalls the advice he gave to Dionysius when he was at Dionysius' court and the latter was pretending to be interested in philosophy. So we have a first passage in which he recalls this advice. Then there is a second passage, which I will study afterwards, in which, speaking in the present in which the letter is being written, he says, given the present situation, given the failure of my first advice to Dionysius, Dion's exile, and then his death, and now that only you remain, what advice can I give you? So this is advice to Dion's friends after Dion's death, and after the exile of Dionysius himself, moreover, driven out some time previously by Dion. Finally, I will add to this passage a text from letter 8. Letter 8 is shorter than letter 7, contains fewer philosophical reflections, and is more political if you like, responding more immediately to a dramatic situation which developed at Syracuse in the months following the context of letter 7. That is to say, after the exile of Dionysius, driven out by Dion, and then the death of Dion himself, assassinated at Syracuse, there is civil war and confrontation between the parties of Dionysius and Dion. This is the context in which Plato writes letter 8. In the letter he gives emergency advice, as it were, at the time of this civil war, to show how to get out of this situation. I will put this passage from letter 8 together with the analysis of the 2 texts from letter 7 because of its interest, and because the advice is in direct continuity with these 2 other passages, and then, you will see, for another reason which concerns the status of parousia and so takes us back to the heart of our problem. The first passage in letter 7 begins at 331d. This is how I would advise you, therefore, just as, in agreement with Dion, I urge Dionysius, first of all, to live each day. 6. So the advice he recalls having given Dionysius refers to a quite precise historical, factual context. At this time Dionysius is quite young. He has just inherited power in Syracuse from his father, Dionysius the Elder, a monarchical, tyrannical, autocratic power, which he now has to manage. And it is quite remarkable that here, you will see, Plato is very careful not to advise changing the structure of power and institutional organization of the city. He does not give advice concerning what politeia to adopt. Basically he does only what will be said in letter V, listen to the phone of the existing politeia at Syracuse. Given that we are dealing with this autocratic power, what is the best way to manage it? Second, this passage comes immediately after the considerations we talked about last week, in which Plato analyzes the nature of the counselor's role. And he explains precisely just what a counselor's role as a doctor in the political realm must be. You recall that this role was characterized by 3 things. First, a good doctor is, of course, someone who acts when there is an illness, and so his role is to restore health by treating diseases. He must know these diseases. So the doctor has to undertake a work of observation, of diagnosis, and he has to enter into a dialogue with his patient to try to identify the nature of the illness. Second, the good doctor is not like the slave doctor who runs after clients and is then content to hand out prescriptions and instructions. The good doctor persuades, that is to say, he speaks to his patient and convinces him that he is suffering from a disease and what the means are to cure it. Finally, third, the good doctor is not just someone who diagnoses by reflecting, someone who persuades by talking. He is also someone who through his persuasion succeeds in convincing his patient that it is not enough to take medication, but that he must completely change his way of life, his regimen, his diet. I think these are the 3 medical functions brought into play in the first pieces of advice Plato recalls giving Dionysius. I think we can find these 3 functions in these 2 pages from Plato. First, Plato tries to diagnose the disease from which Syracuse is suffering, at a time, however, when the crisis has not yet come into the open since Dionysius had exercised power, established strong authority at Syracuse, and organized in addition a sort of empire around Syracuse almost on the scale of the whole of Sicily, or anyway a part of Sicily, and his heir has just received this power. Apparently there is no crisis, and yet there is a disease. And in the advice found in the argument starting at 331d, Plato will try to reveal this disease, this illness. What then is the disease from which Syracuse is suffering despite its apparent good health? Plato says this: Dionysius the elder, from whom Dionysius the younger had just inherited power, established an empire. How did he do this? By restoring the Sicilian towns destroyed during the wars against the barbarians. This is obviously the wars against the Carthaginians. He re-established the towns that had been destroyed in the process of being freed from the Carthaginians. However, and this is where a first symptom of the disease comes in, the text says that Dionysius was not able to establish politeia pistae in these towns, dependable, sound constitutions or regimes able to generate trust. Point 7, he says that these regimes have not been able to create trust either when Dionysius entrusted them to foreigners, or when he entrusted them to his brothers. Then, at this point, we realize what is meant by politeia pistae, these dependable constitutions, regimes. Dependable, here, does not mean that they would be sound, stable regimes with citizens who trust their governors, or governors who trust those they govern. In reality it is a relationship of loyalty and trust between these towns thus restored and, after restoration, maintained under the domination of Syracuse and between them and the metropolis, Syracuse itself. Dionysius entrusted the management, the administration, the government of these towns either to foreigners or to his own brothers, whom he had made into rich and powerful individuals. But neither these strangers nor his brothers, neither the administration of the former nor that of the latter could establish a relationship of trust between Syracuse and these different politeia. And Plato develops this idea, adding that, generally speaking, Dionysius was not able to establish what he calls koinonia archon. Point 8, koinonia archon is the community of power, the sharing out of power, if you like, what we could call the distribution of power. He never managed to get his subordinates, those to whom he had entrusted this or that responsibility, or the populations over whom Syracuse had to exercise domination, to take part in power. He was unable to realize that community of power by either persuasion, or teaching, or benefits, or kinship. Finally, Plato's diagnosis is expressed in these terms: Dionysius had indeed held on to his power at Syracuse and the power of Syracuse over the other cities. He had held on to it, but only with difficulty. Why? Because, he says, he wanted to make Sicily mea polis, one and the same city. And he lacked friends and trustworthy people, philoi and pistoi. Point 9. I think this very short description of the government of Dionysius and the disease from which Sicily suffers is interesting. It is interesting because you can see that in this diagnosis there is no question of criticizing a monarchical, autocratic, or tyrannical government. Or at any rate, if there is an implicit criticism of tyrannical, monarchical, or autocratic power, it is not of what it is in itself, in its structure or institutional system. Plato condemns two defects of Dionysius' government, namely, wanting to have made Sicily into a single city, that is to say, basically not having been able to establish an empire in a plural form, not having thought out properly, if you like, the dimensions and form of this new political unit which would be a sort of empire. The framework of the polis, which was the framework in which relations of power could develop, be established, institutionalized, and function properly, was unable to deal with what the powers are bound to be on the scale of something like Sicily, which for the time was a large political unit in comparison with a Greek city. The error was in wanting to apply the module of the Greek city to something relatively large and complex, absolutely large and complex for the Greeks and for the Greek city, namely, a set of cities on the scale of Sicily. And the second mistake, which is the other side of the first moreover and also its cause, is that he was unable to establish relations of friendship and trust. Relations of friendship and trust with other leaders, those governing the other cities. Instead of wanting to apply the module of a single, unitary city would have allowed each city to maintain its independence. And each city having retained its independence, there could have been relations of friendship and trust between the leaders of these subordinate, federated, colonized cities, and between them and the leader of Syracuse himself. The error of Dionysius, and this is what constitutes the disease, was enforced unification, in the form of mea polis, of the single, unitary city, and the absence of a bond and friendship permitting the just distribution of powers guaranteed and sealed by friendship and trust. This is Plato's diagnosis of Sicily's disease. You can see that this is, after all, rather interesting, because it touches on a set of political historical problems which were highly significant at the end of the first half of the 4th century, that is to say, precisely just before the point at which the polis, the Greek city as a political unit, will break up under the impact of the meteoric development of the great kingdoms, and in particular of the Macedonian kingdom and the empire of Alexander. After this medical diagnosis, the second level of Plato's advice, the second function of the medical counselor, of the philosopher counselor, is to persuade. The good doctor diagnoses. Secondly, he persuades. In performing this persuasive function, to carry out this work of persuasion in the advice he recalls giving Dion, Plato gives some examples. According to the principles of rhetoric and the work of truth in a Greek discourse, the example serves to persuade. He gives 2 examples, Persia and Athens. First of all, the example of Persia. It is interesting that he gives this example, because for a long time, and throughout the 5th century in particular, Persia was for Greek thought the, as it were, repellent, negative example, the autocratic, violent regime, the large empire which subjugates others, etc. Now however, in the 4th century, Persia is becoming a positive example, at least for some of those who are opposed to the traditional democracy. Anyway, Plato gives the example of Persia at several points in his late texts. In the Laws, in Book 3 in particular, Plato refers to the Persian regime, and precisely to the way in which Cyrus governs. You recall I quoted this passage. Plato explains how Cyrus came to give room for Parousia and his entourage, in his court, when he allowed the wisest members of his entourage to give him the frank advice he might need. Point 10. The positive example of Persia is also found in a dialogue I have talked about, the Alcibiades, which, once again, we do not know whether it is a late or early dialogue. In the Alcibiades there is a positive reference to the way in which the Persian sovereigns, princes are brought up, and according to some commentators this reference would indicate that it is a late dialogue. Point 11. No matter, the theme of Persia is present anyway in Plato's texts, in the later texts at least. You know that it is also crucial in Xenophon's work, since Xenophon wrote a Cirripedia 12, and I will return to elements of this shortly. Why is the Persian example interesting? Well, precisely because Plato sees in Persia the example of an imperial system which works, and which works positively. In fact, he explains in this text, the Persians have established an empire on the basis of a number of successful wars and conquests, over the Medians in particular. But Persia always did this, and Cyrus always did this, Plato says, with the help of allies who remain friends throughout. That is to say, Plato refers here to a Persian system, or anyway to a system he attributes to them, in which conquest does not simply take the form of a uniform subjugation of everyone to a single Persian authority, but through a system of federation and alliance which manages to establish a complex system of relations between subordinates, federates, allies, and so on. Second, still with regard to the Persians, Plato says that, having achieved their conquest, Cyrus took care to divide his kingdom into 7 parts in which he found dependable collaborators. It seems that Plato was mistaken historically regarding this 7, or at any rate that he refers to a division which is not attested to elsewhere, but it's not important. Anyway, Plato refers here to the possibility of an imperial type of government which rests on the cooperation and collaboration of a number of governors who transmit authority locally and on the spot. After the Persian example, and still concerning the work of persuasion that a good doctor must accomplish, Plato gives the Athenian example. And it is very interesting to see that, in this work of persuasion, Plato gives the example of Persia first, and then that of Athens. That is to say, he refers to 2 completely different political regimes, one an autocratic monarchy, the other a democracy, clearly showing by this that in this type of advice the problem is not so much one of choosing between democracy and autocracy as of knowing how both of them can be got to work properly. Now, he says, the example of Athens points in exactly the same direction as that of Persia. In fact, the Athenians, he says, have not sought at all to create what we would now call colonial settlements. That is to say, they did not seek to establish towns which would in some way be parts of the city, of Athens itself, but not on Athenian territory. They took already populated towns which were under barbarian domination, and he refers to the Ionian Federation that the Athenians wished to and actually did construct in the second half of the 5th century. They left the existing population in place, and they left power in the hands of those who were or should have been exercising it naturally, those who in our terms we would call, if you like, the local elites. In this way, Plato says, the Athenians were able to find and keep Andras Philos, friends and trustworthy men, on whom they based their authority in all the towns they freed from the barbarian yoke and integrated into their empire. 13. These are the elements with which Plato, after diagnosing the disease from which Syracuse vaguely suffered under the reign of Dionysius, tries to persuade Dionysius the Younger that he should change his way of governing. And then, at this point in Plato's text, there is the positive advice given directly to Dionysius which would correspond, if you like, to the function of giving a regimen in medical work, in the medical role. What regimen does Plato propose for Dionysius? Well, he says, instead of making Sicily a single city, he should, first of all, give each city in Sicily its own politia, its own constitution, institutions, political regime, and nomoi, laws. Second, he should bind the cities together with Syracuse and with a person who reigns in Syracuse, and he should do this also through nomoi and politia. That is to say, there should be both local laws and regimes. Also, between each of these different cities and the city around which they are federated, the city which serves as their metropolis, between each of the cities organized in this way, and between them and Syracuse, there should be a set of relationships ordered by something like a politia existing between the different polis, the different cities, a sort of political network or institution over and above each city, thus linking them together and attaching them to the metropolis. And finally, he says, this kind of plural and differentiated unit, with institutions for each city and institutions which regulate the relations between them, will be even stronger, since one will call on it to struggle against a common enemy, that is to say, the barbarians, and in the event the Carthaginians. And unity, with its elements of plurality, will be preserved through this frontal struggle with the barbarians. And in this way, he says, Dionysius the Younger will be able not only to double, but even multiply the size of Dionysius the Elder's empire. But Plato adds further advice to that concerning the organization of the cities, of the relations between them, and of their relation to Syracuse. And this advice concerns Dionysius himself as an individual, and as an individual who has to rule and exercise power. Dionysius, he says, must work on himself. And he uses the expression apergasian, that is to say, develop, work on, improve. What must he improve, develop, and work on? Himself, so as to make himself emphron and symphones, that is to say, thoughtful and wise, moderate. 14 He must ensure that he is in harmony, in symphony, in symphones with himself. 15 Just as the cities he has to govern must be in symphony with Syracuse and with each other. You see that in this theme of symphonies, of symphonia, we find again the idea in letter V that each constitution has its phone, its voice. 16 And, once again, the problem of good government is not that of changing a constitution into a supposedly better one in an authoritarian manner according to a formula given in advance. Good government involves understanding the nature of the phone, the voice of each politia, and then governing in harmony with this phone. Now you see that here, the idea of symphonia is developed in the sense of phone being understood as a voice that each city should have. In the great federation that Dionysius organizes around Syracuse, each city should have its own voice, but all these voices should work together to form a harmony and symphony. But, as the guarantor of this symphony of the different cities, the leader must also be symphones with himself, that is to say in harmony with himself. And this harmony with himself is formulated from the start of Plato's advice, when he recalls that he urged Dionysius first of all to live each day in such a way as to become increasingly master of himself, egrates autos how to. 17 This expression egrates autos how to is interesting, because the most general sense of egrates is precisely to be in control of oneself. Commonly, egrates designates self-control, the control of one's desires and appetites, and more especially temperance with regard to food, wine, and sexual pleasure. 18 Now the strengthening of the expression here egrates autos how to indicates that it must be given a more general sense, although the particular sense is still present. The leader, The person who commands, the sovereign, really must be master of himself, in the sense that he must be temperate, able to keep his desires within appropriate limits, to moderate them, thus avoiding the discord which prevents symphony. But this temperance is explained as a relation of power of the individual over himself. Agrates Otto's how to, control of himself with regard to himself, if you like. This reduplication with regard to the usual sense of agrates shows that what is designated here is not the quality or virtue of temperance as this is generally defined, but a certain relation of power of himself to himself. And this is what will seal, as it were, the good government that Dionysius should be able to maintain at Syracuse and over her allies. This is what can be found in the first set, the first wave of advice that Plato gives in Letter 7. The second set of advice is, if you like, current advice. Plato simply recalls the advice I have just been talking about. He recalls the advice he gave when, as the young tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius gave signs, as it turned out false signs, that he wished to practice philosophy. Now, a bit further on in the letter, Plato says, in the present situation, after all the misfortunes which have taken place, Dion's exile, civil war, the confrontation between the rival supporters of Dion and Dionysius, the exile of Dionysius, Dion's return, and then his death, what advice can I give you, friends of Dion, now that he is dead? This passage begins with the following instruction, which we should note: be under no illusion, the advice I am now going to give you in this new situation is exactly the same. He ought some bull, and I am going to give it to you most solemnly, as if it were a third libation. Point 19. Plato here is actually alluding to two things. First, he is alluding to the fact that at Syracuse he thinks he has given advice to Dion, then to Dionysius, those we have just been talking about, and is now going to give advice a third time to Dion's friends. Second, he is alluding to the ritual which requires the third libation at a banquet to be the most solemn. It is the most solemn because it is the libation addressed to Zeus, or more exactly to Zeus the Savior, to Zeus insofar as he saves. So, this advice, repeated as in a third libation, is intended to save Syracuse. It is the same advice, and yet we may note that between the advice given to Dion's friends and the advice he recalls having given Dionysius there is something like a different emphasis. There is a different emphasis first of all because little is said about, let's say, the imperial system and the problem of the relationship between Syracuse and the other cities. He contents himself with saying merely that each city should have its laws. On the other hand, since the situation at the time he is speaking is one of imminent civil war at Syracuse, with the two sides confronting each other, Dionysius, in exile but trying to return, Dion's friends, deprived of Dion but in a city, the most important element, the most important stake in the advice to be given is obviously the problem of the politia of the city itself, the politia of Syracuse. And it is here that Plato outlines some measures to be taken which do in fact concern the institutions and organization of the city. He says that one should find some wise men, men whose wisdom will be recognized through some clear and obvious signs. To recognize the wise men a city needs, they must of course have wives and children. Second, they must come from good stock, from a good family. And finally they must possess sufficient wealth. Point 20. Roughly, he says, out of 1,000 people you should find about 50 persons of this kind. These wise men will be asked to propose the laws. You see that Plato does not put himself forward as a lawgiver. The advice he gives does not amount to saying, here are the laws that the city ought to observe. He confines himself to saying to the inhabitants of the city, you ought to entrust the task of lawgiver to these people, to these wise men who have wives and children, are of good descent, and who possess sufficient wealth. Second, he says, when your conflicts have calmed down and the two groups currently confronting each other, the supporters of the exiled Dionysius and the supporters of the assassinated Dion, are reconciled, there should be no differences between the victors and the vanquished. The victors must not lay down the law to the vanquished. You should establish koinon nomos, a common law. Point 21. Even better, he says, you should go further than this. Not only should the law be common, but the victors, those who consequently have most influence in the city, should show that they are even more obedient to the laws than the vanquished themselves. And this leads us to the most important part of this passage, which is the problem of the moral training of individuals. How will the victors be able to demonstrate that they are more obedient to the laws than those they have defeated? Two things are needed, a theoretical training and a moral training. The theoretical training first of all. The text is interesting because you remember, I referred to this last week, how much Plato was irritated by the theoretical and speculative pretensions of Dionysius, who wanted to show how well versed he was in philosophy by writing texts which demonstrated both that, since he wrote, he did not understand the very meaning of philosophy, and that the philosophical knowledge he displayed was no more than a copy of what Plato himself had said. So Plato showed that he was extremely mistrustful of what could be called the theoretical knowledge of the man who has to exercise political power. Now what type of theoretical training does Plato demand Dion's supporters introduce so that, if they are the victors, they will be able to show that they submit to the laws more than the defeated do? Well, the theoretical teaching he gives is very simple. It is nothing other than a sort of variation on a theme that we found in the Gorgias and other texts by Plato, namely, it is always better to be just, even when one is unfortunate, than unjust, even when one is fortunate. And he takes for his example precisely Dion and Dionysius. Of course, Dionysius is not exactly fortunate, since he has been exiled by the revolt against him, but he is living after all. Dion, on the other hand, may be considered unfortunate since, although having driven out Dionysius, he ended up assassinated in Syracuse. However, between the dead but just Dion, and the living but unjust Dionysius, we should prefer Dion's fate, we should prefer his way of life. Injustice is always to be shunned, even if it is happy. Justice is always to be preferred, even if it is unhappy. On what does Plato base this banal theme in Letter 7, a theme which, once again, runs through so many of his dialogues? He bases it on theoretical considerations in fact. What are these theoretical considerations? First of all, he says, is the fact that, as we know, the soul and the body are two distinct things, that the body is mortal and the soul is immortal, and after the death of the body this immortal soul will be judged according to its actions during life, and if it has committed injustices in its life it will suffer terrible punishments and long peregrinations underground. This, to say the least, simple theoretical teaching is what Plato proposes should serve Dion's friends as the basis of their political attitude and their extreme diligence with regard to obedience to the laws. We should note that in this text Plato does not in any way present this teaching as a philosophical doctrine, which would be his own philosophical doctrine and form the very heart, as it were, of his teaching. In the text in question he says that if political men, the victors, are to conduct themselves properly, if they are to be more obedient to the laws than the vanquished, then they must know this doctrine. We must truly believe in the ancient and holy traditions which reveal immortality to us. 22 The text calls these ancient and holy traditions tois palewati kai hieros logwat, these discourses which are both ancient and sacred. That is to say, what is represented here is not at all the philosophical thought of Plato himself. What gives them their authority, and the reasons why those who have to command others must submit to them, is the fact that they are ancient, already known discourses. They get their authority from their age and at the same time from the sacred, religious components which mark them. It is these non-philosophical discourses, these discourses of religious beliefs and sacred traditions that must form the theoretical basis to which the politician refers. As for his practical training, it is barely sketched by Plato in this text. He confines himself to saying that politicians should live how the ancestors lived, in a Dorian manner. So this passage, like the preceding one, is not very rich in either its political or its specifically philosophical elaboration. But I think the most general and doubtless most interesting theme of this advice is the way in which Plato shows through this advice how the moral training of those who govern is indispensable for good government of the city. There is a passage worth noting in which he says that one will be able to govern properly precisely when one knows these ancient and holy traditions and how to respect them, when one has really applied and put to work this Dorian way of life, this indispensable way of life in the manner of the ancestors. Governing properly will mean that one is able to govern by utilizing two resources. Point 23 First phobos, fear. Those who govern must make fear reign over those who are governed, and they will do this by demonstrating their strength. BIA, the text says, point 24 this material strength must be effectively present and visible, and this fear will ensure good government. But at the same time, and this will be the second means of governing. The governors must show ethos, that is to say, a sense of decency and respect. This ethos is not directly the respect that the governed owe to those who govern them, but this ethos, respect, must be, as it were, an internal relationship of the governors to themselves, their respect for their obligations, for the city, and for the laws of the city. Ethos will mean that one is able to submit to the laws like a slave. He uses the term dolein. Point 25. Being a slave of the law, wanting to constitute oneself as a slave of the law will characterize the ethos, respect, of the governors with regard to themselves, the city, and its laws. And this respect will then bring about the respect that others the governed may have for them. So ethos should be understood as a virtue which characterizes the relationship of the governed to the governors, but which also and especially characterizes the attitude of the governors towards themselves. Finally, the third text I would like to talk about is in letter 8, which was therefore written a little after letter 7 and the threatening civil war has broken out in Syracuse. The text is interesting for two reasons. The first, of course, is that Plato advances, so to speak, into that region or domain with regard to which he had previously shown great reserve and discretion, that is to say, the actual organization of the city. And secondly, the text is interesting because his advice is introduced and underpinned by a general reflection on parrhesia, and so here we come back again to our problem. Very quickly, what advice will Plato give the Syracusans now that they are tearing themselves apart in civil war? First, there is reference to a familiar theme in Plato. It is a theme developed in Gorgias, from 477 B26 where, as you know, Plato says that it is necessary to distinguish between things that concern the soul, things that concern the body, and things that concern wealth. Matters of the soul are obviously the concern of the governors, those of the body are the concern of the warriors, and those to do with wealth obviously concern the activity of merchants and artisans. And he says that the politeia, the organization of a city, must respect this hierarchy and not give more importance to wealth than to the body and the soul. On this general theme, then, Plato proposes an organization, a politeia in a strict sense, and once again let us not forget that it is because of the civil war that he proposes a politeia, a constitution, in his intervention. That is to say, the actual organization of the state has broken down, so he proposes an organizational system for the city. This can be represented schematically in the following way. First of all, a monarchy, but in the Spartan manner, that is to say, one in which in actual fact the monarchs have no real power. Their power is to be above all religious, and the text proposes that, for a number of reasons, there will be 3 of these monarchs, rather than 2 as in Sparta. He wants, and says that he wants, to integrate the descendants of Dionysius the Younger, another descendant of Dionysius the Elder, and Dion's son. Because of this there will be 3 kings, but their function will basically be religious. Apart from these 3 kings, a system will have to be organized to ensure both the existence and maintenance of the laws. Hence he proposes the organization, the institution of a body of what he calls the guardians of the laws. He proposes 35 guardians 27 which will be the formula we find again in the laws, apart from the fact that in the laws it is not 35 but 37-28 according to the commentators. This little detail proves the authenticity of the letter and enables us to date it. It proves its authenticity because if it was an apocryphal letter written after Plato's death and making use of material from the laws, it is clear that the apocryphal author would have copied the real figure of 37 and not have given 35. Consequently it is reasonable to think that in this letter Plato sketched out what will be developed in the laws, with some modifications and in particular the change from 35 to 37 guardians of the laws and a series of courts, in which again we find in a few lines what is developed at length in the laws. So, in this advice, we have for the first time what we could call nomethetical advice, but which once again we should remember is called for not so much by the philosopher's general function with regard to the city as by the actual situation of the city. When civil war has broken out and is raging, it is natural that the philosopher's role be not, of course, to advise the reigning prince, or to help him establish an empire, but well and truly to reconstruct the city itself. What I want to emphasize is that the advice in letter 8 is introduced by a passage, which is purely and simply a transitional passage if you like, but which does indicate that Plato regards this advice as part of his office as a parrhesyist. It really is an exercise of parousia to which he is committed. The passage is found in letter 8 at 354a, where he says the following: I will now try to give you my own view quite frankly, ego pirasome passe parousia, with just and impartial reasoning. I am speaking, as it were, as an arbitrator addressing two parties, and to each as if he were alone in particular, mf. I give my old advice, Sumbulan. 29 So we are in the realm of political sumbul, which is at the same time a manifestation and practice of parousia. Now if we take this passage and follow some of the elements in the advice I have just summarized, I think we see that actually parousia is indeed involved here and that Plato really is engaging in a parasiistic activity. What are the characteristics of this discourse of advice and what makes it a case of parousia? First, from the first lines that I have just read to you, but also throughout the text, Plato of course emphasizes the fact that he is speaking personally in his own name. It is his opinion, what he thinks, what he believes, what he says himself. And there are a whole series of expressions which actually refer to this absolutely personal character of the enunciation. This is not the voice of the city or of the laws, the voice for example that spoke to Socrates and persuaded him that he had to accept his trial and condemnation. Point 30 No, it is Plato himself giving his views, hodem moi feintai, what I myself think. I will try for my part to convince you. I am telling you what is eam sumbul, my advice. 31. At 354c you find, this then is what my present discourse recommends to everyone. 32 It really is his discourse. Now, at a given moment, this personal character of the discourse appears to break down, or get distorted by the fact that, after speaking in his own name in this way, Plato says, it would be simpler if I were to make Dion speak rather than myself, or rather if I were to tell you what Dion, who was assassinated and has been dead for some time now, would have told you. And I am quoting what Dion would have told you, I am reconstructing what Dion would tell you in the present circumstances, because basically we share the same view. And it is here, I think, that we can see that the contribution of this dead character, Dion, following a rhetorical procedure absolutely familiar to Greek eloquence, bringing in someone who is dead to validate what one is saying, is not Plato's way of releasing himself from his office as parasiist, since he emphasizes that what Dion says is what he himself thinks and that they share the same opinion. Koinos, it is a koinos logos to Plato and Dion. 33 He recalls moreover that Dion was trained by him, it is therefore his own, Plato's opinion. Apart from the rhetorical convention permitting one to introduce a dead person into one's speech in order to lend it greater authority, if Plato brings in Dion we should not forget that Dion is precisely someone who paid with his life for the truth-telling that he employed against Dionysius and tried to promote in Syracuse. Plato brings Dion in on his side as a parasiist who was prepared to risk his life and who ultimately paid with his life for his truth-telling. Second, we should note that in the parousia deployed by Plato there is a sort of tension between the entirely particular, conjunctural character of the advice he gives and its reference to general principles. Throughout the text Plato constantly recalls that he is giving advice in terms of the current situation, that it is what appears to him now, he uses the expression ta nun, at the moment, 34 and that it is also advice that he relates to the struggle, to the civil war taking place, and he recalls certain conjunctures in the history of Sicily. But this parousia, which is thus a discourse of circumstance and conjuncture, is a discourse which refers at the same time to general and constant principles. He recalls that this has always been his view. His sumbul has remained the same and he uses some principles or general rules. He recalls, for example, that excessive servitude and freedom are great evils. He employs the following kind of formulae: slavery, doulia, submission to God, corresponds to the happy medium, but doulia to man is always excessive. 35 So, if you like, you have a discourse of parousia which stretches between reference to general principles and reference to particular circumstances. Third, this parousia is a discourse addressed to everyone, to both parties in the Syracusan confrontation. It is, he says, a logos koinos. This is what my discourse recommends to everyone, he says at 354c. At 355a he says, I pray that Dion's friends communicate my advice to all Syracusans. And right at the end of the text, at 357b, he says, that is what I advise everyone, pasin sumbul euo, to decide and carry out in common, koine, I call on everyone, par kalopantas, to carry out these actions. But while appealing to everyone, while addressing everyone, the discourse of parousia is also addressed to each, and to each of the two parties. This is what he says right at the start of the text in the passage I have quoted. I am speaking to everyone and at the same time to each as if he were alone. 36 That is to say, it is not just this general discourse which is addressed to the city in order to impose prescriptions and laws, it is actually a discourse of persuasion which is addressed to each in order to elicit a certain kind of behavior, a certain conduct, a certain way of doing things. The fourth characteristic of this parousia is that Plato says that when he speaks in this way and addresses the two contending parties in Sicily, he does so as diax. Diax is a legal term which designates, and which designated in Athenian law, the arbitrator to whom one resorted to settle a dispute out of court. The diax is therefore the arbitrator one can consult outside of court proceedings. An indication of the nature and functions of the diax can be found in Aristotle's Politics, Book 2, Chapter 8, from 1268b. 37 So being a diax is an extrajudicial function but with a defined place in Athenian institutions. We should not forget that the diax, as the etymology shows, is the person who gives the diet, the regimen. And the two senses of the word diax are attested to in classical Greek. Diatot is arbitration, and it is also medical regimen. The diax is an arbitrator, but he is equally someone who gives a regimen to those who need it. And the communication between the two senses, arbitration and diet, moreover, the word's etymology is connected to the same root as zen, to live is evident, inasmuch as the diet is precisely the set of rules by which one can arbitrate between opposing qualities, between hot and cold, dry and humid, and between the different humors which make up the body. It is this arbitration that constitutes the diet, the medical regimen. Consequently, when Plato, as parousiast, says that he is diax, he is at once the arbitrator between the different parties and someone who gives the regime, the medical regimen of the city, and will thus make possible arbitration between these different forces. Finally, the fourth characteristic of this parousia is that it has to confront reality. At several points Plato not only accepts, but takes up and demands this challenge of confrontation with reality. He accepts and even demands that reality demonstrate whether his discourse and advice are true or false. If you put my present assertions to the test, you will really experience the effect of the truth of my advice to you. Ergo nosist, you will know it in reality. For, he says, this is the best touchstone, bazinos, for everything. 38 Reality, the test of reality, must constitute the touchstone of his discourse. And the very end of his advice to the Syracusans is this. Right at the end of the letter, 357c, he says, offer homage to the gods with your prayers as well as to all those who it is right to praise along with the gods. Invite. In actual fact the verb used is pythome, persuade, mf, urge friends and enemies in a friendly way and insistently until all our words, the words which have just been spoken, the advice Plato has just given, mf, like a divine dream coming to you while you are awake, are clearly and happily realized through you. 39. The philosopher therefore, is opportune in his enterprise of parousia, saying what he says somewhat like a divine dream coming to men, but to men who are awake. The divine dream, telling men what will happen and what they must do, is for sleeping men what the philosopher's discourse will be for men awake. The philosopher is indeed a god who comes to men, but he speaks to them when they are awake. But the truth of this divine dream will hold up. The dream will have passed its test of truth only on one condition, when you have worked out in reality, the text says exergasisth, when you have worked until these things are really accomplished and they at that point clearly meet with good fortune, Aryutuke, point 40. The good fortune, that which will constitute the real happiness of the Syracusans, will be precisely their working out in reality of this divine dream that the philosopher communicated to them while they were awake. Plato therefore recognizes and lays claim to parousia as the activity that underpins his activity as counselor. As a counselor he is that parousia, that is to say he employs parousia with all the characteristics we have recognized. He commits himself, it is his own discourse, it is his own opinion, it takes account both of general principles and a particular conjuncture, it is addressed to people as a general principle, but it persuades them individually. All of this gives a discourse whose truth must hold to and be proven by the fact that it will become reality. Philosophical discourse will get from political reality the guarantee that it is not just logos, not just words given in a dream, but that it really has to do with the ergon, with what constitutes reality. We have here a set of elements which match up with what I tried to tell you concerning the parasiast's function. So now, if you like, in the second part of the lecture I will try to take up these elements. I am sorry, once again, this Platonic advice has a rather banal appearance which makes its analysis somewhat tedious, but I think that by rereading them at a certain level it is possible to see some problems or themes appear which are very important for the destiny of the relations between philosophy and politics in Western thought. I will try to explain this to you shortly. 16. February 23, 1983, second hour. Philosophy and politics. Necessary relationship but impossible coincidence. Cynical and Platonic game with regard to politics. The new historical conjuncture, thinking a new political unit beyond the city-state. From the public square to the prince's soul. The Platonic theme of the philosopher king. I will try to be brief. I think that Plato's advice, which, once again, is disappointing to anyone reading it from the point of view of political reflection and analysis in the Greeks, and especially disappointing if you compare it to what can be found in Thucydides, nevertheless, when read in a certain way, enables three important things to be brought out. First, a fundamental and constant feature in the relations between philosophy and politics. Second, a particular historical conjuncture, but one whose historical consequence is sufficiently far-reaching practically to determine the fate of the relations between philosophy and politics until the end of antiquity. Finally, third, and it is this that I would especially like to emphasize, I think this advice shows the point where philosophy and politics, philosophizing and activity meet up, the point, precisely, where politics can serve as philosophy's test of reality. First, the fundamental and recurrent feature of the relations between philosophy and politics which emerges regarding these texts is basically very simple, although it does need to be understood. The, if you like, feeble, banal, and general character of Plato's advice to his correspondents. I do not think I have exaggerated in showing you how these texts did not say very much either from the political or the philosophical point of view does not demonstrate that Plato was naive as regards politics. It shows that the relations between philosophy and politics are not to be sought in the possible ability of philosophy to tell the truth about the best ways to exercise power. After all, it is for politics itself to know and define the best ways of exercising power. It is not for philosophy to tell the truth about this. But philosophy has to tell the truth. We will leave it there for the moment, if you like, and we will try to specify later not about power, but in relation to power, in contact with, in a sort of vis-a-vis or intersection with power. It is not for philosophy to tell power what to do, but it has to exist as truth-telling in a certain relation to political action, nothing more, nothing less. Of course, this does not mean that this relation cannot be specified. But it can be specified in different ways, and this relation of philosophical truth-telling to political practice, or to sound political practice, may take many forms. Precisely in Plato's time, and among Socrates' successors, one of whom was Plato, we find other ways of defining the relation to politics, the necessary, indispensable, resistant, and stubborn relation of philosophical discourse or the philosophical life to political practice. Look at that other side of Socratism, the side which could not be more opposed to Platonism, that is to say, the Cynics. In Cynicism there is also a connection, and a very marked, very emphatic connection between philosophical truth-telling and political practice, but in a completely different way. And, as you know, this mode of connection is one of confrontation and derision, of mockery, and the assertion of a necessary exteriority. We should remember that opposite Plato, who advises the tyrant Dionysius, there was Diogenes. Diogenes, taken as prisoner by Philip after the battle of Chetaeronea, was confronted by the monarch, the Macedonian sovereign. The Macedonian sovereign asks him, "Who are you?" And Diogenes replies, "I am the spy on your greed." Or again, there is the famous dialogue between Diogenes and Philip's son, Alexander. There is the same question again, "Who are you?" But this time it is Diogenes who puts the question to Alexander, who replies, "I am the great King Alexander." And at this point Diogenes replies, "I will tell you who I am. I am Diogenes the dog." Point 2. In this way the absolute exteriority of the philosophical and the royal personages is asserted, which is exactly the opposite of what Plato proposes. What could be further removed from the philosopher king, the philosopher who is king, than this typically, exactly, word for word anti-Platonic reply? I am the great King Alexander. I am Diogenes the dog. Diogenes Laertius does not make it clear whether the explanation was given to Alexander or just generally, but he reports anyway that Diogenes the Cynic explained his aphorism "I am a dog" by saying, "I am a dog because I fawn on those who give me something, I bark at those who don't, and I bite those who are wicked." 3. So you can see the interesting interplay between philosophical assertion, philosophical parousia, and political power. The philosophical parousia of Diogenes basically consists in showing himself in his natural nakedness, outside all the conventions and laws artificially imposed by the city. His parousia is therefore in his very way of life. It is also apparent in this discourse of insult and denunciation with regard to power, Philip's greed, etc. Faced with political power, this parousia appears in a complex relationship since, on the one hand, in saying that he is a dog he says that he fawns on those who give me something. Consequently, in fawning on those who give him presents he accepts a certain form of political power, integrates himself within it, and recognizes it. But at the same time he barks against those who give him nothing and bites those who are wicked. That is to say, with regard to the power that on one side he accepts, he feels free to say frankly and violently what he is, what he wants, what he needs, what is true and false, what is just and unjust. You have here a game of philosophical parousia, of philosophical truth-telling, a game of philosophical being true facing the exercise of political power and the identification of an individual with his power. I am the King Alexander, a game which is clearly very far removed from, and even opposed to Plato's game. Let's say, again very schematically, that in the case of the Cynics we have a mode of connection of philosophical truth-telling to political action which takes place in the form of exteriority, challenge, and derision, whereas in Plato we have a connection of philosophical truth-telling to political practice which is rather one of intersection, pedagogy, and the identification of the philosophizing subject and the subject exercising power. We still need to know how this takes place, but in any case it is not necessarily or inevitably as the statement of what political action must be. It is not, if you like, as political program, as intrinsic political rationality that philosophy in its truth-telling has a role to play in politics. Or again, philosophical discourse in its truth, in the game it necessarily plays with politics in order to find its truth, does not have to plan what political action should be. It does not tell the truth of political action, it does not tell the truth for political action, it tells the truth in relation to political action, in relation to the practice of politics, in relation to the political personage. And this is what I call a recurrent, permanent, and fundamental feature of the relationship of philosophy to politics. It seems to me that this is already very noticeable at the time we are concerned with, and that it remains true and always risks not being true throughout the history of the relations between philosophy and politics. But if we really want to understand these relations, we must keep in mind that, once again, philosophy has to tell the truth in relation to politics. It does not say what politics truly has to do. And the same can be said about some of the major forms of philosophical truth-telling in relation to politics in the modern or contemporary period. The philosophical theory of sovereignty, the philosophy of basic rights, philosophy envisaged as social critique, all these forms of philosophy, of philosophical veridiction, in no way have to say how to govern, what decisions to take, what laws to adopt, or what institutions to develop. But on the other hand, for a philosophy to put itself to the test of its reality, it is as indispensable now as in Plato's time that it be able to tell the truth in relation to political action, that it tell the truth in the name of a critical analysis, or in the name of a philosophy, of a conception of rights, or in the name of a conception of sovereignty, etc. It is essential for all philosophy to be able to tell the truth in relation to politics. It is important for all political practice to be in a permanent relationship with this truth-telling, but it being understood that the truth-telling of philosophy does not coincide with what a political rationality can and must be. Philosophical truth-telling is not political rationality, but it is essential for a political rationality to be in a certain relationship, which remains to be determined, with philosophical truth-telling, just as it is important for a philosophical truth-telling to test its reality in relation to a political practice. But I think that this necessary, fundamental relation, which is no doubt constituent of philosophy and political practice in the West, is a phenomenon which is absolutely peculiar to our culture. The coexistence and correlation of political practice and philosophical truth-telling should never be conceived as an established coincidence or as a coincidence to be established. I think that the misfortune and ambiguities of the relations between philosophy and politics stem from and are no doubt due to the fact that philosophical veridiction has sometimes wanted to think of itself in terms of, or has even been set demands formulated in terms of a coincidence with the contents of a political rationality, and conversely that the contents of a political rationality have sought justification in the fact that they were formed as or on the basis of a philosophical doctrine. Philosophy and politics must exist in a relation, in a correlation, they must never coincide. And this, if you like, is the general theme that we can extract from Plato's text. Once again, this advice is incommensurable with the forms of political rationality developed by Thucydides, but for a very simple reason, which is that for Plato, and it seems to me for Western philosophy generally, telling politicians what to do has never really been the objective. The objective has always been the existence of philosophical discourse, as philosophical veridiction, facing politicians, political practice, politics. That is the first theme. The second theme we can draw from the Platonic texts I read in the first hour is this: in these texts we see a very particular historical conjuncture emerging. To be sure, it is a singular conjuncture, but it will be dominant for a long time, and as I was saying to you, it will be dominant practically until the end of antiquity. Actually, and I have already pointed this out to you, in this advice and especially in the first advice Plato gives to Dionysius, the place reserved for the actual organization of the city, the place accorded to the constitution, laws, and courts is fairly limited and does not seem to be the most important. On the other hand, what does appear important, dominant, in Plato's advice to Dionysius, and then to Dion's friends, is a problem concerning alliances, relations between victors and vanquished, relations between different federated cities, between the metropolis and its colonies, the way of governing subject cities, the question of the delegation of power, and the types of relation to be established between those who command and the others in the city metropolis. That is to say, most of the problems raised are problems of empire and monarchy. These are undoubtedly problems which concern Sicily, that is to say, a world still very close to the classical Hellenic world organized around small units, cities, with their rivalries, alliances, federation, and system of colonization. But at the time Plato was writing, I think they are also problems which, in an obscure way and with things not yet entirely settled or delineated, will become the real political problems of the Hellenistic world, and a fortiori of the Roman world. That is to say, you can see that with the formation of the large Hellenistic monarchies, and of course the organization of an imperial Roman world over the whole of the Mediterranean region, the concrete and precise political problem will be what type of political unit is to be organized when the city, the form, or formula of the city clearly can no longer correspond to a type of exercise of power which geographically, in terms of both space and population, must extend beyond these limits. How will one be able to conceive of a political unit? The body of the city is no longer the formula model, and the political unit can no longer be thought of as the very body of the city or of the citizens. What kind of political unit is conceivable? Second, a further problem immediately linked to this is how will power, which in its units was only conceived of in the form of a kind of monarchy, which is, in a sense, held by the monarch, how will it be possible to distribute, divide up, and organize this power into a hierarchy covering the entire surface of this large political unit? What is the mode of being of these newly emergent political units? What is the mode of division, distribution, and differentiation of power within them? These are the political problems which come to the surface through the texts of Plato I have just read to you and which begin to be posed at the time, and which can be seen through the Syracusan situation, but which will dominate all political thought up to the Roman Empire. The type of political reflection found in the discourse of Maecenas to Augustus as told by Dio Cassius IV and also in Dio Chrysostom on the Monarch V and in Plutarch, all the political thought of the 1st and 2nd centuries CE will basically revolve around the problem, What is the mode of being of these new political units being constructed above the cities and which, without completely destroying these cities, are of a different order? And second, what type of power must a monarch exercise here? This is, if you like, the political scene that is taking shape for the Greco-Roman world. In no way do I want to oppose the fine, articulated, dense, and rich political rationality of Thucydides concerning small Greek cities, to a Platonic thought which is much more uncertain but addressed to a new, emergent historical reality. I do not think this is the interesting contrast, but through this Platonic discourse in which what is at issue is the relationship between philosophy and politics, I think we can see the outline of new political realities which will continue, for 8 centuries until the end of the Roman Empire. These new political realities are, on the one hand, the empire, and on the other, the prince, the monarch. The third point I would like to emphasize: the first was the recurrent principle of the non-coincident correlation between political practice and philosophy throughout Western thought, and the second was the new historical and political conjuncture which is emerging at the time Plato was writing. Is that it seems to me that by getting these two things to work together, if you like, the permanent structure of the relations between philosophy and politics, and then this new conjuncture, we see precisely what Plato means when he insists that the philosopher speak to the sovereign, or even better that the sovereign must himself be a philosopher. If, as I was saying, there should be a relationship between philosophical discourse and political practice, but not a relationship of coincidence, what then, for Plato, is this relationship, and where will it be established? Or again, where will the test take place through which, as I said last week, philosophy must make sure of its reality so as not to be just logos? Where is the vis-a-vis of philosophy and politics, which entails both their necessary relationship and their non-coincidence, to be inscribed? Well, I think we have a major problem here. I mentioned a moment ago the Cynic's solution, which basically put the relationship between philosophical truth-telling and the exercise of political power in the public arena. The Cynics are men of the street, of the agora. They are public men, and also men of opinion. The side of the relation between philosophical truth-telling and the exercise of political power, which is now in the hands of this new personage, this new political reality of the time, the monarch, thus took the form of the confrontation of challenge derision which Diogenes exemplified in relation to Alexander. Where will the site of this necessary and non-coincident relation between philosophical truth-telling and political practice be for Plato? It is not the public arena. If you like, the Cynics are, in this sense, still men of the city, and they will perpetuate these traditions of the city and the public arena in the Roman Empire. For Plato, the site of this non-coincident relation is not the public arena, it is the prince's soul. We touch here on something quite important in the history of political thought, philosophy, and the relations between politics and philosophy in the West. It seems to me that the Cynicism-Platonism polarity very quickly became an important, perceptible, explicit, and also durable feature of these relations. Plato and Diogenes confront each other, and Diogenes Laertius gives an account of this. One day, Plato would have seen Diogenes the Cynic washing his salad. Plato sees him washing his salad and, recalling that Dionysius had appealed to Diogenes and that Diogenes had rejected his appeal, he says to him, "If you had been more polite to Dionysius you would not have to wash your salad." To which Dionysius replies, "If you had acquired the habit of washing your salad you would not have been the slave of Dionysius." 6. I think this anecdote from Diogenes Laertius is very important and very serious. It indicates the two poles in terms of which, and very quickly, from the 4th century, the problem of the meeting point between philosophical truth-telling and political practice found 2 points of insertion: the public arena or the prince's soul. And we will find these 2 polarities throughout the history of Western thought. Should philosophical discourse be the discourse addressed to the prince's soul in order to form it? Or should the true discourse of philosophy be delivered in the public arena as challenge, confrontation, derision, and criticism with regard to the prince's action and to political action? You recall in fact what we saw in the text on the Aufklärung with which I began this year's lectures. In his theory of the Aufklärung, Kant tried to maintain both things at the same time. He tried to analyze how philosophical truth-telling has 2 sides simultaneously which are not only compatible, but call on each other. On the one hand, philosophical truth-telling has its place in the public, It also has its place in the prince's soul, if he is an enlightened prince. If you like, there is a sort of Kantian eclecticism which tries to hold together what traditionally, since the story of the salad involving Plato and Diogenes, was the major problem of the relation between philosophy and politics in the West. Will this relation be established in the public arena, or will it be in the prince's soul? So let's return to Plato, since he's the one we are talking about. It is clear that, for Plato, the philosophy/politics relationship must be established in the prince's soul, but we still need to know exactly how it is established. Is it not in the form of coincidence? Does saying that the prince must be a philosopher mean that the prince must take political decisions and act as a political actor only on the basis of philosophical knowledge that tells him what he must do? So, let's take the texts in which Plato, in Letter 7 on the one hand, and in the Republic on the other, speaks of this coincidence between political action and philosophy in the prince's soul. In Letter 7 he says the following. I have already quoted this passage, it is at 326b, so, evils will not cease for human beings until the race of pure and genuine philosophers. The Greek text says very precisely, before the race, to genos, of those who pursue philosophy rightly and truly, so it can be translated as pure and true philosophers, but I prefer that we stay closer to the formulation, the race of those who pursue philosophy correctly and truly, mf come to power, or the race of the leaders of those who exercise power truly begin to philosophize. 7. That is what is said in Letter 7, 326b. You know that this text is no more than the reproduction, the echo, with a few variations, but the faithful echo of what is found in the famous, basic text in Book V of the Republic at 473c. When Plato wrote, the Republic is earlier than the letters, there will be no respite from the evils of states or even of cities, so the same theme, in the letter, evils will not cease for human beings, and here, evils will not cease for states, until philosophers become kings in the states, or those we presently call kings and sovereigns. This is the Bute translation. Dunaste in truth is, those who exercise power, become true and serious philosophers. Here again the Greek text says, start to pursue philosophy in a genuine and hukanos, competent, way, and we see dunamos politique political power, mf kai philosophia and philosophy, mf joined in the same subject 8. It would appear that we have here the definition of an exact coincidence. Philosophers must become kings, or kings must become philosophers. What can this mean but that the philosopher part of the sovereign will tell him what to do as sovereign, and that the sovereign part will do no more than carry out what philosophical discourse tells him in his government's action? But in actual fact, when you look at the text, and that is why I have insisted on the most faithful translation possible, what is at issue is not a perfect fit between philosophical discourse, between philosophical knowledge and political practice. The coincidence involved here is coincidence between those who practice philosophy, who truly and competently engage in philosophy, and those who exercise power. What is important and pointed out by these two texts, what they indicate, is the fact that someone who practices philosophy is also someone who exercises power. However, from the fact that the person who practices philosophy also exercises power, and the person who exercises power is also someone who practices philosophy, we cannot at all infer that his knowledge of philosophy will be the law of his action and political decisions. What matters, what is required, is that the subject of political power also be the subject of a philosophical activity. But you will say, what is the difference, and what does this identity between the subject of political power and the subject of philosophical practice mean? Why demand of someone who exercises power that he also practice philosophy if philosophy cannot tell the person who exercises power what he should do? Well, I think the answer to this question lies in this. You can see that what is at issue here is philosophy insofar as it is a philosopheme. The text says it. Those who govern should also be those who philosophize, who practice philosophy. What, for Plato, is this practice of philosophy? Before all else, essentially, and fundamentally, this practice of philosophy is a way for the individual to constitute himself as a subject on a certain mode of being. The mode of being of the philosophizing subject should constitute the mode of being of the subject exercising power. So it is not a question of a coincidence between a philosophical knowledge and a political rationality, but one of identity between the mode of being of the philosophizing subject and the mode of being of the subject practicing politics. If kings must be philosophers, it is not so. They will be able to ask their philosophical knowledge what they should do in a given set of circumstances. It means that to be able to govern properly, one has to have a definite connection with the practice of philosophy, the point of intersection between governing properly and practicing philosophy being occupied by one and the same subject. One and the same subject must, on the one hand, govern properly and, on the other, have a connection with philosophy. You can see that there is no coincidence of content, no isomorphism of rationalities, no identity of philosophical and political discourse, but rather an identity of the philosophizing subject with a governing subject, which obviously leaves open the fork, the perpendicular, if you like, between the axis on which one practices philosophy and the axis on which one practices politics. All in all, this amounts to saying that the prince's soul must be able to govern itself truly according to true philosophy for the prince to be able to govern others according to a just politics. Let's say, and I will stop there for today, that, as we saw last week, philosophical truth-telling must find its reality through, on the basis of, and in relation to politics. What I wanted to show you today, still with regard to letter 7, the reading of which we are now ending, is that this practice of philosophy, which thus finds its reality in its relation to politics and must not define for politics what it has to do. It has to define for the governor, the politician, what he has to be. What is at stake is the politician's being, his mode of being. And philosophy will derive its reality from its relation to politics by being able to define effectively or not. This will be the test, the politician's mode of being. So the question raised is the following: what is the mode of being of the person who exercises power in his coincidence with a philosophizing subject? It seems to me this is a problem which has been absolutely crucial throughout the history of the relations between philosophy and politics in antiquity. You only have to read Marcus Aurelius, for example, to see that this was the problem he posed, and which he was perfectly aware of, having posed 96 or 5.5 centuries after Plato. Marcus Aurelius was supposed to be, he was the philosopher sovereign, the philosopher emperor. He is exactly what Plato was thinking of 5.5 centuries earlier, a man who has to exercise power in a political unit which extends way beyond the unit of the city. So, at the heart of the empire, at its center, there is the problem of the monarch who not only has to be master of the empire, but master of himself. Marcus Aurelius was this ideal sovereign, and there is nothing in his writing that shows he ever took from philosophy the rationality for dictating what his political conduct had to be with regard to this or that particular problem or situation. On the other hand, he constantly demanded from philosophy that it tell him what it was to be sovereign. That is to say, what in actual fact he asked from philosophy was his mode of being as sovereign. In short, through these texts by Plato we see the prince's soul appearing as the site of the fundamental relations between philosophy and politics, relations which, once again, are relations of intersection and not coincidence. It is this problem, and problems linked to the question of the prince's soul, that I will try to analyze for you next week. 17. March 2, 1983, first hour. Reminders about political parrhesia. Points in the evolution of political parrhesia. The major questions of ancient philosophy. Study of a text by Lucian. Ontology of discourses of variediction. Socratic speech in the Apology. The paradox of the political non-involvement of Socrates. To begin today, I would like to mark some stages of the path, AO. The underlying theme I chose for this year's lectures was this complex notion of parrhesia, which etymologically, or at any rate in its everyday use, seems to refer to two principles: on the one hand, the principle of everyone being free to speak, and, on the other hand, the rather different principle of the frankness with which one says everything. All in all, would not parrhesia be the principle that anyone can say anything? In a sense, this is what the word suggests. Actually, you remember, we saw that things were a bit more complicated. In the first place, because parrhesia is not freedom of speech, the freedom to speak granted to anyone. In fact, parrhesia appears to be linked to an, if not exactly legislative organization, at least to an instituted, customary organization of the right to speak and of the privileges of the right to speak. Second, it appeared that parrhesia was not just a license to say anything but an obligation to tell the truth on the one hand, and an obligation accompanied by the danger that telling the truth involves on the other. For the analysis of these different dimensions of parousia I referred to two texts. The first was the play by Euripides, Ion, which I studied at greater length, and the second was the text in which Thucydides shows how Pericles employs his parousia towards the Athenian people in his intervention on war and peace with Sparta. Then, through these texts, it appeared, first, that parousia was linked to the working of democracy. You recall that Ion needed parousia for him to be able to return to Athens and establish the fundamental Athenian political right. On the other hand, Pericles employed his parousia. Thucydides emphasized this within the general working rules of democracy. Parousia founds democracy, and democracy is the site of parousia. First of all then, there is this circular bond of parousia/democracy, each belonging to the other. Second, I tried to show you how this parousia presupposed then a precise institutional structure, that of eisgeria, that is to say, the right to speak actually given to all citizens by the law, by the constitution, by the very form of the politeia. You recall that Ion did not want to return to Athens as a bastard, since he would not have had the right, the equal right of citizens only, but of every citizen to speak. And Pericles only speaks after all the other citizens, or anyway all those who wished to speak, had actually exercised their rights. So Pericles' right exists within this game of eisgeria. This was the second point. The third point is that, even if parousia functions within this egalitarian field of eisgeria, it presupposes, it implies a form of political ascendancy exercised by some over others. If Ion wanted to have parousia, it was not just so he could be a citizen like others, it was so he could figure in the proton, the front rank, of citizens. And if Pericles spoke, and if this speech had the effects that it had, Thucydides reminds us that this is because Pericles was the foremost citizen of Athens. This is the third characteristic of parousia. Finally, you recall that parousia took place within an agonistic field where it constantly met with the danger involved in practicing true speech in the political field. Ion referred to the people's envy, the envy of the majority, of the most numerous towards those who exercise their ascendancy. He also referred to the jealousy of rivals who cannot tolerate one of them advancing and assuming ascendancy over the others. And Pericles, at the start of his great speech to the Athenians, evoked the possible failure of Athens, demanding that they stand by him in failure as much as they would in victory. These are, I think, the 4 points, the 4 characteristics of parousia as it appeared in these two texts, the tragedians and the historians. Starting from this analysis, I think we were able to see some shifts, some transformations carried out around this notion of parousia, and this was in texts from the first half of the 4th century, that is to say, later than those of Euripides, or which anyway relate to a situation later than that referred to by Thucydides. Thucydides referred to the situation of Athens at the end of the 5th century. Euripides was also writing at that time. With Plato, Xenophon, and Isocrates we are dealing with people who are writing in the first half of the 4th century and who refer to their contemporaries' situation. So what do we see? With regard to these 4 points, we saw that there were some quite remarkable modifications of this notion of parousia. First, there is a generalization of the notion in the sense that parousia, the obligation, and risk of telling the truth in the political field, no longer appear to be linked merely and solely to the working of democracy. Parousia finds its place, or rather has to make room for itself in different regimes, which may be democratic, autocratic, oligarchic, or monarchical regimes. Sovereigns, like the people, need parousia. And good sovereigns, Cyrus and Xenophon and Plato, Nicocles and Isocrates, must make room for the truth-telling of their advisers, just as wise peoples listen properly to those who employ parousia before them. So there is a generalization of the political field of parousia, or let's say even more schematically that parousia, truth-telling, appears as a necessary and universal function in the field of politics, whatever the politeia. Politics, in whatever way it is practiced, by the people, by some, or by one, needs this parousia. This is the first shift. The second shift is, if you like, the development of a certain ambivalence, a certain ambiguity concerning the value of parousia, as if the immediate and uniformly positive value of the notion in Euripides, or in the portrayal of Pericles by Thucydides, starts to become blurred. The functioning of parousia appears, in fact, to be accompanied by difficulties, and this is true for both democratic and autocratic governments. In the first place, by allowing anyone who wants to speak to do so, parrhesia makes it possible for the worst as well as the best to speak. Second, if telling the truth in parrhesia is a risk, if there really is danger in speaking the truth before the people or the sovereign, if the people and the sovereign are unable to moderate themselves sufficiently not to frighten those who wish to tell the truth, if they are too threatening to those who claim to tell the truth, if they become excessively angry and are incapable of moderation towards parrhesiasts who appear before them, then everyone will keep quiet because everyone will be afraid. This will be the law of silence, silence before the people or before the sovereign. Or rather, this silence will be filled by a discourse, but a distorted discourse, the mimesis, imitation, the bad mimesis of parrhesia. That is to say, there will be the pretense of telling the sovereign or the people the truth, but the person speaking will know full well that what he is saying is not true. He knows simply that what he says conforms exactly to what the people or the sovereign thinks, or to what the people or the sovereign would like to hear. The practice of repeating the already formed opinion of the people or the sovereign, and presenting this as the truth is, so to speak, parrhesia's shadow, its bad and dubious imitation. It is what is called flattery. This contrast between flattery, of the people, of the sovereign, and parrhesia may appear to be ultimately rather moralizing and of no great value. Actually, it seems to me that parrhesia and flattery are certainly two major categories of political thought throughout antiquity. Whether you take the theory of flattery that is so important in Socrates and Plato or the technical texts in Plutarch devoted to the very important problem of how to distinguish a flatterer from a parrhesiast or finally the descriptions by historians of the emperors, their counselors, and their courts, etc., you see that for practically 8 centuries the problem of flattery as opposed to parrhesia was a political, a theoretical, and a practical problem, one which ultimately was undoubtedly as important during these 8 centuries as the both theoretical and technical problem of freedom of the press or freedom of opinion has been in our societies. An entire political history could be written of the notion of flattery and all the technical problems which revolved around it in antiquity. That is the second transformation of the notion of parrhesia, the change of register to one of ambivalence, with its bad double, flattery. The third transformation we saw emerging in these texts from the beginning of the 4th century is, roughly, the splitting of parrhesia, its unevenness, inasmuch as the parrhesia that Ion wanted to exercise on his return to Athens, and that Pericles employed before the people of Athens, was a way of freely giving one's views on questions concerning the city's organization, its government, the choice between war and peace, etc. Parrhesia was therefore practiced with regard to the city in its entirety and in a directly political field. Now through the texts of Xenophon, Isocrates, and especially Plato, we see parrhesia take on a double task in that it has to address individuals at least as much as it does the whole body of citizens, the polis, etc. The task of parrhesia now involves showing individuals how in both cases, whether as citizens who have to give their opinion or as a sovereign who has to impose his decisions, they must govern themselves in order to govern the city properly. Instead of being just a view which is given to the city in order that it govern itself properly, parrhesia now appears as an activity which consists in addressing the souls of those who have to govern so that they govern themselves properly and so that in this way the city too is governed properly. I think this splitting or, if you like, this shift of the target, of the objective of parrhesia from the government of the city, which it addressed directly, to the government of self in order to govern others marks an important shift in the history of this notion of parrhesia. And it will make parrhesia both a political notion raising the problem of how to make room for this truth-telling within a government, be it democratic or monarchical, and at the same time a philosophical moral problem. The second problem is philosophical moral. What means and techniques are to be employed so that those who have to govern can, through the parrhesia of their advisors, govern themselves properly? This is the third transformation of this notion of parrhesia, its splitting or, if you like, the shift of its target. Finally, the fourth important modification in the problematization of parrhesia is the following. What were Ion or Pericles when they appeared as parrhesiasts in relation to the city? They were citizens, and they were the leading citizens. Now that parrhesia has to be exercised in any regime, whatever it may be, and inasmuch as it has to be practiced in a dangerous, tangled relationship with its double, flattery, consequently raising the problem of distinguishing what is true from what is illusory, when, in short, parousia does not just involve giving advice to the people on what decision to take but means having to guide the souls of those who govern, who then will be capable of parousia. Who will possess the ability of parousia, who possibly will have the monopoly of parousia. And it is at this point, precisely at the turn of the 4th and 5th centuries, that the great division in Greek culture, or anyway Athenian culture, between rhetoric and philosophy begins to be marked out, a division whose effects will continue to be seen for 8 centuries. Rhetoric is the art of speaking, an art of speaking which can be taught, which can be employed to persuade others, and which can be fully effectuated, realized, and accomplished only if the orator is at the same time vir bonus, a good man, puts itself forward as the very art of truth-telling, of speaking properly and under technical conditions such that this truth-telling is persuasive. As an art possessed by a good man who, knowing the truth, is able to persuade others of this truth with this specific art, rhetoric may appear to be in fact a technique peculiar to parousia, to truth-telling. However, on the other hand, of course, philosophy will make itself out to be the only practice of language which can meet the new requirements of parousia. For, unlike rhetoric, which by definition addresses a great many people, which addresses assemblies and operates within an institutional field, philosophical parousia will also be able to address individuals. It will be able to give particular advice to the prince and individual advice to citizens. Second, philosophy, in contrast with rhetoric, will claim that it alone is able to distinguish between the true and the false. For if parousia really must distinguish truth-telling from flattery, if parousia must constantly drive out its shadowy double which appears as flattery, what else but precisely philosophy can make this division, this distinction? Because the objective of rhetoric is to be able to persuade the listener of what is false as well as of the truth, of the unjust as well as of the just, of evil as well as of good, whereas the function of philosophy is precisely to say what is true and to drive out the false. Finally, philosophy will present itself as having the monopoly of parousia inasmuch as it presents itself as operating on souls, as a psychagogy. Rather than being a power of persuasion which would convince souls of anything and everything, philosophy presents itself as an operation which will enable souls to distinguish properly between true and false, and which, through the philosophical paideia, will provide the instruments needed to carry out this distinction. I think this gives us a bit of a perspective, if you like, on the major problems of philosophical thought, of political thought in antiquity. I have sketched out this excessively brief and repetitive summary of what I have said to you in the previous lectures basically for 2 reasons. The first is that I think it provides us with a sort of overview on some of the principal aspects of ancient thought up to the development of Christianity. We could forgive the survey, the schematic character pick out some of these essential problems. I am not saying that every aspect and all the fundamental problems of ancient thought are here, but I think that on the basis of this problem of parousia we could pick out some of them which might possibly serve as themes to be studied. First question, what is the site of truth-telling? Where can truth-telling find its place, on what conditions can and must room be made for it? This amounts to saying, if you like, what is the most favorable political regime for this truth-telling? Democracy or monarchy, of course. But also an autocratic imperial regime, an imperial regime balanced or compensated for by the influence, the role of the Senate? Look at Tacitus, a dialogue on oratory, for example. Point 3. In a sense, this is a reflection on the place and conditions of parousia. Where can this right, or possibility, or risky obligation to tell the truth be accommodated in a given regime? This is also the problem of the prince's education, of where the person who tells the truth should be placed. In order to educate the prince, should he be in his antechamber? Should the person who tells the truth be in an assembly like the Senate? Should he be a member of a circle, in a political circle or a philosophical school? Or should he live in a street like the Cynics, stopping and interrogating passers-by, thus reviving the Socratic gesture? This whole problem of the place of political truth-telling in the social political field, appears to me to be linked to a whole series of questions found in ancient thought, in philosophers, in moralists, in historians. Second, I think that starting from this question of parousia we can also see emerging the question of, broadly speaking, the relations between truth and courage, or between truth and ethics, which is also a fundamental question in antiquity. Who is capable of giving a true discourse? How can we distinguish true discourse from that of the flatterer? And, from the ethical point of view, from the point of view of his courage, what kind of person must the one who undertakes to make this division between true and false be? Who is capable of the courage of the truth? And what education is necessary? A technical problem. Where, then, should the stress be laid in education? Another series of problems that we see arising on the basis of this question of parousia concern the government of the soul, psychagogy. What truths does one need in order to conduct oneself and others, and to be able to conduct others well by conducting oneself well? AQ What practices and techniques are needed? What knowledge is needed, what exercises, etc.? And finally you see that we are led back to the question I mentioned a moment ago, to whom and to what must one turn for this training in parousia, and also for the definition of the place of parousia, of the moral conditions for being able to tell the truth, and of the way of guiding souls? Should one turn to the rhetorician or to the philosopher, to rhetoric, or to philosophy? And you know that here I think we finally have what will be the great division within ancient culture for more or less 8 centuries. I would like to end this first outline with a text written by Lucian at the end of the 2nd century CE which amusingly evokes these relations between philosophy and rhetoric. As you know, Lucian belongs to the movement called the Second Sophistic, which represents the more or less artificial and false revival at the end of the 2nd century CE of some of the basic themes of classical Greek culture. Lucian, as a neo-sophist, as a second sophist, or at any rate belonging to that movement, should be placed more on the side of rhetoric. Anyway, he has a constant mistrust of philosophy, philosophical practice, and philosophers. But then again, to tell the truth, things are a bit more complicated than this, and it would be unfair and insufficient to say that, broadly speaking, in the great division between rhetoric and philosophy Lucian was on the side of rhetoric and an opponent of philosophy. Maybe you know Lucian's text. It was translated some years ago, badly moreover, and with an inappropriate title, Les Philosophes à Elencan Philosophers for Auction, which, if you want to translate it exactly, is called The Lives Fair. The Lives Market, for it deserves to be republished suitably. So, Lucian wrote this text, The Lives Fair, which was a parody, a satire of those philosophers who on the public square offer a choice of different ways of life, for a fee of course. In this text each philosopher peddles the life he offers to potential buyers. After writing this text, which evidently aroused not a little irritation, Lucian wrote a further text called The Fisherman in which he imagines the philosophers putting the author of Philosophes à Elencan on trial. And Lucian names the author put on trial Parasiad, the man of parousia. So Lucian, in the guise of this Parasiad, presents himself as someone who tells the truth. And in these proceedings against Parasiad brought by the philosophers irritated by his previous text, who is to judge between the two sides? It is philosophy. Philosophy, called upon to judge between the philosophers and Parasiad, will call to her side some associate judges, arete, virtue, dikaiosun, justice, sophrosun, wisdom or temperance, and paideia, culture, education, training. And then philosophy's fifth associate judge is aletheia, truth. Called as a judge at the tribunal presided over by philosophy to say whether Parasiad really was guilty of wickedly attacking the philosophers, truth, aletheia, says that she really wants to come to the tribunal to judge Parasiad, accused by the philosophers, but she wants 2 of her companions to accompany her, Eleutheria and Parasia. Eleutheria is freedom in general. Parasia is the freedom to speak with the risk it involves. And what is interesting is that Eleutheria, freedom, agrees to come. Not only does she agree to come, but she wants to come without her other companions who are, in particular, elegos, argument, discussion, and epidizis, praise. At this point Parasia intervenes to say that she wants to accompany Eleutheria, but that she must have some assistance with her. And given that the philosophers who must be fought, or rather the philosophers who attack Parasiad and against whom Parasiad tries to defend himself, are pretentious, argumentative people who are hard to refute, one needs elegos, argument, and epidizis, praise. At this point the trial of Parasiad against the philosophers takes place, under the arbitration of philosophy and her set of judges. Parasiad is actually interrogated as in a trial, he is asked his name and origin. And he says that he is parasiad alethenos, parasiad, man of truth, and he declares himself philathes, friend of the truth, philokalos, friend of beauty, and philoploikos, friend of simplicity. And then he sets out his defense in which he explains how and why he came to attack the philosophers. He explains that, like every good young man, he began by learning rhetoric. But, he says, as soon as I saw some of the ugly qualities an orator has to acquire, namely, lying, impudence, and shouting, I wanted to join with philosophy out of the storms and to live thus in a quiet harbor under her protection. 5 You see that in this definition of philosophy out of the storms, a quiet harbor, etc. you again find a theme shared by the Epicureans and the Stoics, and we can say, generally, by all the moral philosophy of the 1st or 2nd century CE. It is an extremely frequent metaphor. 6 But you see too that this recourse to philosophy is not primary. It comes after a disappointment arising from rhetoric and its essential defects, defects consubstantial with rhetorical practice and orators. So Lucian does not choose rhetoric because he was disappointed by philosophy, he turns to philosophy because he was disappointed by rhetoric. But in turning to philosophy he becomes aware of another defect, symmetrical, as it were, to those of the orators. The defects of the orators, then, are lying, impudence, and shouting. Well, the philosophers, no doubt employ a completely honorable language, but when one sees how they actually live, one sees only disputes, ambition, and avarice, etc. Consequently, one has to turn away from philosophy as one turns away from rhetoric. I have simply brought this text to your attention because, just before the spread of Christianity and the start of the great upheaval of ancient culture, it is one of the clearest and most amusing expressions, if you like, of the great problem which, in Lucian's time, already had 6 centuries behind it, the problem of the relation of philosophy to rhetoric. So, in the remaining lectures I would like to take up some of these problems I have spoken about, the problem of the conductioner of souls, the problem of the distinction between flattery and parrhesia, and the problem of the technical, but more than technical opposition between philosophy and rhetoric. Before beginning to talk about philosophy and rhetoric I would like to emphasize the following. Certainly, there are some technical questions in this problem of philosophy and rhetoric, and we will come across them, but it seems to me also anyway, this is what I would like to show you, that they are not just 2 techniques or 2 ways of speaking confronting each other, but truly 2 modes of being of discourse which claim to tell the truth and which claim to implement the truth in the form of persuasion in the souls of others. It is a question of the mode of being of discourse which claims to tell the truth, and you know full well that if I dwell on this question of the mode of being of discourse which tells the truth, it is because basically this has always been the question that I have wanted to raise. What seems to me to deserve an historical and not a just formal analysis. Historical analyses in this area seem to me to have been relatively weak, if not discrete, is the problem of what could be called the ontology or ontologies of the discourse of truth. By this I mean the following. A discourse which claims to tell the truth should not be assessed merely by measuring it against a history of knowledge which would permit us to determine whether or not it tells the truth. These discourses of truth deserve to be analyzed differently than according to the measure and from the point of view of a history of ideologies which would ask them why they speak falsely, failing to telling the truth. I think a history of the ontologies of true discourse or of discourses of truth, a history of the ontologies of erudition would be a history in which one would pose at least 3 questions. First, what is the mode of being peculiar to this or that discourse, as distinct from others, when it introduces a certain specific game of truth into reality? Second question, what is the mode of being that this discourse of erudition confers on the reality it talks about, through the game of truth it practices? Third question, what is the mode of being that this discourse of erudition imposes on the subject who employs it, such that this subject can play this specific game of truth properly? An ontological history of discourses of truth, a history of ontologies of erudition would therefore have to pose these 3 questions to any discourse which claims to be a discourse of truth and to assert its truth as a norm. This implies that every discourse, and particularly every discourse of truth, every erudition, be considered essentially as a practice. Second, it implies that all truth be understood in terms of a game of erudition. And it implies that every ontology, lastly, be analyzed as a fiction. Which means again, the history of thought must always be the history of singular inventions. Or again, if we want to distinguish the history of thought from a history of knowledge undertaken in terms of an index of truth, and if we want to distinguish it from a history of ideologies undertaken by reference to a criterion of reality, then this history of thought, this anyway, is what I would like to do should be conceived of as a history of ontologies, which would refer to a principle of freedom in which freedom is not defined as a right to be free, but as a capacity for free action. Now let's move on to the 4th century texts, that is to say, basically Plato's texts, and this confrontation between rhetorical discourse and philosophical discourse, again understood not just as discourses which conform to conflicting laws, principles, and technical rules, but also as modes of being of discourses of truth-telling. To study this question, to see it emerging in Platonic thought, I will look at 2 texts. One is the, as it were, practical text par excellence of parousia. Anyway, it is the text which is supposed to represent Socrates' parousia. The text refers to the situation in which it was both most necessary and most dangerous for Socrates to practice parousia, in which philosophical parousia is at the point of its most acute, life and death conflict with traditional political judicial eloquence. The text is, of course, the Apology. The second text I would like to refer to in order to locate this mode of being of philosophical discourse in contrast with the mode of being of rhetorical discourse is very different from the Apology. In a sense, it is one of the most theoretical texts, and in any case one of the most ornate, free, and also complex texts. It does not present itself as the game Socrates plays with his own life before the political judicial eloquence that wants to kill him. It is a text in which the critical reflection on rhetoric does not center on life or death but revolves round the game of eros and poses the problem of the praise of love and of the different ways in which rhetoric and philosophy approach the praise of love, the ways in which they reflect on love. So the first text, the Apology, is, in a sense, the simplest, the easiest, but again the most urgent, since it concerns Socrates' death. In this passage from Socrates' Apology I don't intend to analyze the whole text. We can pick out what appears relevant for an analysis of philosophical truth-telling in its opposition to the rhetorical utterance, to the rhetorical way of speaking. I think we can find this opposition between philosophical truth-telling and rhetorical discourse in 3 sets of texts. A first set concerns the discourse itself, the way in which Socrates, faced with his accuser's discourse, presents his own discourse. These are the first lines of the text. In another set of texts, Socrates raises the question of his political role and tries to answer the objection, but why have you, who claim to speak the truth, never spoken in an assembly? And lastly, a third set of texts concern his actual role in the city with regard to the citizens, and which, without being directly a political role, is nonetheless precious and even essential for the city. So, the first set of texts, in which Socrates presents his own discourse in answer to that of his accusers, is right at the start of the Apology, the first lines, 17a, 18a. Actually, straight away, Socrates describes his adversaries as people who have only ever spoken falsely. And yet these people, who have never uttered a single true word, nevertheless have a talent. They have an ability to speak such that, to start with, they can persuade those who hear them, and then, Socrates says with a smile, he too is even close to having been convinced, since it turns out that he no longer knows who he is. In what does this persuasive lie with which these people, who have never spoken the truth, have managed to convince their listeners and almost convinced Socrates himself, actually consist? Well, it consists in making people think that Socrates had the ability to speak and was clever in the art of speaking, that he possessed the art of speaking. How does Socrates present himself against this image forged by his adversaries, who are themselves artists in the art of language, who never say anything truthful, but who manage to persuade everyone and almost persuade Socrates himself? He presents himself precisely as someone who speaks the truth, who always speaks the truth, and who does so precisely outside this art and technique of speaking which enables one to persuade others. Socrates presents himself as the man of truth-telling without any technique. What are the characteristics of this truth-telling without any technique, his truth-telling? First, he says, he is 70 years old. He has never appeared before a court. He has never been either accused or accuser. On the one hand, This should be taken as alluding to the fact that Socrates has never been part of any of the political factions which contended for and followed each other in power in Athens after the period of the 30, of the abolition and then return of democracy. But when he says that he has never appeared before any court, this also means that the speech he is going to give does not conform to any of the usual forms of oratory, or even to the conventional forms of oratory before assemblies and courts. He employs an interesting metaphor. He says, "Since I am completely unaccustomed to this kind of eloquence, since I have never spoken in the political and judicial space of assemblies and courts, I appear before you as a stranger." Xenos. Point 7. He is a stranger to this political field. I think we should be careful here. On the one hand, this is a frequent theme in the judicial literature of the time. You find it in Nicias, and in Isocrates, I think, anyway in a large number of texts. The person who appears before the courts generally begins by saying, "You know, I have never been summoned before the courts of law, I have never accused anyone, I am completely incapable of speaking and you must forgive me, I feel like a stranger before you." This was a theme of judicial literature by which the defendant emphasized that he was someone without great power, with few friends and enemies, and not part of any clan. It was also quite simply a way of hiding the truth itself of this judicial eloquence, namely that the person who spoke generally only read his speech, even if he had not delegated someone else to read it for him. That is to say, the speech was written by someone else, a logographer, and consequently the convention was that this speech, written by a logographer, began with, "You know, I don't know how to speak, I appear before you, I am all alone, I have no friends and I speak as I can." Socrates takes up this theme, makes use of it and produces a pastiche of it, with this difference: in the case of Socrates it is true, it is his own speech, or anyway Plato claims that what he reads really is his own speech, and that the strangeness of the speech Socrates will deliver in this political judicial institutional field is that it is a speech which is foreign to this domain. In what way is it foreign? Socrates tells us in a passage at 17c. d. The language I use is xenos, foreign. Why? For 3 reasons. First, it is the language I use every day in the public square, the market, and elsewhere. So the first difference from the language of rhetoric is that there is no discontinuity of vocabulary, form, or construction between Socrates' language and the everyday use of language. Second, at 17c, Socrates points out that his language is no more than a series of words and phrases which occur to him. "I shall speak," he says at 17c, "as best I can, as the expressions occur to me." 8. This theme of a language which does no more than immediately translate the very movement of thought, without reconstruction, and without architectural artifice, is frequently found in Plato or Socrates. In the Symposium, at 199 ab, Socrates says practically the same thing and practically in the same words. Point 9. Obliged to take his turn in praising love, he says that it really is very difficult to give the kind of praise in which one is supposed to attribute all the finest things to the object of one's praise. He does not feel he can do that. He will speak with words, onomata, and an arrangement of phrases, the construction of the phrase, thesis, 10 as they come, ho poiedantis tu kippled hausa, as it happens, as they come. Point 11. Finally, the third characteristic of Socrates' non-rhetorical language, the first was the language of every day, the second language as it comes, is that it is a language in which he says exactly what he thinks, a language in which there is an act of trust at the heart, at the very basis of the statement, a sort of pact between himself and what he says. Pisteuo dikaia ina halego, I trust, I have faith in the fact that what I say is right. Point 12. There are 3 characteristics then: everyday language, language as it appears, language of trust, faithfulness, and credence, of pistis. I think it is important to note that these 3 characteristics of non-rhetorical discourse, of philosophical discourse as parousia, as truth-telling, are very strongly linked by Plato or Socrates. For Socrates, speaking everyday language, saying what comes to mind, and affirming what one thinks right absolutely go together. And at 17c he says it very clearly. I am not finding it again in the text, but I have copied the quotation I would have preferred to quote from the Bia translation rather than the one I have taken from the Pleiad edition. From Robin 13 it is a bit more contorted, without embellishment of words and style, things said in the terms which occur to me, because I trust in the justice of what I have said. You see that Socrates groups the three things without embellishment of words, things said in the terms which occur to me, trust in the justice as forming a unity, which is the unity characteristic of parousia. Now we can obviously raise the following question. A speech without embellishment, a speech which employs the words, expressions, and phrases which come to mind, and a speech that the person who utters it believes to be true, would describe, for us at any rate, a sincere speech, but not necessarily a true speech. So how is it that, for Socrates or Plato, saying things without embellishment, as they come to mind, and while believing them to be true, is a criterion of truth? And why will philosophical discourse, inasmuch as it conforms to these three criteria, be a discourse of truth? This is the question that is raised, and I think at this point we should refer to the conception of logos etymos 14, which is found in Plato but goes way beyond the framework of Platonic philosophy and is a sort of general form of the Greek conception of language. This logos etymos, this authentic logos, refers to the idea that language, that words, and phrases in their very reality have an original relationship with truth. Language, words, and phrases bring with them what is essential, ousia, the truth of the reality to which they refer. If the false enters the mind, if illusion gets round or masks the truth, this is not due to an effect peculiar to language as such, but is rather the result of some addition, transformation, trick, or shift in relation to the distinctive, original form of language. Etymos language, I was going to say etymological language, language which is without embellishment, apparatus, construction, or reconstruction, language in a naked state, is the language closest to truth and the language in which the truth is expressed. And I think this is one of the most fundamental features of philosophical language, or, if you like, of the mode of being of philosophical discourse as opposed to rhetorical discourse. Rhetorical language is a language chosen, fashioned, and constructed in such a way as to produce its effect on the other person. The mode of being of philosophical language is to be etymos, that is to say, so bare and simple, so in keeping with the very movement of thought that, just as it is without embellishment, in its truth, it will be appropriate to what it refers to. It will be appropriate to what it refers to, and it will also be true to what the person who uses it thinks and believes. The philosophical mode of being of language is characterized by the logos etymos as the meeting point between the aletheia which is expressed in it and the pistis, the faith, belief, of the person who states it. Whereas the mode of being of rhetorical language is to be constructed according to rules and techniques, according to a technique, and addressed to the other's soul, philosophical language will be without these devices, without these techniques. It will be etymos, and as such it will tell the truth of reality and at the same time express the soul of the person who utters it, what his soul thinks. What defines the mode of being of this philosophical language, as opposed to rhetorical language, is the relationship to the speaking subject and not the relationship to the individual being addressed. This is a first set of indications, of reflections on philosophical truth-telling in Socrates' Apology. The second set of reflections, as I said, concern Socrates' political role. The texts are found from 3.1c to 3.2a. Socrates has to answer a question concerning his actual political role. He supposes that his adversaries ask him the following question: fine, you claim to be someone who tells the truth, but how can you lay claim to this role of truth-telling, this role as parousiast? The word does not appear, but you will see shortly that it really is this function that is intended. How can you say that you are the man who tells the truth when you have never wanted to give advice to the people or before the assembly? You say that you speak the truth, but you have never performed the function of advisor. You have never played the role of the individual who comes before the assembly, mounts the tribune, and gives his advice. Socrates immediately gives the answer: why have I never played the role of public advisor? Why have I never been the political parousiast? Well, he says, if I had engaged in politics, my ruin would have been complete long ago, and I would not have been able to be of use to either you or myself. 15 In actual fact, Socrates continues, if one strongly opposes you, one risks one's life. If one wishes to safeguard one's life, one must lead the life of a private individual. 16 You see here, once again without the word being uttered, one of the most fundamental and common themes concerning parousia at this time, that is to say, that Athenian democracy does not function or hardly functions as it should, inasmuch as the lives of those who could or should feel obliged to play the role of parriciest feel their lives so threatened that they prefer to abandon it. Socrates is referring to the bad functioning of parrhesia in Athenian democracy, a classical theme at the time. You are punished if you oppose the majority. You remember that we found exactly the same thing in a text by Isocrates. Now what is interesting is that Socrates has no desire to incur the danger associated with parrhesia and bad democracy. In his eyes it is not worth taking the risk. Parrhesia is not an obligation in such a situation. Consequently, Socrates has never appeared at the assembly to advise his fellow citizens and give them his views in the political realm. To explain this non-participation, this breach of the game of parrhesia, this abandonment at any rate of the parriciastic function which should or normally could be the function of someone who claims to tell his fellow citizens the truth, Socrates says quite explicitly that he has not performed this parriciastic role because he has been ordered not to. And he has been ordered not to perform this parriciastic function, this truth-telling in politics, by his daimon, the daimon who, as you know, Socrates says, in this text as well as others, never gives him a positive order, never tells him what to do, but simply tells him when he should not do something. 17 And precisely his daimon has told him that he should not try to tell the truth directly, as it were, immediately in the field of politics. This is one of the first aspects of what Socrates says concerning his political role. But there is another aspect, because he immediately adds that he had been a bull-youth in the name of his tribe, the Antiochides, and had even exercised the office of Prytanes. These are not offices which you apply for or demand, they fall to you as a result of the drawing of lots or the rotation of offices between the different tribes. Here, then, he is obliged to exercise a particular office. Within this framework he had to demonstrate something, the nature of which we will see shortly. Second, after the temporary abolition of democracy, during the fleeting period of the dictatorship of the 30, he was also given the task of arresting someone. Now in both cases, when he was a bull-youth, and even a Prytanes, and then when he was given a task by the 30, he refused to do what, in the first case, the majority wanted, and, in the second, what the dictators tried to get him to do. Whereas, when Socrates was a Prytanes, the majority of the council wanted a collective trial of the generals who, following the battle of the Arginesses, failed to retrieve the bodies of those who had fallen. Socrates did not want to accept this illegality because Athenian law did not recognize this kind of collective responsibility, and he opposed the majority of the council. Then, when the 30 demanded that he go to Salamis to arrest someone, Leon of Salamis, those charged with making the arrest with him went ahead, but Socrates preferred simply to return home rather than carry out this order, which was also illegal. What is interesting in these two stories is, on the one hand of course, their contrast with what had just been said, that his daimon told him don't get involved in politics, and then also that the issue, the problem in these two stories, what took place under democracy and what took place under tyranny, is basically the same. Be it democracy or tyranny, the regime, if you like, of parties and factions, or the regime of an oligarchy, Socrates anyway found himself in a situation that all in all amounted to the same thing. Whatever the regime, democracy or tyranny, the difference is not essential, the parriciastic function and role appear to be of the same type. It should be stressed as well that in both cases Socrates clearly shows that he was risking death. In the case in which he was a Prytanes and it was a matter of trying the generals of the Arginesses, he says, I had to face danger on the side of the law and justice, rather than put myself on your side out of fear of prison and death. 18 And when it was a matter of the order given by the tyrants, this time again, indisputably, I made it very clear, not by words but by action, that, with all due respect, death did not matter at all to me. 19 So it is the same thing in the case of democracy and of tyranny, he was prepared to risk his life. But then we may wonder where is the difference, since a moment before he explained that he did not want to give his views to the people or give them advice, since he would have risked his life doing so, and now he refers to two situations, in democracy and in tyranny, in which he was in actual fact prepared to risk his life. Why must he risk his life in one case but not in another? I think the difference is easy to see if we look at the texts and see what the situation was to which the two things refer. In one case when he says, I did not want to give advice to the assembly because it is too dangerous to oppose the majority. It is a matter of a parousia which is practiced as a direct political power, as an ascendancy exercised over others. It is a matter of political activity as the intervention of a citizen who, to take up Ion's expression in Euripides again, puts himself in the proton zygon, the front rank. Point 20. This voluntary political intervention, in which the man, the parousiast, tries to exercise an ascendancy over others in order to speak the truth, belongs to politics, not philosophy. The philosopher, as such, precisely does not have to put himself in the position of wanting to exercise ascendancy over the others by giving political advice to political actors within the political field. And here we come back to the theme which will be developed by Plato a little later in Letter 7, where we saw that Plato did not give political advice to be applied in politics by the politician. We saw that Plato's philosophical discourse was not a discourse which had to model, as it were, the political field, as if philosophy possessed a truth about politics. Philosophy has to play a certain role in relation to politics, it does not have to play any role in politics. And Plato refuses to give any advice in the field of politics, before the assembly, to those who will have to take decisions. Philosophical parousia will not be this type therefore. It does not tell the truth to politics in politics. Nevertheless, and this is the second attitude, it remains that with regard to politics the philosopher has to play a role of parousiast at the cost of his life. In actual fact, in the first situation, it was not a matter of a direct and immediate action by which the philosopher would have told politicians what to do. But he was caught up within a system, within a game of the politeia. The constitution of Athens, its social and political structure, meant that at a certain moment he was given a particular post, as Bouleuts, as Prytanes. Or again, under a tyranny ultimately it amounts to the same, he was appointed to do something. And then, when he is called upon to do something as part of a definite social and political field, when therefore he has to engage in an activity defined by the post assigned to him, parousia is possible. Even better, it is necessary. It is necessary, because what would happen if he did not make use of this parousia? He himself would commit an injustice. Out of care for himself, through being concerned about himself and taking care of what he is himself, he refuses to commit this injustice. And in doing so he brings out a truth at the same time. In the first case, the philosopher, as a philosopher, does not have to prevent the city from folly or injustice. On the other hand, when he has to do something as someone who is part of the city, either as a citizen in a democracy or as a citizen who is subject to a tyrannical or despotic power, then inasmuch as the injustice would be one that he himself would commit, either in his role as citizen or his role as subject, the philosopher must say no. The philosopher must say no, and he must invoke his principle of refusal, which is at the same time a manifestation of truth. You see that, in the first case, in the form of, I would say, direct political activity, Socratic parousia is negative and personal. It involves renouncing any political ascendancy and power over others. On the other hand, in the political field not constituted by one's ascendancy over others but by one belonging to a political field, then the philosopher has to be parousiast inasmuch as it is the formulation and emergence of this truth which will keep him from what would be the thing for him to avoid above all else, being the agent of injustice. You see that here, and we can find its repercussions in what I said to you last week regarding the governing subject and the philosophizing subject. What is really at issue is always this question of the subject, of the political subject. What concerns philosophy is not politics, it is not even justice and injustice in a city, but justice and injustice inasmuch as they are committed by someone who is an acting subject, acting as a citizen, or as a subject, or possibly as a sovereign. Philosophy's question is not the question of politics, it is the question of the subject in politics. I will just add one word. In both of the cases referred to, that of the Battle of the Arginesses and Plato's refusal to vote with the majority, and also in that of the order given by the 30 tyrants to arrest someone, I said that Socrates made use of parousia. You could say that, all the same, it is a very discreet parousia since, precisely, he has not spoken. He did not come forward and explain to the people why it was unjust to condemn the generals of the Arginesses. No more did he say publicly to the 30 tyrants that the arrest of Leon of Salamis was unjust. He confined himself to showing it. And the text, Moreover, says this, I risk my life ergo, and not logo, not by discourse but in fact. 21 Which as you know is an extremely common expression that contrasts what one does in words only and what one does in reality. Here then, Socrates wants to say that he is not satisfied with asserting that he risked his life, he really risked it. But we should note that actually this is not at all logo, and here I employ the expression in a strict sense. It is not at all by logos that he thus asserted the truth, it is ergo. What is at stake is ergon, that is to say, what he has done. In the first case he contents himself with voting against the majority. In the other case, when he is ordered to arrest someone, he simply returns home. He returns home, openly and publicly, no more and no less. And you see that there is another important element here. The first was the fact that philosophical parousia as it appears in Socrates is not a directly, immediately political parousia. It is a parousia which stands back in relation to politics. Second, it is a parousia in which what is at stake is the acting subjects, not the city's safety. Finally, the third